just invited me.
Who?
Royalty.
Don't. Unless you're gonna play
My
with them.
God. No. I'm good. I'm good, fam. Hey, everyone, please get live.
I have a question for you.
What?
Why does your sister hate Carl now?
That is between me and Carl. I cannot tell you that.
Okay.
Oh, I think I know why.
There.
Yep.
Alright. Everything's so quiet.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, there's music.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's so loud you can hear it all the way over here.
I feel like my cards look good at break.
We're watching? Alright. Ninja, you can talk.
We're
I think
doing
they tried to pull on screen.
I think his he's
burritos.
He's in
Stream elements
Xbox
bot
channel.
running. Emoji robot face.
Oh.
Where's the stage? Oh, here it is.
I bang at it. No, it's at the big screen, not the main stage.
Big screen.
Big screen? Oh shit, my bad. My bad. Can you change your outfits?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. So glad the day was able to.
Yeah.
Bro, Colin's making me so mad, bro.
Why?
Don't understand.
What do you do?
I'm
You're unfriending me? Oh, that's so funny.
Did you say it's unfriending him?
We're in Party Royale.
No.
What happened?
Nothing. I said I invited him.
We're gonna watch the FNCS.
Yes. Wait, did Colin join? Yeah.
You don't want to watch FNCS with us?
I look so creepy.
Did he get off? I think Colin got off.
Well, why? What happened?
What happened?
Well, I think he's restarting his game.
I look
What
so
happened?
creepy when I do this.
Nothing. We were just 1v1ing, and like I was getting so mad. Like I was beating him, and like he was doing like so much stupid shit that was making me so fucking furious.
Okay, was he doing 4 retakes out? Like, I don't know.
No, he was playing like you, Nick.
Okay. That's not Colin. That's not Colin.
I'm hungry. I'm gonna go get something to eat. Be right back.
Bye.
Hey Siri. FaceTime Colin.
Making a FaceTime call to Colin.
Did you know my sister is the only one who has an iPhone?
Colin, go suck a dick, bro. Like you are so annoying. Huh? Boy, it was 5-0! Yes, it was! Bro, you were cheating. Bro, you were using bouncers, scars, tacks, and I still went on you. Oh, you're boring. GTA sucks. It is bad. GTA is booty. I don't care. I don't care. Bye.
I ain't moving. There goes Robo.
Wait, he left?
Yeah.
Who's Piggy Love? Who's that? Who is that? Who's Piggy Love?
I think that's Nathan.
Oh my god, unicorn poops? What the?
Hi.
That's kind of weird use, Dave, if you ask me.
Unicorn poop.
Yesterday I watched it.
No, this is different.
Someone's talking business in the background.
Yep.
Oh.
I think
Im
so,
said
at
I
least.
can't watch it cause I'm not home.
You can watch it on the stream if it allows us to.
You can watch it on YouTube, legit. If you don't want to be on YouTube.
It's probably not gonna be blocked because it's made by Epic.
Yeah,
So
true.
there's no copyright.
If it
Oh,
does, I'm
probably.
gonna laugh.
Oh, and people always watch it on streams too, like on Twitch.
Yeah.
Carl, did you know that it starts in like 4 hours?
Well,
No,
the thing, maybe it's gonna be the EU and stuff that happened yesterday.
Do
And
you
then
get like the
the
rewards? If so,
whatever.
I can't get the
Wait,
rewards.
yesterday?
Maybe they're gonna start Europe and then NEs.
Right now in Europe, they're doing Hive Night.
Oh.
Okay, yeah.
Look up.
Yeah, the FNCS start in Europe starts in like 2 minutes.
Oh, it does?
True. Yeah, it
Yeah.
does. It's 12:58.
I'm gonna just watch it on like on someone's stream.
Not mine?
No,
Okay.
just focus soon.
Wow.
Rude.
I'm saying that because you didn't even fucking like answer my FaceTime calls, bro.
I know.
That pissed me off. That made me angry.
I didn't know what you want.
I was just gonna tell you to fucking invite me.
No, I was playing duos until FNCS started. That's what I
Oh,
was gonna
bro.
do.
You're a little booty butt, bro. You wanna be like
Thanks.
fucking
I
like
know.
avocado, don't you?
No, no,
In that situation, you know?
no,
I think you do.
no.
Daytime already.
Nighttime already.
It's daytime.
It was just day. It's night now. Look at
like-
the moon.
All I see is a guy.
I'll just watch it on EMAT stream or something like that.
Mhm.
Fuck, I accidentally invited this one bitch.
Get them.
I'm-
Dog.
Nah, I'm gonna leave and then so that she doesn't get the invite.
I'm gonna change my
Oh,
HUD
yeah,
scale.
true.
That's my brightness. I'm dumb. HUD scale.
Ah,
Uh-huh.
achoo, achoo.
Oh, can this default go away? Like, can't see anything.
Alright, now she can't join.
Is that good?
Yes.
Have you been playing Hyperscape?
I'm just gonna watch EMAT stream.
Have I been playing Hyperscape? No.
I
I mean, yesterday.
Hyperscape is booty.
In my
Yeah,
opinion, it's better
God.
than Apex. Well, a new season's coming out tomorrow, so I might, or 2 days. So I might stream that.
New season?
Are we
Yeah.
synced, Nick?
Yeah.
That's weird.
What new season?
Apex.
Apex Legends. I don't know why I downloaded Apex Legends if I don't play it. I was gonna play Marvel's Avengers beta, but not for the payment.
If you watch EMAT stream, he has drops on.
He
Or,
does?
like some shit, yeah. So you can just watch his stream to like get some shit.
I'm getting mad.
Yeah, there's like a back bling, a spray, an emoji,
Emoji?
emoticon, whatever the fuck it's called. Yeah.
It's one. Shouldn't I have started?
Yeah, it's 101.
Is he playing with XQC? Is XQC playing? Or is he watching old
No,
clips? Old clips.
he's watching clips.
Yeah.
He's watching old clips.
It's 101. It's supposed to start. I think they duped
He's
us.
lying.
I think they duped us.
I don't think he has drops
lying?
enabled.
I mean, he's listening to your stream with everything he's saying.
Oh.
I mean, he's still right. Oh. It just pops up like that, okay? Scares me.
You're watching Asia Grand. Oh.
Oh.
Froze.
The lag though. Aqua.
What is wrong with this guy? Can't fix servers.
Dang.
Bro, one of my friends is doing
bro,
one of my friends is gonna try to do a 48-hour stream, bro.
Dang.
48 hour? Kinda.
On Twitch.
Twitch.
Bro, honestly, like, bro, he got some balls to do that, bro. I would never do that.
Asia Grand Finals.
Highlights.
NAEs.
Oh, highlight.
Aqua's crazy, bro.
I mean, yeah, he wanted to do a.
Yeah.
I choked on something.
Carl's Duke.
See, I think I choked on vanilla extract.
Why you? What?
Why vanilla extract? Like by itself?
Yeah.
Cause like that's not good if you're doing like.
Oh my gosh, bro.
What's this retard?
Like, wait, are you eating the extract like itself?
Nah, I choked on what it felt like extract.
You're like,
what?
Like, were you eating like wait, were you eating something? All right, were you eating something that has vanilla extract in it?
I don't know.
Did you have like vanilla extract by itself, like, with nothing?
Oh no.
7 minutes.
Okay.
Roy, you can watch this if you want.
Did you see that?
I'm not gonna watch your stream.
You're mean.
I'm watching Emat's stream.
Not even carrying grappler.
I'm watching Emat's
You'd
stream.
be lagging out, holy.
5 minutes. Got 3 floppers. Oh, never mind. That's 1 flopper.
Here you go, flop.
A flop, yeah.
You could get a thumbnail of this, Carl. You sitting down on
Carl.
Mm.
Yeah, small PP.
Nice.
No, maybe, no. I don't know.
16 builds.
That person at the top left of the screen is getting the best view, you know, you can see everything.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Oh, there, you know. Bro, can these bots get out of my way? I can't see anything. Oh, thing froze. Holy.
Oh, he got a kill.
You can see it?
Yeah, I can see he has 20 builds.
Bro, Carl.
Got another kill.
Carl, have you watched like any of the Fortnite rewinds?
Yeah.
All right, who made them?
Wasn't it Grumbe?
Fuck no.
Or no, or was it Scissors? I can't remember.
No, it was Chap.
Chap. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Hi.
Chap.
Cause I remember a lot of people were reacting.
Do you not know who Chap is?
I do.
Yeah, I know who Chap is.
Okay.
Oh, it unfroze. Good.
Magic jumping jump gun.
Okay, alright, so alright, it starts in like 10 minutes, alright?
5. 5:30.
10. Yes,
Wait,
10
does
minutes.
it say 4 minutes, Nick, for you?
Yeah.
It says 5:20 for me.
So alright, so like how like
I'm gonna leave John back.
No, it's 10 minutes. 10 minutes till it starts.
You like the new skin, Royal?
It's booty. It's fucking. It
You
sucks.
think it's bad?
Good. Yes, it's fucking horrible.
Oh my.
What's your favorite
It-
skin, Royal? Tell me right now.
Fucking elite agent.
Oh. Okay. You're not wrong about that one.
Yeah, cause she's my bitch and my bitch only. Okay.
Bro, he had a blue tack.
Thing is, you hardly use her.
Wait, did he kill?
I use her a lot.
I
Yeah,
don't
he
see
does.
you use her.
Are you?
Hardly see you use her.
I use her a lot.
He uses her a lot. He uses them
Yup.
in your creatives, dude.
Haven't seen him use it
You're
in a
blind.
while.
Then. You're blind.
So yeah, so players have to like wait in matchmaking, so that they don't miss. So that yeah, and so they have 10 minutes to be in matchmaking.
Mhm.
And if they don't matchmake in those 10 minutes,
It's game over.
they don't play. They don't play
It's game over.
that match. Nah,
Mhm.
yeah, they just don't play.
Oh, it's kind of sad.
The whole thing.
No, the game. Just that game.
Oh.
My HUD is so small.
Bro, you're small.
I know you have the Hulk Smashers.
I do have Hulk Smashers.
Don't ask.
Someone in chat said that.
Oh wait, I think Fortnite's only gonna show the what was it called?
Oh
The
yes.
PC lobbies.
A
Probably.
PC?
Yeah.
Oh,
PC
they
lobbies.
they hate controller. They're racist.
How does that make you
alright,
racist?
Shut up. Bro, you don't understand how much I wanted to fucking play an FNCS, but I didn't get fucking champion
Same.
in time. Alright, who's fisting their mic right now?
I'm sad. I wanted to play a team.
Who's giving their mic to slurp gurgle gurgle, bro? The slurp gurgle gurgle.
Subscribe is 20% off. That's crazy.
Subscribe is 20% off? Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
What?
On Twitch.
Oh.
Or for email.
Subscribing. Oh my god.
Or
Subscribe? Subscribe? Wait. You said subscribe is 20% off.
Yes, on Twitch.
I know. Do you mind fixing your grammar a little bit?
It says subscribe. And then it says 20% off.
Okay. Yeah, it threw me off a little bit. I thought your grammar was bad.
No, are you high? What, you thought it said subscribing is 20% off or something?
That's what it's supposed to say.
It says subscribe, and then it has like the semicolons, and then it says 20% off. So I just write it like that. Subscribe is 20% off.
And he has math.
Like the subscribe feature. Okay.
Yeah.
Carl, shut up, you're bad at math.
It says drops enabled in green, so does that mean like I'm good?
Hmm?
If it says it in green, does that mean it's good? That I can get it?
There's so many people. Oh
Alright,
my god.
it's
It
only
says
on,
it in green.
Twitch streams.
Yeah, I know. But it says it in green.
Yeah.
So does that
No,
mean
that-
it's... Well,
no,
it doesn't say like link your account or anything, it just says learn more. So I think I did
Alright,
it.
you have to link your Twitch account
No,
to
I did.
your Epic. You did?
I did before, yeah. So
Are
I
you
think
sure?
we're all good. Yeah. I did it
What
before.
is going on, Fortnite
Double check.
fam? Welcome
Yes,
to the
I did.
Fortnite
Nope.
Champion
No, like-
Series.
Be quiet.
Like right now.
After the heats yesterday, we find ourselves here at the summit, the Fortnite Champion Series Grand Finals. After today, one player in every region will be able to hold the axe of
Can you
champions
move?
high. The hype is here. We are excited, and we cannot wait to get into things. If you're joining us at Party Royale, what's
I
up,
get it, the
everybody?
hype.
Thanks for having us. We're here to have a good time.
Ninja, sit
watch
down.
some cool Fortnite action, and of course, don't forget to use your favorite emotes. Throw the grenades.
The guy
around,
on the
purple,
right is
orange,
ugly.
whatever your favorite color is. We'll have a great time. With that being said, I'm your host Zeke. Joining us here on the analyst desk, we got Shy Wager, we got Bala TW. Guys, I mean the hype is so real right now.
I'm gonna take up my headset. Alright.
Between hyped, excited, and every other amazing, awesome word, because we've been watching along with these guys playing the FNCS solos for so many weeks, and right now, this weekend, today, it's the finale.
Yeah, I couldn't be more excited because grand finals for FNCS always means that we get some very, very exciting competitive Fortnite action, and we're going to bring the energy, we're going to bring the fire, and I know these players are too.
Oh man, of course, we are going to get into the show, but first, very quickly, do not forget, we are tuning
voice
into
cry.
all things EU. We are going to take a break, and then later on, we'll be back to wrap up
AJ, you here?
on the day. With that being said,
Yeah,
let's
he's
look
just
at
muted.
the format itself. Yesterday, we saw the Heats break down 100 players, but only the top 25 advance, and now they find themselves here in the grand finals.
This is about to be lit.
These were happening yesterday. Now it's the 100 best players, all the way from the thousands, hundreds of thousands has played. 6 final matches, 1 FNCS champion per region, and this is the format that breaks everything down.
Oh.
Yeah, if you're unfamiliar, you get placement, or you get points for placement, you get points for elimination. 14 points total for placing highest, for achieving that victory royale.
Carly,
and
do
that
you
matters
think you
so
can win
much
that?
over all of everything, but you've got to find the balance. You've got to find some eliminations, because that is kind of some guaranteed points every time you pick one up. And the placements, well, you got to see how it is. It's very difficult to actually accrue these in a competitive game.
That's right, man. 100 of the very best will clash and battle it out. Now, of course, what's on the line here? The Axe of Champions will be that trophy that they can take into game and let the others in the lobby recognize them as a champion, but also take a look at your prizing breakdown here.
Only
$80,000
80,000?
for first place.
Yeah,
of
I
course,
know,
everyone
right?
that has made it this far will walk away with
So cool.
something, which is awesome to see. And I mean, even if they were to place, say, last, you still have to recognize these are 100 of the best players in EU. Make sure to recognize them for their skill. Here is an overall breakdown of EU. $800,000 available there, and then NA East, which we will be back for later. And don't forget, we have other regions breaking down there.
That's cheap!
We'll take a look at in a
They're
moment.
cheap.
How's that fair?
We're gonna talk about something that's dear to my
EU
heart,
gets
and that's
800,000, while NA East only gets 500,000?
Yo,
whether
AJ, I'm
you're
gonna bring the
dangerous and
bell on
funny,
you.
creating
Oh.
havoc with wild plans,
Oh.
or flooding
Oh,
the
the
island
last
with your
laugh.
best
Quiet.
intentions, it often comes along with a companion, madness. Become everyone's nemesis with the Last Laugh bundle featuring the Joker, Poison Ivy, Midas Rex, matching cosmetics, and 1,000 V-Bucks. You can pre-order the bundle through your favorite retailers, and it will be available on November 17th. So definitely check out the blog for all the details. And if you can't wait for more DC characters, Harley Quinn, Catwoman, and my personal favorite Batman will be back in the item shop for a limited time. Get their cosmetic
already
sets
back.
before they disappear into the night. And of course, let's not forget Joyride has hit the game, and we will not be seeing vehicles in the competitive playlist, so just keep that in mind as we are watching. Now, guys, I did kind of touch on it just a moment ago. We do have those other regions that are facing off. We should probably check in with OCE and see how things are going.
Yeah, I think we should for sure, because the competition over there was a preview of everybody else. These guys got the first taste of the Grand Finals action, and if you watched last night, it was certainly nice. And we got to award our first Axe of Champions.
Yep, the
Ooh,
axe is given
second.
out
Sure.
all the way towards the winner, and this man's going to be having that pickaxe to use towards the entire next season. It's going to be awesome to see. The winner of OCE overall was, of course, Jinx, RNG, Jinxie Fishy, and total points of 75,
nice.
the Oceanic champion.
RNG.
What a run that he had above the rest.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. And this man was contested, too, for yours.
Fresh got
unfamiliar
6.
With what that means. That means
Yeah, no
off spawn when he
victories.
dropped, there was
Really
somebody
good.
fighting
See,
him, which means
Fresh.
that it's very difficult to
Yeah,
do
Fresh.
what
Worthy,
he did. But
everybody.
something
What happened, Lachlan? Where are
Something
you?
else to note about Jinx, this is a man
You
of stature,
too.
somebody who has won the
Repos,
previous
Worthy.
FNCS,
He
so
didn't
was
make it.
already
That's it.
holding on to that Axe of Champion. He gets to maintain
At least
going
Fresh
into
is
this
getting
season.
money.
Yeah.
Winners
At least he
stay
made it
winning
6.
because it's
That's
ball
crazy.
from second place all the way
Yo,
down to
Worthy.
10th. Very familiar
A
names.
content creator, too.
Repulse, as fit,
Yeah, I know.
Rax, Worthy all the way up to second, Zore, Leia, Moose, Link at 7th, and then Fresh at 6th, who was playing so phenomenally over
Chance
during
is
the
at?
day. Had some help as well from chat, as well as Arab coaching him throughout the
Oh,
entire
Looter.
process. Past that,
Looter is very
too,
good.
on the second pace of Oceania, 11th.
X2
Ludo only got
Jesse,
16?
It is the same names we keep seeing, but look how
Can't believe
close it
X2
was
Jesse
overall. Look at the
actually
prize money
made-
these guys
actually
got
made
broken
money
down.
from that.
40 points down
Yeah.
to 36. Mountain holding
I like you
11th,
fail,
RBK, I
'cause
don't
he's actually
know,
been
with
losing
Volks
edge.
holding down all the way to the 20th slot.
Okay, how many people? I do
Close
not know, so I'm not
competition,
gonna.
and this is going to be a nice identifier here as we get ready For EU, I mean, watch these point thresholds. Look at how close that is. We will more than likely see this in EU unless someone decides to break away. With that being said, though, Asia also has a champion. Fram #1, holding down that number 1 spot, 47 points. No victorials, but 11 elimination and an average placement of 25th. That in itself is a statement to be made. And now he will hold the Axe of Champions high.
They got an average of 25th place, and they won?
11 for him over 6 games.
They had no victories at all.
And you know what? It counts. Everything matters. Tiebreakers
2 elims?
certainly do in this case.
2 I'm done.
People tied for points at first
Did
place.
he say 2 elims?
That is ridiculous.
Yep,
Unheard
he said 2 elims.
Haruhiko coming in second, and Peter Pan. Unfortunately, these guys fell.
Peter Pan was in this.
Fram
Wait, he's gonna go to Neverland with all that money?
Still, another tiebreaker back-to-back, 44 points, 4 ways through, from 3rd all the way down to 7th place.
He's got an emoji in his name.
To see. Still, that story continues.
What's that, an emoji or a letter? I think it's a letter.
Close, so competitive.
It's a letter.
And as you mentioned, Bala,
like a cash
every
register
elimination
or something.
did indeed matter. Once again, Rizart down to Riru from 11th to 13th place. They were tied. You go all the way down to 18th to 20th. Wildhawk, Bob, these guys were tied too, and it was their individual performance.
Can the Tico move from my eyes?
That stood out. So remember, every single game we watched today,
I don't know any
every
of these
single play
guys.
matters the most.
I know. It's from
right,
EU.
This
You're
is
not.
something we're gonna
You're,
talk about.
Or
you're
Asia.
not like.
Whole time, right?
Asia.
Is every interaction,
Asia.
every time 2 people
Yeah,
square up, one of them will be eliminated, while the other is allowed to continue.
Bro, if
moving,
AJ
continue
was in
earning those
FNCS
points,
and he
while the other that
won, bro, I
lost
would've
has to
laughed.
wait. They have to
That'd be
reset
cool.
and come back into the game with
I'd
a
be
fresh
proud.
mindset and hope to earn more
Why?
points.
Cause
Because
your
they've been doing it
state,
all weekend long,
you know,
since
not state,
Friday. They've been playing in these set lobbies, these
continent,
very
isn't it?
difficult
Right?
games, and
I forgot.
for some of them, they're done. They've already played it through, but
It
for
has the
others,
most
regions that we're looking forward to,
They're like,
EU up next. And these
Oh,
guys
Mongo
have
qualified.
such a competitive field. Look
Huh?
at
What?
the first
Mongo
list of qualified
qualified.
Oh yeah, he
players,
did.
and
He
that is
qualified.
just 1/5.
Damn.
And they've gone through so many
Hopefully he
different
wins.
hurdles. We had 4 heats in total.
He wins, I'm
Top
gonna laugh.
25
I'm gonna
Yeah,
each and every one, down to
surprised.
the
Hi.
final
I'm
100
surprised.
players. These guys are at the top of their game, and they're going to be playing against other people who are used to winning. On this page
No, it's
alone, I'm looking at
EU,
Scouts, Keziks, 7 Tour,
who qualified?
Mongol, big, insane, legendary names looking to get another title under their belts.
Reason was on that page too, the player who won Heat 4 against people like
Frenzy
Letwick.
Fishing.
Flores
That's good.
came out of Heat 1 with a dominant performance. We're
Oh,
gonna be
no,
looking
Frenzy.
at him to see if he can maintain
Oh,
a good
that's a
start
friend of
out of the
Benji.
early game. Tayson, who had the first start in Heat 2 with the back-to-back victory royales, and we've talked about before Matt, how much that matters. His lead was almost
Atlantis.
insurmountable after only 2 games.
And whether you're watching in-game and Party Royale
think
or anywhere
Cliff
online, just
qualified
pick a
in
name over
Luga.
here. Follow it through. Find a new favorite player and follow your favorite
They're not
other ones
EU.
too, like Letchi,
My
like
friend is
Nah,
Roki,
NEU
XP2,
stuff.
who's an
Oh.
insane winner, winning back-to-back games through all stages of the
Candid fish
competition.
I'm just thinking, I
These
guess.
guys are about to play some of the hardest games of their lives and are going to give us some of the
Oh,
best
Benji
games
Fishy?
they've ever
Yeah.
done.
Mr. Savage.
And yesterday was literally like a little taste of that, right? And we've seen these pockets
Yep,
of
they gotta go against
already
each other.
setting their eyes on grand finals. Today will bring some of the best Fortnite we've ever seen. I mean, there's no way of knowing.
I don't
Will
know
someone
any of those
break
guys.
away and hold off strong? Will people go
Slender.
head to head and kind of pull each other back? And at the very end, someone will cross the finish line.
Slender
No
means
way of knowing,
qualified,
guys. This will all unfold before our very eyes.
Twains.
Yeah, I mean, Zeke usually asks me the question, who do you think is going to win? I'm going to answer before you get
It's
to
gonna
ask
start
any
a
one of
fucking
these 100
notification.
players because they all deserve it, 100%, all the way up to this point. I'm serious. It's anyone's game. Every single person on all those pages for Europe are so good.
And I want to add one thing to that too, because it might be anybody's game, but also
He looks a little
think about
like-
the fact
like
that
Logic.
One player after all of this, out
Yeah.
of 100, is going to be
Not a
walking
lot, but
away
kinda.
Are
the
you buying
winner, the
Avengers?
champion. That is just
Just a little
mind blowing to me.
Yesterday we got to see the
I might
top
buy
25
Avengers,
move on,
I
and
don't
we thought about which 75 would fall. Now it's the 99.
You gonna buy Joker pack?
With that being said,
Yeah,
though, let's
definitely.
take a look at a replay that is
Yeah,
led
that
us
was a
to
V-Bucks
this
slowly right
It's
there.
in November, so.
Yeah. If you haven't
Yeah,
joined
wait.
us on the broadcast just yet, There was 4
Wave.
heats to play through, and each of those had 100 players. Top 25 moved up from every single one of them. We're watching the winner of heat number 1, and we're highlighting him because he won in a surprising fashion.
We're just watching clips.
We're not just and dueling a lot of other top players, and he did it with style, winning a game with something like 5 eliminations, and then taking the lead from there and being consistent all the way through. That's why Advise is certainly somebody to pay attention to.
Yeah, the name to remember is Wave Advise, especially anyone having Wave in front of their names. But just look at the way he broke down every game. It wasn't something under control for him at all times. It was always back against the wall, but always found a way through to win every single time.
And he was dueling against players like Clement, who are going to be here today. But moving on into Heat 2, if you missed that one, this was electric. This was fantastic. We already talked about Tayson's back-to-back, but he did it again with style, too. That's why we have to keep an eye on him going into this. And there's some interesting things about him. We saw a sneak peek about that landing spot, and that's where our previous FNCS Invitational Solos champion came from. His duo partner, Janice.
And Janice is playing today too, so these guys will have to face off against each other at the same drop spot, in the same end games, and it's unpredictable as to what will actually end up breaking down.
There's another player too in that heat. It was Kinzel. They ended up dueling. Also somebody who came out of Steamy Stack, so we'll have to keep that in mind. But moving into Heat 3, this is something that caught a lot of people by surprise. Why? Because XWeeze, while he has been pretty consistent overall, his placements in FNCS and other tournaments like that, nobody expected what he did throughout the qualifiers. Nobody expected a second place on day 3, into a first place on day 4, into a first place in the heat yesterday.
The most surprising performance by far, absolutely, and the most impressive in style. XP's always puts themselves into positions where he can show his flair, show his aim, and give us a good insight to what shots he likes to take. All these shots always culminate to a win. Just look how fast he is past edits, landing the bullets that he needs to land to be able to get eliminations and then win games close range, 4 people back to back, and he did this in multiple games.
And that's not all. While XWeeze might have dominated his heats, there's still one more. To find the last 25 players, we had to go through one of the most difficult ones overall. There was players like Mongrel in the next heat. There was players like Reason, and those two have been going back-to-back against each other for quite some time, starting from the day 1 3 weeks ago. But Reason showed up again, and even though they dueled and took first and second in this heat, Reason seemed to come out far and ahead. The champion of that heat, and for one reason, I think, no pun intended, the Holly Hedges uncontested drop spot.
Yeah, with no one fighting you down early game, you have a huge advantage on playing the rest of your game out, going for positions, going for wins. That being said, though, Reason and Mongrel are going to be able to battle it out once again here today in these grand finals, and it's the final round for these guys to wrap up their story.
When will they start
important
playing?
Thing to note from Reason, he did win back-to-back in heat number 4 yesterday against players like Letwick, who had even Kit Shockwave Launcher to try to put him down. He does not care and will go for the biggest streak of 2 back-to-back games in terms of eliminations and wins. So that total amount of points, ridiculous from Reason. We'll have to see if he's in form today.
That's the biggest question across the board, right? Who is in form? A lot of these players, they already know the field. They've already scouted each other out, and just like we've done our research, they have too. Now the question is, who will hold strong and who will walk away the champion? With that being said, guys, it is time to get into the first game of the day here in EU.
Finally.
So let's get ready to toss it over to our casters. We've got Clay Staling and Sundown to take us through all the action. Gentlemen, over to you.
Sunday?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Jonesy's, Bonesy's,
if he said Sunday, I was gonna laugh.
And them's, welcome to the first game of the FNCS Grand Finals in EU. And I hope
that guy, that guy is so fat.
Royale, because this game is about to be a
he
blast.
got the popcorn, man.
I am ready
for seeing
all the action unfold. I hope everybody's got their favorite emote out, whether it be take a seat, whether they're with their glow sticks out raving. I'm ready. I know you're ready, Sundown. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, I got my popcorn
Enough from
here.
us. Let's take us into
He's the one that causes storm surge by falling.
Up so well.
Shout out to Zeke, Bala, and Showager. But now we're into match number 1. This is it. 6 games to decide who will walk away.
I say don't
with
emote,
that
just like sit down or
who
something.
will be
Is that
the
fuzzy?
top
No,
player
that's
in
Yorkie.
arguably the most competitive region in Fortnite. It does have the most participants, and there's $800,000 up for grabs.
Yeah,
here.
nobody
Here's
went
the
authority.
initial
Oh, never
drop
mind.
spot.
2 people went authority.
No one
And
went shark.
It looks like everyone's thinking
Or maybe they are.
where they planned on dropping. We have
Nah,
3
one
players
person
in
went
the
to
Yeah, they're
Coral.
landing right now. Well,
only
2 people
1
went
or
to
2
Coral.
players there in Caddy
Yeah,
Corner.
one person's going to
4
Shrine.
in Lazy Lake that we've seen time
there's
and
so
time
many
again
people at Caddy.
from Europe, and of course
Yeah, I
we've got
know. They want the
Rezon and
shotguns
Holly
for
Hedges,
this.
and it seems like he may be alone.
And one of the
Those
best
things
comments
are
I think I
IRs.
saw coming out is, wow, everyone is really scared of Rezon. And if you look
By the
at some
way,
of those early
it's
game
bannable
spots, both
if
in
you
East, and I'm
watch
assuming
the
now in the grand finals,
any
everyone
stream
stays
streaming the
really far away
FNCS.
from him, and you can see that in
If
the
you're
bottom
playing
right-hand corner of the
FNCS and you
map,
watch
not
it.
a single triangle remotely close to him
Oh,
representing
yeah.
another player.
Because you can see
That's
people's
because
health and
he's done
everything and where
such
they
a
are.
good job over the course of the
Yeah.
entirety of this
Oh,
tournament
oh
to
my
stake out the claim,
God,
and
this
then
guy's getting
also
incredible.
getting a nice little elite chest right there, granting him
Elite?
legendary burst AR.
Elite? Did he
Elite
just
chest.
Begin his
Did
rotation,
he just say
head
that?
to center zone. He
Are
has
they called
6
elite
crash
chest?
pads, which we've seen him execute on
They're
so
legendary.
I guess
chests.
no, I guess they're
Set
called elite
to now
chests.
just farm the materials
Huh.
he needs and transition into the mid game. However, we've seen him go aggressive time and time again with this similar loadout. As now we swing on over.
And you saw how careful he was
Can
being.
they
He wasn't
stop,
taking a
like,
chance
dropping
winning that
grapplers?
chest. He
I'm
didn't
trying
want
to
anything to go
watch
wrong in
something.
game number 1, because that sets the pace of your games going forward. Whether you get out to a head start or whether you get to climb your way back from an unfortunate off-spawn
Oh,
elimination.
wow, who's the
However,
retard?
him, on the other side of it, does have players nearby.
I'm watching
Loadout
Emad
not
stream
as
and
great as what we just saw on Rezon.
there's other
Someone
stuff going
also
on.
did very well in the qualifiers. Came out and
Yeah,
got
he's in a
second
different
place
location.
there
Oh, what
in
happened?
one of the days. He's got that sniper rifle territory, and he's looking. He's peppered up. He's looking for an elimination.
Peppered
and
up.
He's going to be able to catch this play off guard. Snipe's going to come through. He's going to wait, and he does. Ardent's going to go down. Elimination comes over for him.
Nice, nice.
Brilliantly done there by hand to set up that ambush on the side. We've talked about it
Can these
time and
people
time again how
move,
you
like-
need to be careful, but in
I'm going in the
game
corner where
particular, it's
there's
so
like
hard
nobody.
to really
It's-
know
it's
where your
honestly so
opponents are,
ridiculous.
keeping track of them. If somebody does get that first shot down and you're not able to react, it can be game ending. And going so hard, a 0-point game, and now you have to sit back and watch everyone else have fun while you're sitting there waiting for the next game. As now we hop on board, and Candy, who's going to be in the exact same situation as Milan, turns that one around. And someone who's really been playing a lot better
Riley
as
hit her.
of late, Clay.
He has indeed, and I believe we have 2 Milans here in this grand final. So
Milan?
got a Lost Milan and Normal Milan, but both of
I
them
did
have
not
been playing
understand what
very,
he
very
said.
well and have consistently been making it into that top 25. It seems like almost every single qualifier, so it's really good to see consistency being rewarded, especially with the way the format is.
There's
The
gotta be
format
like
rewards
2
those
people at
high-placing,
closing.
high consistent games. So if you're able to get to top 15, top 25, top 10 every single game, you're going to start to make your way to the
Just
top
saying,
of the leaderboard.
that shows how
That's
big
what
you
the
are.
goal is
If
for
like
we talked about so
you're
much yesterday,
struggling
how
to
to take
speak
top 25
like
is
that,
matters. Well, here,
that just shows you how
everyone
big
wants
you
to be
are
number
because
one.
like the
You have to
fat
walk
on your
away
cheeks
with
and
that
stuff
top spot. It's a solos competition if you want the
is
grand
like
prize
slurring
and
your
you have the
words.
champions and all the clout that comes with saying, "Hey, I am the best."
That's how it
player in my
works, right?
region," After the weeks
No,
of qualifiers
Carl.
and then coming
Please
down to
be.
this, and Mr. X, who had a beautiful run yesterday,
People are
to
annoying.
even get him here. The miracle back to
Yeah,
back to
they
back
don't know how
eliminations,
to
but now
respect
under
their
pressure from
players.
Rifle, going to get in directly
And
on
if
top
they
of it,
and
sticking
people if
straight
they
to the
if
AR
F
straight
This is a
to
good
the
spot.
Sarah shotgun. That's what we talk about. Those
What's
early
that?
game fights he just had. The
Oh,
assault rifle and the
200
SMG,
IQ.
opting to stick with the AR, and I think that might have been the wrong call, as the SMG could have offered him slightly more damage in that situation. But Rifle comes through and punishes it.
if you
And
don't
it was
have the
such a
emo,
close call that
just
Siphon
crouch.
was just the difference maker
I do.
once that elimination
I
came
have it.
through.
I'm
You
just
see
saying to
now
everybody.
on another
I know you
engagement, it's between Wolfies and Maestro. Maestro running off this side on the front foot. The pedal is down. Maestro wants to just continue to push down.
Oh,
Shotgun three is going to
my.
break through the wall.
I might
And
have
Wolfies
quit
is
one
going to
of
go down.
That was
I'm
a
gonna take out my
pick
back
up
wing.
there from Maestro Wolfies, who was the second
Okay.
place finisher in the duos of
Sorry,
the World
Chuck.
Cup. We've seen him play
Sorry.
so aggressively, the young player from the
Are we back?
There is that siphoned enabled. That means when you eliminate an opponent, you will get either 50 HP or 50 shield back, depending on which one you end up needing.
Crazy.
It prioritizes health first.
I didn't know that. It's
and then
crazy.
Also drop all of their materials, all of their loot, and an additional 150 materials, so an extra 15 builds that you can go over and sweep up. That ends up being really key, particularly in the mid and the late game now, as we're on board here with a
Carl, do you think you have a chance of
really big shots and just put on the back foot.
$2 from this?
He is, but luckily enough for him, Crash does not have any shield pop now.
You can't get
it's not going to be
$2.
as good as he
It has
is
to
going to
be
be
along the
finding
prize
time
pool.
to get those minis in that big shield
You
pop.
get like 51 to 100 players.
I'm grinding arena next season.
Into the box and needs
Yep.
to catch him off
Yep,
guard.
First day,
what
I'm going
Not
into
able to get
arena.
this med kit off. This does not look well for them, but it
crap.
seems like the med kit will be popped, so he does get back to fighting HP.
How do you miss your crash pad? Like, are you that bad?
Now on the back foot, that's exactly what he needed to do. He needed to turn that defense
that,
that he was waiting on into that offensive moment. And now Krez is.
I thought someone threw it and like was trying to bounce all of us.
No HP to really work with. He's gonna have to hit a really big charge shot there.
It's called
and coming through, not
glasses.
gonna connect on these shots. He goes to the box, but Krez hits the shot, and that's another elimination for him.
And you talked about it. He
I
needed to
think
hit
this
that
guy
big
DC'd.
charge shot, holding it up and
Who?
punishing the player in particular.
Oh, the kid.
You see two players box to box fighting with charge
Yeah,
shotguns.
he was starting
it's
to crash
really
pads.
difficult if you're not
I'm
able
glad
to
he
hit
died,
that
or
finishing blow
DC,
right away,
whatever.
like no luck Nebby does
Yeah.
there, finding Kuda.
Oh, this guy has a curse. Wait, does he?
Oh!
Don't even forget my point there. Nebby showing the power of the hunting rifle,
Yo, he's
showing
just
up,
a game bot,
catching
yo.
two
He's
players
just
on
Rudy
the outside
Kevin
cover.
Durant.
Look in the bottom right-hand corner,
I
a
know,
third player
right?
is now rotating by. So can Nebby get all of these resources
He's
and
a game
get
bot
out
enabled.
without getting engaged?
Oh.
Those are two monstrous shots. He's got to feel confident there, and definitely not living up to his name. Plenty of luck going on.
And you took the words from my mouth.
This is a
Nebby
good ass
with
fight.
some an amazing aim there. Just
No one
getting
can
what he needed
understand
to
you.
get started. However, someone who is not having amazing luck.
Sounds
is
like every time he
Danish
talks, he's
right
running
now.
out of breath.
134 effective HP. It means he's fought either off spawn on rotation.
I can
Now
barely
he is going
understand
into the
him.
orchard, which does allow these campfires and the apples that drop that give you 5 HP per
This guy's
consume. He's
absolutely
going to be in a
gay.
good spot. He's
This
going to
guy's
really farm up.
absolutely gay.
But Janice drops TV stats,
Who?
and look at his medal count. It was only
That one
97.
guy who passed through the
I mean,
envoy.
Stevie with only 97 medal is not what he's used
The
to.
kid is
And
still
this is
alive.
definitely
He didn't
impacting his
DC.
gameplay.
I think he was just AFK.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough there. Also, tons of players will know
Imagine
where he is,
Jarvis
stoking
came
that
back.
campfire, putting off the smoke signal. You can see him, those apples dropping.
Imagine,
instead,
bro.
opting to burn the
Jarvis
extra
came
wood.
back,
Good
bro.
trade-off
Getting
there,
his
good
name
awareness
on.
of where he was on the map. However, you do see Spen is lurking and trying to catch out the FNCS Invitational winner here. Janus over on the side, and he does. He gets him real quick. That's the problem. Again, we talk about it, the hunting rifle on the side. If you're not ready
Imagine
for it,
where
This guy's
come
so
back.
quiet compared to
right
everyone
there, you
else.
get caught out farming. And
Yeah, I
honestly,
know.
I think that's a little bit on Janice there. You don't want to be on the edge of the zone and caught gaining materials. Like, yes, you did just get in. You can
You
feel
only got
safe, you're
one kill
back
because
up
you
at that
landed
100 health, 100 shield threshold. But you have to know other players are
farming
rotating from that
house
side
thing,
and
I
going to be
forgot what it's
behind you.
called.
And Spen is actually going to get harassed there as he tries to rotate out. We're going to hop on over to a three-way fight going on over here.
Oh, Anarchy.
Oh, and now already down to just two players. Controller getting into the boxes and getting the shots, picking up 2 eliminations back to back. Flecken gonna fall there, and these are what you need to do in solos. You need to get in
You
the box.
actually
You
just
need
tried
to
that
finish
to
the
piss me
eliminations
off.
quickly, because like we saw,
No,
if
I
you
tried to bounce
come
him.
and you fight and you box fight and you build fight, and more people are gonna come and they're gonna realize that, and you are going to fall. So very good play there from Controller.
Honestly, I might
And
just
so
watch
far,
this
it's
on
been the
YouTube if
story of
anybody
the third party. You hear players talk about it all the time, whether it's your friend
just more
or
like
your favorite
clear,
streamer.
no
That third
interruption.
party is the extra player who comes in. So if you're taking a 1v1 and somebody else rotating by says, "Oh, you guys are preoccupied." First, we saw Nebby picking up the 2 shots there, and then Controller closing it out with that epic tactical shotgun. Going to be on board here
Q&A.
with Ovation Orion. We've seen him pull off a number of plays, but again, really good at kind of
The
this ambush
things
style
they
tactic
put
as
in
you
their
can see
inventory
here,
is actually
trying to set up
crazy.
a little bit on this player who's rotating.
The way they put it.
I
there.
never, yeah, I never have it like that. But they're
Yeah, I
keyboard
know.
and mouse, remember?
You can see we're pulling
Yeah.
a little bit central. We're
Oh,
just
I like panic and press every
are
button on my
just over the
keyboard.
authority with a little bit of a southwestern
I
side
remember
there.
when
So
you made that
most of
clone
the
of
players
this
will
wolf.
have times, the
Yeah.
Slurpy Swamp players with tons of
For
priority.
me,
Is Storm Surge
I
has
just used
turned on to
SMG,
something you
TAC,
might not be familiar
AR,
with
all the
if
way
you're watching
right,
this. So
then
Storm
my
Surge is
healings.
actually on in every game. but is
Legit.
only activated
I feel like I'm
when
on
you're above a
Xbox
certain
whenever I
number
do
of
that.
players left. That number of players for the third zone.
I can barely hear him, bro. I gotta
Push,
push
you
him.
gay little kid. Like your backbling doesn't match.
That guy was fat.
I feel bad for calling him like fat and stuff, but I mean if it's a like a problem that he's born with, I mean I feel bad for that, but if it's like he can control his weight and everything,
What a smart play.
he really needs to like listen to his voice.
Right off the top, because he knew Queasy would have been expecting that and found an angle,
What
got in the
the-
box, got the elimination. That
I can
also,
barely
with
hear what
Storm
he's
Surge, it
saying.
causes people to make plays like that. Arion may have decided that, you know what, a couple tags were good, I'm good to go, move on. Because I put him pretty high up in the Storm Surge, but he didn't want to take the chance. He wanted to make sure he was above at least 100 damage on the threshold.
It's only
He
true
decided,
I'm
I
not
gotta
being
go in, I
rude
gotta
or
get in the box,
anything.
because when Storm Surge starts hitting you, nobody's going to let you shoot them. No one's going to let you even look at them. They're going to be sitting in their boxes. They're going to sit there
These
are
and
really
wait,
laggy.
and not even open windows, not even make any movements, because they know, hey, that guy's
I wonder how
gonna
they
try
get
a
the
big
replay
hurdle,
live.
lightning bolt.
That's like pretty cool.
We can't attack him. Is well,
I think
all of a
because
sudden
of
Phoenix
the
is actually
how
going in, but maybe a little bit of a misplay.
Epic
He gets
allows it.
eliminated.
And they're like
Gets
creators.
punished right away, and
tournaments
Tigway has
and
everything you could
Yeah.
possibly want for a box.
And the
Like a
narrators
kid.
too.
I mean, just look at the loadout, having
Thank
the
you.
epic tactical shotgun, the epic burst AR, crash pads, plenty of shields. So Phoenix might have felt a little pressure to go in and create some space. But
Bro, if he doesn't
Tigway
take that,
punishing very succinctly
that
there.
tack,
As now
I
we
use
swing on
no
board.
him.
Milan, Seventor, Kiko, and Anas all directly on top of each other. You become legends. Anas has played incredibly well. Clement also joining in on the party, and this is what we talk about, that Storm Surge. All the players who below, Anas being one of them, are going to be forced to find tags. That damage is going to start coming through. He's going to need to convert on it, and he converts brilliantly.
Fall Guys
there,
was
picking
being
up
made since
Premises
last
Clement
year.
in #1 elimination,
Imagine
and also
Dubs
closing in
qualified.
on that first placement threshold, Clay.
It was such a beautiful play by Anas because he knew Clement had that bush. He said, you know what, he's going to go for the pickaxe. I'm just going to go ahead and edit that wall out so he can get the initial shot. And that got him the elimination. That initial shot
Didn't
there
get any
gave him the
useful
damage
lag,
just to follow up
but
with
just a
another
little
tack
bit
shot.
there.
And with that rare tactical shotgun, it does a lot of damage if you're able to hit all the pellets. And that's exactly what he did. Now, on his way, he got the pepper placement threshold, just came through as well. And now he's moving in. He's got a very great loadout to secure himself a very good placement here. And we know Anas is very, very capable, like you talked about. And he's already stalking another player. He's looking to take down AX Controller.
Yeah, and that's Controller 007 from the FNCS Invitational. We saw him have a number of really solid performances. Still need 3 players to go down from that Storm Surge threshold, but Anas just trying to kind of follow in
This is
rotation
probably gonna
basket
take a
as
long
close to
time
center of
because
zone.
we're
So if you're
watching
kind of new
6
to watching
matches.
competitive
This
Fortnite
kid
for the
left. The
first
kid
time,
left, so I'm
part of
happy.
Royale or Twitch or
Thank
YouTube
God.
or Twitter or watch Fortnite.com. What do you
If he
care
comes
about
back,
as you're
I'm
watching this
gonna
game as Anas
troll
will take
him
it down, or what are you looking
and
for?
kill his
Mongrel and
mom.
Thomas HD also picking up eliminations to put us below the Storm Surge threshold.
It's probably like a
The first
9-round
thing is
messing
whether or
around.
not opponents are picking up, people are picking up
It's probably like
eliminations.
9
You can
rounds.
see that to the right of the player's name that's right next to kind of the little mark there. And that will represent 1 point every single time as they go through. Additionally, you're worried about them picking up placement points. In this format, the first one occurs after 25 players have gone down.
This
and
one
the next
kid
one
is
occurs
annoying.
after 50 players have gone down. Then it's every 10 and 5 players. So when somebody ends up falling in 41st or 31st or 26th, that's a huge
These two
changeover.
kids are
But
annoying.
now, during the
Frick
middle
out.
part of the game, as everyone's rotating through, what they're
Yo,
looking to do is
yo,
establish
yo,
space for
invisible.
themselves, make sure they're safe, and then find tags so they're not threatened by that Storm Surge
Yo,
that
how
we
did
were
you
talking
do
about
that,
ahead of
fam?
time. As now we hop
Dang.
on board here with MCS like Squeezy.
Yo,
who is
on
placed
my
top
screen,
25
you're
in
visible, bro.
78%
Your
of
floor
his
is
games this
invisible.
FNCS. Best in the EU, and that's something to contrast with the fact that he also plays
How did
really
you? Oh,
aggressive
because of the pellet.
in the early and the mid game. If he gets caught out and he's able to convert, he's had some of the highest elimination totals throughout the entirety of the FNCS, Clay.
And I was going to say, I'm surprised he's not going into this player's box that's literally just fishing in front of him. Someone else tried it, and he's waiting. You can tell he wants to get into this box. As soon as he sees that player start to make moves into the other box, or maybe he finds out exactly where they are, he wants to go in. But he's got Letwick right above him, so you can tell he's being a little bit more cautious this time around. In the heat and the qualifiers, he knew he had a little bit of leeway after that.
Half
great
of these
performance
people
that
are
he had.
leaving
He
because
was
they
able to
don't want
play
to
a
see
little bit
it.
more
They
aggressive
thought it was
and
like
still get top 25, which
comedian
is
thing.
insanely impressive. Now, the biggest impact of the game right now is going to be this Kit Shockwave launcher in Thomas HD's inventory. He's already got the elimination because of it. He's also already near.
Oh, this
the
guy
next
got
zone.
caddy
He doesn't have to rotate very far, which is really good for him because he only has 94 materials.
He only has 94 materials, and he's right by the priority on high zone. This is the 4th zone, which means it's the last
Did they
safe
say
zone
94 materials?
inside the current safe zone. After that, the 5th one will be the half in, half out.
I can't even see his
Signals
maps.
the transition into the
Okay,
end game. Promise helps end Semi's game there. He's going to be sent
94
back and
builds.
Why is he dancing?
The favorite emote. Hey, if you got that emote and you're in Party Royale, mimic it right now.
Oh my
Let
God.
Thomas know you're with him.
I'm
He has a really good shot to ride this game out.
Actually, I'm not in the mood to listen to background OG
you
music.
don't want to head super central, so all of a sudden, if
Hmm.
that half
You
in,
come
half
like right
out zone
here,
pulls to
you
the
see
south
everything.
and is on this high ground, and he has all the shockwave launcher plus a launch pad plus the mythic charge shotgun, it's going to be really
12
difficult
builds.
to force him out of a priority
Oh wait, no,
position.
he has
He's going
72
to be
builds, my
somebody to
bad.
watch
He do be
over the
lagging,
course of this
holy.
game, who's going to
Yeah, I know.
impact the other players around him.
It's the replays, that's why, because
He's
we're in
already
a
doing
different
that just like
continent.
with his AR. He's empty, he's going
And-
to take down passive. And this is very, very good for him because he doesn't have to go too aggressive to get these eliminations. They're kind of being handed to him here as he's just taking it.
Bro, who's the
grasp
freaking
of his
this
surroundings,
envoy? I'm
looking
gonna
at
slap
every
his
possible
mom in the
angle
face, and I'm
getting
gonna knock
eliminations. And
it.
speaking of that, Mr. Savage gonna pick up an elimination there onto Verstroki.
Freaking eating
Yeah,
Pop
and you
Tarts
can
in the
see
background.
that action kind of being driven as
Hello?
players are forced to rotate in
I'm eating
and
it.
start
I'm
to get
actually.
priority position because it's
Yeah.
not only just about being safe here, it's about establishing
Mhm.
yourself for the next rotation because
I'm
the
muting
half
you,
in,
bot.
half out is so important in terms of priority. But right now, Reason is 5 below the
So I'm gonna
damage
listen to
threshold.
this
So once
every
this zone
time
clears, he'll start ticking.
someone joins,
You
I'm
wanna
gonna
keep an eye
mute
on
him,
the top
'cause
left
they're not
and then
gonna
the
shut
bottom
up.
right-hand corner. That number will need to drop down to
I
50
swear.
players before Storm Surge turns off. And if anybody we're watching is below the threshold, they'll start taking that 25 damage every 10 seconds. And Reason just
Oh my
able to get himself above it with a nice tag there, and he's starting to get aggressive. We talk about the utility of the crash pads. We saw it in the package beforehand in Ball and Child. Talked about how good he can be aggressive on the low ground, and he gets Heatsy there, which is a huge elimination as well because he pulled that half in, half out zone we talked about. Everyone who banked
got
on it
so
being
much
up on the
builds.
high ground saying, hey, if it pulls up here, I can win the game. Well, they were wrong. It pulled away from them, and they'll be the ones who have to rotate as we hit top 50, meaning Storm Surge turns off, second round of placement points goes through, and everyone is going to be rotating.
And you saw Savage just waiting with that edit open. He was looking for any possible angle to pick up an elimination. Lois as well. He's kind of fashioned himself a little bit of a base here that's got these pyramids edited in a nice way so we can see down on players rotating. And this is where you want to be. If you do pull half in, half out, you want to be looking for players. You don't want to be exposed because obviously that you could get sniped like Lois might do here. Some people, Mongrel picks up an elimination as well, so he's still here in this game and still fighting as well. As Lois is trying to snipe somebody out of the sky and was not able to hit it, but a valiant effort.
Where's Mongrel?
Effort, but just a little wide. Might
Yeah,
have
I
given
know,
him a
right?
haircut, but not going to connect.
They said
No
he
Storm Surge
picked
tags
up
in
an
play there. So
Elam.
Tommy pick up a huge Elam. Lois trying to get involved here. Finds the first tack shot. Gets the second onto Vadil, who had
The
picked
guy
up
talking right
Savage,
now
6-7.
sounds like freaking Evan
Again,
Tube
going
HD's
down early,
father.
Only picking up an Elam and the 2 placement thresholds.
Oh my
3
God,
points for him
yeah.
there as we continue through.
I
We
did
can
not
see
realize
Lois and
that.
Scribbs still in. Helix as well.
For his
Skype,
brother.
One of the
Wait,
now
wait.
veterans, and they call them boomers in the
Did you
lobby.
just say his
3
brother?
players in EU are 20
He
years
doesn't
old.
have a
and that
brother.
is the oldest players who are in the match. And Skype has been around and qualified for nearly every one of
Sounds
these
like
finals.
Evan
We're
too.
hopping on board
Sounds
here
like
with
Evan.
Chris Froggy,
And he's
who had
like doing
an
a
absurd,
fashion show.
just absolutely gross run in heat number 2 to qualify himself. Pushed himself, I believe it was like, I think it was like 19 or 20 points in the final game.
Okay, okay, for your own sake,
Hey,
Carl,
Sonny.
mute Sunny Lemons.
No,
For
it's
your own
it's
sake.
good. It's good.
Into those fully moving
Okay,
zones,
okay,
which
you
means all
have
the
been
safe
warned,
zones
though.
are outside,
No, it's not
completely
bad.
away from the current one, and everyone is going to have to move if they want to avoid that storm damage.
No, Sonny.
Luckily
It's
for
not.
him, it
No,
seems
it's
like
good.
it's pulling towards
You're
him.
not like kids that are screaming in their mic and have like their controller like this to the mic.
Allows him that opportunity to
You know?
Okay, okay.
You see, just
And you don't have, like,
an
an echo.
Squeeze is gonna fall there in the feed. That's an important one to note there because we talked about it, we hyped him up. falling down before that 40th placement threshold as well. He's not going to end on a lot of
Wait,
points.
did he just dance?
That's just how many points can Froggy end up on? How many points can the rest of the lobby
Oh, I
end
thought
up
he
on?
did
As this game
planetary
continues to go on,
vibes.
we see Curiachi, we see Mongrel, we see Letwick there in your screen as well, and Froggy.
Oh my
high ground with
God.
that. The shots go through. He's
Gotta
going to
be
get
on
that player
keyboard
down.
and
Low
mouse to do
HP
that.
Cammy going
To
down.
be on
What a
there.
huge pickup there by Froggy.
Their
He's not done
FPS
yet.
is
There's another player on the other side.
dropping.
So he does disengage, so he does have mats to build around with and to just drop down layers if he wants to. It seems he's content on focusing around high ground.
Why do you sound
And
depressed?
Benji and Hen also picking up a pair of elims there in the feed as we close
It's
in
1
on
in
the
the
next placement
afternoon.
threshold. It'll be top 30, and then
I've
every
been
5
going to
players
bed like really
going down.
late.
Storm Surge will also turn off his top 30.
I went to
We're
bed
closing
last
on
night
it.
too.
There it is. Scouts picking up a pair to make sure he gets there. That's 80 and
Really?
Diablo, who we saw yesterday going down. Thomas also goes
Oh,
down. And then Become
that
Legends Rifle
hit.
picks up Benji Fishy.
Yeah.
Deceptos ends up getting Skite as well going down
Benji
there. Let's picking up
Fishy,
Styler, but we're
dang.
still on board here with Quartz Froggy, and we saw how much work he can do on the mid-ground tarp here.
I
And
thought
he's
he will
continuing
pick
to run
up,
through with that charge shotgun, picks up
no.
Scouts.
Are you still
as
watching
well, and we're
Froggy?
in through another placement threshold. So this is what happens as we start getting in the moving circles. All the action force, so keep it.
Remember that weird
Lowest
thing
all the way up
in
on the
like
high
not
ground.
even
Rico has
FNCS?
priority on the low
It
ground,
was
and
like
everyone else
where the
starts in
gravity
between.
just
But Hen
raised
has-
or whatever,
Hen and Reason are still
and
up
everyone's
on the
flying.
I think Flores
In
was able to
season
pick up that
5?
shot from
Yeah.
for what it looked like he
Yeah,
Or
I remember
6.
that.
Crash pad to take it, but
No,
Mongrel,
season 5.
he's gonna
Yeah,
fall
like the
there.
gravity
Backside
just
Reason's
Yeah, the
like
gravity, Kevin.
lowered.
Kevin.
Thing on 4, Crash pad will
Yeah.
come out here for hit.
Yeah.
He does have a lot of materials left.
I
Carrot
remember that.
picking up 3
That was
eliminations
funny
there
as shit.
on the
No,
backside as shots come through, and
no,
he's
it was
gonna be able
before
to
the
block it
cube
off,
zones.
and the
I'm pretty
capitalization
sure
there on the Stacey
they were
will
in
be
cube
good.
zones and
He's
everyone
like
just started
already
flying.
losing HP. Kensel gonna
That's
take
what I
out a
said.
player there as well. Anas gonna fall.
No, it
Owen
just said
does
cube
have
zones.
what it seems like a crash pad.
Oh.
Maintain high ground, but Bad Sniper coming up. Decepto's coming up as well. Everybody
Oh, I said
is coming up
Kevin.
for high ground. Rezon just trying to make it through.
And everyone pushing for the high ground right now, but not necessarily paying attention to what's going down the low ground where people are cleaning up on eliminations. You have Flois in your top right, Froggy in your bottom right, everyone else on the wide. You can see Flois is up on that ultimate high ground.
I get too
Deceptos
many
and
Fennel
Hen
quests
down on
sometimes.
that low ground with
That's
Reason just above them.
unbelievable.
Froggy waiting for his opportunity, but keep an eye on the number of builds because we're getting down to the final one. Flois going to pick up an elimination there, and he's doing a really good job at just maintaining that high ground control as we're closing in on our top 5. One more player will go down, and then it's all about getting to the top 3. Boom, we have it. Letwick, Bad Sniper, Froggy, Hen, and Flois, top 5 in game number 1.
Hey Carl,
And
if
Flois looking to
you,
close out 4
Royal,
eliminations,
and
but Froggy
Elvis
down
was
below,
in
you
the
cannot count
tournament,
him out yet. He is
and
right there.
you're
He
the
takes
last
down Flois from
3v3,
below.
would you
That'll
win?
be so huge for him because he will
Probably
get that
not.
shockwave launcher, get
It
that
depends
map
if they had
refresh.
mats.
Very, very low. More likely going to be edited down. The shots
What
come
if you
through.
have
No,
999
Flois. We
mats?
want to take him down. Froggy
Then
gets
I'd
down
probably
hit.
win.
In the meantime, 1v1. Froggy versus Flois. The shockwave launcher up above. Froggy trying to dodge him. Flois sending him down. He's trying. But he's running out of mats. 15 builds remaining, and Froggy does not look like he's stopping anytime soon. Going out in the zone, taking some damage, gonna shockwave himself down
Oh.
from Metro Classic.
builds,
Shotgun just
12
come through. The
builds,
shockwave is gonna send
13
them flying.
builds.
Shots come through. Flois
Oh!
he takes down Froggy for the
Oh.
victory royale.
Oh,
Really
GG.
good job from Flois executing on the top-down push with the mythic weaponry, but more importantly, showing the versatility of that shockwave launcher, launching himself down and then
Dang,
finding a
200
gap to
IQ.
launch the opponent out, tracking him, and picking it up with the AR. Match number 1 is done. Fury
You
Flois
missed it,
taking
bruh.
home
You
the
missed
victory
it.
royale, but we'll see where the leaderboard shakes
So
out.
he
We're gonna toss
launched,
it back on over to
someone
Zeke,
into
Shio,
the storm
and
and
Ball.
killed him.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Man, a strong start here in EU, really coming out with a nice flow. Flois finding himself the
That guy
victory
got
royale.
scarred for
Guys,
his
this
life.
final fight between Froggy and Flois, both players walk into that 1v1 with 5 eliminations. The elim and the victory royale is going to be that 4-point swing. This is gonna be a good tone setting for the rest of the competition.
We saw it in every region, right? 1 point matters, and that's a 4-point difference for that win.
And Michael E at
The
3.
coolest thing, though,
Or
to
no,
me
at
was the
2:30.
versatility for
Michael
Flois
E.
and how he was playing every single
Then I'll
engagement
just watch
differently
Carl's stream.
and using his entire kit to be able to hold first overall in Europe right now. 6 eliminations,
Lola, you
20
make no
points,
sense.
and that victory royale.
Yeah,
What?
but there's also other people
Don't kill
lurking
my dog.
near too, and with the
Gary's
don't forget
first.
there's 6. People are starting to establish.
You guys got a
Mongrel?
I
victory.
see 10
Mongrel?
in third place right now with 15 points.
He's in like the top
that
20
he could
or
actually
something.
be on that hot streak. And
Imagine.
a very hot and cold player. Ledwick, though, played significantly well yesterday, and he's there again in towards the top placements, and also with a couple elims to put himself in 4th place, but kills with 2. And then the rest of this, I think, is kind of
play
maybe a
Roblox
little different than what we might expect.
Probably not.
You had Deceptos, you had Nas.
Mongo's 20th.
There are some of these guys who
I
have
knew
the
it.
potential to win for sure, but I don't know if that's quite it
Man,
yet.
I want to play Roblox with Collins.
Yeah, I think at the top, I mean, obviously this is such a
I
strong
want
start.
him to help me, and there's a huge update.
Now he's off the line, but he
In
needs
what?
to take that next step and turn this into a
Bloxburg.
full-on sprint toward the end.
There's fireflies. Yeah, there's fireflies. And fireworks.
Yeah, I mean, for all
the
people
cars
over
and
here,
new,
that's the same kind
and
of
new
question,
cars
right?
and new
if you haven't seen the
bicycles.
standings leaderboard
New
before,
buses?
the eliminations are the total
I said
overall over
bicycles.
the 6 games we're playing,
Is that it?
as well as the
There's
points.
no,
So that's a
like,
combination of
new
the
jobs
placement
or whatever?
and elims these guys have. So
Oh,
let's
yeah,
see,
I forgot
got
that.
5 points of placement that
Oh, yeah,
game
there's a
in
new
place,
job.
and 2 eliminations. That's 1 point
That
each.
there's
But for
one
these guys,
store
they're kind of sitting
that
at
you
30th
can
place,
become
not
a
to go for top
gamer,
25 anymore.
and then you
No
get
one has to go
paid
for
for like
top 15.
$20
Everyone here is
every time
focused
you play a
on that
game.
win,
That's
and
sick.
they're
People actually
slightly
watch
behind.
you.
Still, though, really hot off the gate.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was
there's a
asking
lot
if
of
you want to
different
play.
things that people
Maybe.
have to figure out on this first game. There
Okay.
are a lot of things and changes to what people might have been expecting. The plan, Zeke, you talked earlier about how these guys are all starting to do their research and whatnot. It shifts a little bit in grand
If
finals.
this
People
was
start to make
duos,
decisions and play
Benji,
with the
Fishy, and
mind a little
Mongrel
bit
would
of
have
each
won.
other to, force things that you might not be comfortable with.
A lot of that is
Imagine
gonna dictate
FaZe
that
K
drop
was in
spot,
this.
right? And how that could, I mean, we're talking about 100 of the very best in the world. If I'm going somewhere and my peer is going somewhere that I'm used to playing with and against, that is going to dictate my play.
Jarvis
And
got
theirs.
banned.
I mean, it
I'm
always starts in the
sorry.
early game, right? Just in general, the entire tournament, from game number 1, your mentality is set in. If you do well, if you do
I like
bad.
this
Now,
shy
everyone has
wager
different
guy.
expectations. If you're like Flores, you're at the top spot. You guys mentioned it. Now it's a game of endurance, of holding it and not faltering when things go bad.
And in
This
the grand
one
finals,
kid
we've
is
seen
super duper
tournament
annoying.
After tournament, being uncontested increases
This
your
kid just
chances
stole
Guy
my
fishing.
spot.
winning tournaments by
Yeah, this kid just stole my
10-fold.
spot. I'm gonna block his
So,
side now.
being uncontested means
Yeah, how do you
nobody
feel?
landing
Yeah, how do you
with
feel?
You might be familiar with landing in a hot spot. You don't want to be doing that in grand finals or in set lobbies at all.
It's a
Yeah,
case
the opposite of that is contested
Yeah,
when
he
someone is there. And Mr. Savage and Noah Riley are side by side at the yacht on the northern side.
Oh, that's
of the map.
crazy.
Two
Sonny's
other
in
big names all the way at
FNCS.
Slippery Swamp, Kiriachi and Benji Fishy.
So cool.
Noah Riley was not supposed to go to the yacht with
Benji
Mr. Savage.
Fishy.
Mr. Savage had thought
Look,
that
I'm
he
near
had done
Benji.
enough to force nobody to land.
Oh,
with him
he's in
throughout
there.
the heats. But you
It
know
looked like he was in there.
He's there.
He's mega
Oh, it's
small.
Benji.
Did not want to do that challenge. One of the
Watching
best
Benji
players in
now.
the world at Offspawn Fighting
go through the
did not
corner.
want to challenge Benji
The
whatsoever.
Star One
He'll
and
leave
everything.
What success he had throughout the qualifiers.
Star One
to
is
end up
super
going
sweaty,
against
but
Mr.
that's why I want it
Savage.
when it comes out.
It's Mr.
I
Savage.
mean, now it's going to
Nah, we're
be
watching
even
Benji.
harder, I think, for Noah Riley all the way up at the yacht. For Benji,
So
even
that kid
clearer.
ready.
But how did
Yeah.
that look in game number 1, right? We're talking about these names, and we missed one of the biggest ones from the first game, Flowers.
Imagine Zay was in this.
First one was duos?
With it, though, he was at the Orchard.
Guys,
And a big difference from what
I'm
we see
behind
for
the
Flo is
scenes.
because
Trios?
usually it is the shockwave loot that he's going
Yo,
for.
Sonny's in this,
It
Gary's
bro.
crazy.
doesn't matter. He'll grab it
I'm behind
anyways.
the
He's going nuts,
He's
bro.
contested the Orchard,
Going
so
nuts.
Behind
all
the
I said,
scenes.
Zeke, about being contested, reducing your chances
I
of
saw
winning in
all
grand
the
finals
Zans.
kind of shifts when you see what Flois just did, and it doesn't matter where you land.
phasing
you
through
can
the
always
thing.
stumble across. Get
Bro,
shockwave
this dude
launcher.
is the guy in the middle is eating yellow
Kind of
paint.
like talking about the quality of the players we're seeing, right? Like, yes, of course, we have mythic items to play around, but for someone like Flois, it's like if he's gonna walk up and he's gonna take a
Yeah,
fight
we
and
want
eliminate
mythic
you,
weapons,
and that
Epic.
loot's just gonna be put in his
Yeah,
hands.
give
Like,
us
okay,
more.
I'm already good. I'm already at a 10.
already know.
You're just giving me that loot and now
We
making
We
me
need
the
more.
money.
The drum gun kit and
and
Fortilla
also
isn't
to think
enough.
about other people who usually have that opportunity to make it through. There was a lot of the big
Well, when you
names. I
go
mean,
out
Janice
there,
fell
you can always
off
choose the
spawn,
mythic.
which you did not expect for him landing at Steamy Stacks with two players who play kind of passively in that. He got sniped. There was also a number of different people who fell in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing and the number one word for all these players right now is momentum, right? Flo is finding that shockwave launcher, gives them a bunch. Janice getting taken out, as Bala just mentioned, stops the momentum overall, right? So in game number 2, these guys have to find a way to rev their engines faster and then get ahead of everyone else with momentum.
Oh man, a lot of momentum here to start the day. Now guys, I do want to continue, but I'm getting word the games are ready. So let's get ready to hop into game number 2 here of the Fortnite Champion Series in Europe. Let's see if the action continues. Sundown, play.
The Fortnite
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Bala. And I mean, I'm just so excited to see because I'm a fan, or like I'm a advocate for the fact that game 1 is a nice way to set the tone, but you really get an idea of how the leaderboard and how the lobbies are going to play after game 2. Because particularly with solos, it's about consistency.
Kissing and
who's able to turn over,
making out with my dog. I'm just kidding.
Continue it rolling, and you're really able.
Imagine they accidentally leaked the season 4 map.
Yeah,
on the screen.
I would have laughed and took a picture. And send it to the Discord.
That's weird how they had that replay in the back and then the physical map with everyone moving.
Of all the players,
yeah. But Savage is gonna go down and Noah Riley in the lead. So the contestant happened and Savage unfortunately falling.
Saying either Benji or Mongrel might win. Or that Fury guy. Dang, you do be sliding.
Here on the side, you can see him trying to pick up
that lag though.
Going right for those slurp jugs. He is going to find the initial burst shots there, opting not to use that sniper.
I could easily kill NRG Benji.
The gap on him as fast as possible. We'll see if he's able
no, he's kidding. He should have pickaxed him.
High rate of fire to push in the box.
Oh, I guess he wasn't trying to risk it. 0.
Possession over there, and he says, "Up 0 out of 10 for the effort." The Russian judge doesn't even give him a point. Benji taking it down there.
Honestly, I'd probably be emoting too. I'm not even gonna lie. If I killed Benji Fishy or anyone in this, I'd probably emo.
A lot of space being pushed out.
Bro, you're gonna do like 5,000 emotes later.
Effectively, you're all taking one house of loot and saying, "I hope this is enough."
Yeah, I don't know why 5 players are there, and I think it has to do something with Rezon. He scared everybody away.
What am I hearing?
Holly Hedges. Anybody that normally landed in that path said, "No, I'm just gonna go try my chance."
I'm hearing that one guy from Austin Powers.
This is Mongrel, and he's been dropping here for a while. We know that, but he does not have Ocean's Burst AR and Ocean's Bottomless Chug Jug. Someone else may have snagged it from him, and with his aim and with what he can do with it.
Face Mongrel
AR is so good here from him. It looks like he's not going to need it now. He's going to get some tags going into this fight. That player going to
don't die, Mongrel.
Mongrel though not going to
Mongrel died.
He's got to be careful. He is running out of AR.
Big plays.
And a crash pad. I'm going into the box.
Mongrel's smart.
Almost deploying a crash pad there, but the continued pressure that he's keeping up is trying to keep this player from going any higher, and it's Smudge just trying to get away.
He's trying to keep it in.
HP, but Mongrel gonna get in the box and do that Mongrel classic.
I thought he killed Bluga.
Bro, if he killed Bluga, bro.
I was like, what? He's not you.
Even picking that up with the additional mass drop, now only has 52 materials.
Did you know Faceplay challenge, 1v1 Face Mongrel?
Around this area, it's gonna be really hard to max out quickly, but now let's hop on board with our match number 1.
Wait, I just found out. This isn't the final FNCS. I don't think.
Top 10, you'll have 8 placement points going through.
Think about it. They're all split up from each other. They're all split up from each other. Aren't they gonna do another one and the best people that win? Or am I dumb?
You're dumb.
Players who need to drop here.
Am I dumb, son?
That one guy is shaking their head.
I'm dumb.
More aggression going on. However, as you get further and further off into tournaments, the
he's shaking yes and no.
Become that much more difficult to fight against, and it's really hard to confidently take an early fight as we have Rax and the Costa Rican Sebi in a battle over here.
Ooh, and Rax on the back.
Come on, I want to spectate Ninja now.
Patty is Sebi going in, the shot.
Hello,
go through. He's going to get the initial damage, and he's going to follow up with the AR.
Imagine Ninja made into this.
The elimination comes through, but
he won't be
the
easy.
question posed for Sebi is, can he
go get
oh, yeah.
Can he go get the shockwave launcher and that charged shotgun, or will he settle for some of the vulnerable?
Imagine he was better than everyone else. Like, he was like the most cracked player ever. His edits were crazy and everything.
He must be practicing.
Whatever happened at Caddy Corner, but now we're gonna swing on over to Authority, where we have Letwick. We're in match number 1.
He doesn't play this game anymore, I don't think.
That mythic glider grapple gun and just kind of rotate out. But now match number 2, you can see Hardfind over on the side, and Hardfind looking to set up a trap in a.
How's that henchman not triggered? Usually when I'm breaking in there, the henchmen are like, yeah.
There are some areas you can't build. Players look to have just an immediate drop, but Letwick is set up really well in terms of his close quarters combat. Just having that epic.
He just teleported.
As well as the
Venom.
shotgun and a legendary pistol. He has 3 really high rate.
Like, if I'm breaking right there, that henchman will be like, oh, wait, what?
And pressure Hardfind.
And start shooting the wall.
For an ambush here in a second, but right now, both players just farming up.
The henchman wasn't.
Sonny landed. He landed.
Yeah, he landed. So late though.
Here, I can tell by how he's looted. I know Letwick's gonna be in this side because I know how he looted from Hardfind.
Bro, Sonny's got that seat at the very front of the movie theater, where you have to break your neck to see anything.
Well, you got 2 other players on the side. But Letwick is playing this very well. He's hitting some things, and then he's standing still. Because that's how the henchmen act. They walk around. Sometimes they'll hit stuff that's in their way. And then they'll
21 hits. Incredible.
On the other side, we've got Wolfies, who's in a fight against some Marauders.
Hello, whoever's saying hi.
Get out of those
Hello.
Hello. Those things at you, and they just will try to eliminate you at all costs. And they've got very, very good aim, especially with that hunting rifle there in the inventory. Wolfies is pretty low, but he's got Arctic pretty low as well, 150 HP. Now the Marauders are coming in here. The third party this fight. Sometimes the third party does not always have to be an actual player. It can be the AI. And this is really good for Wolfies. He's allowing the Marauders to go after this player and go after him for him and get
Big Blaine
damage. But if he goes in, he's got to be careful.
Weak
Blaine. Look to go
Big
in right away with all these Marauders
how
around.
George says Big Brain and Peppa Pig.
Very, very, very hard to build through and walk through. As you see, the builds are going to get broken. This is bad for Wolfies. He needs to get rid of the Marauders. The shots are coming in, down to 11 HP. He's only got 2 builds remaining. Watch red place. He can't build anymore.
Oh
my God.
Bro, no way.
I would have deleted the game, bro. No, I don't want to press L2 because I have to hold it and it hurts my finger.
All of that, so good heads-up plays by Wolfies to pick up the snipe, but the Marauders ultimately enacting their revenge there, and it can be so
here. I'll show you.
Ultimately, did he just say ultimately?
And then I just don't like it like that. That's weird.
You're definitely able to kind of ditch them and get rid of aggro when you're around.
It looks like you're staring at it.
I know.
The bridges and the stuff that are nearby, but Vato not going to be happy about that. Just trying to get a little bit of a third-party tag.
No, have a Simo so worth it.
You want me to do it like that?
I'm going down. You're coming down with.
Is there like a button to where you can tap it?
That could have gone over.
And it would just.
No, that's called keyboard and mouse.
But at least he was
able to
called
keyboard and mouse.
Now back on board here with Flois. And
no, like without having to hold the button, can I just tap it?
Oh no.
As well, so let's see if he can turn the button to zoom in.
Or also just put you like regular mode.
How do I not hold the button? Or can I not do that?
You cannot.
The button you hold to zoom in, you need to press that down, and then there's another button you press down, and it just lets you be zoomed in without you having to hold it down.
Oh really? What's the button? Oh, square.
Square?
That happens after the event.
Oh, that looks so much better.
I'm pressing square.
Immediately he's gonna head over there because he's like, hey, I need those mats. I need those refreshers. When we
that looks
talk
so much
about
better.
refresher
Yeah,
in the
if you
terms,
stand.
this is it because that's gonna be refreshing.
Thank you, chat. Whoever said that, you're like my boyfriend now.
Shot and a heads-up play by Flois. He desperately needed that. As well as his ammo was pretty low.
Hey, what's up?
At least 74 AR.
That's
not
sus,
enough
bro.
going into an competitive Fortnite game. You definitely want to have a little bit more like Noah Riley here again. Takes off Mr. Savage and now has the loot to show for it. They got coming in clutch with this loot. He's got this player down.
You really think blocking us is our head
now Noah has to
in
be
our
careful.
console?
He wants to go aggressive. His instinct is to push in with that crash pad and get the aggressive play, but that player back up to full HP. He's got to be careful. Shots go through the edit. Not
Your
connect on the
boyfriend
shots
is
there.
nice.
Noah over the top. Shots come through a 71 tag there for Noah.
Okay.
And now he's going in crash pad in. It doesn't matter though. The Crash Pad is actually going to send him away. He's got to keep the pressure up to keep this player from popping.
If you
any shields, and he's got the player.
Wait, are you on
PlayStation? Back and forth, up and down, up and down.
Well, he's on controller.
Shots are going to come through. The player puts a stare with the top of his head. And another good tag there.
Are you on controller, AJ?
Not able to finish him off. This player continuously layer changing, going up and down in between the builds, and Hydro was just trying to run for their life.
Hydro trying to put as much distance as possible, and
What do you
unfortunately
get, a
going to
ward
go
or
down there.
nothing?
Good job for Noah Riley on the chase. We talk about how important it is.
Well, I'm
to
getting a
resolve
drop from
fights,
Emad
particularly
stream.
because you don't want that opponent burning those resources, because when you do take them down, they'll drop them there, and you want to get as much as possible. You
I just knocked out
Noah
someone in my
picking up
room.
all of the minis there. He's back up to 6. Good job. Still has 4 crash pads. And one thing you'll note in particular when you're looking at these mid-game fights and what you should be keeping an eye on. Anytime a player has crash pads, that will enable them to push into boxes. You've seen it in 2 different ways. Both top down, where they throw it against one of those cones because it lets them fall in. And then a perfect example. Thank you, Ross Jones, for showing it right there, winning the fight.
He almost just got scuffed by his own technique.
6 HP. That's the
He almost got smited right now. If someone shot him, bro, he would have been dead.
Against that corner, and it'll end up landing right behind you.
And that's called third party, sir.
Into the box, but it won't affect the other player. So it allows you to line up your shot ahead of time, and most times it'll also put you behind them.
Is Mongo dead?
To play defensively, as Orange trying to play defensively here, but Bafo
he's not in the map.
You didn't have enough time to reset and get your shields up.
No, he is, but he's not like on the vertical thing.
And that's the dangers of taking a big game.
Side, don't you dare scream. You better be quiet.
Damage, you're going to get third party. Players are going to recognize that
Who's
shield
that?
tracks down, and they're going to move in. But on the other hand, look at Ludwig. He took that fight, got out, and now he's on the move. But Carrot is setting up an ambush in the shot.
Oh man's name is Carrot.
Has been cracking. Look at the box separation that he just did there from Carrot.
Carry.
I am trying to pass him. He's to stare with the top of his body. Get a nice layer change coming out and above, but he's never going to talk about the big show. He's just looking to try to pop another mini, and he does get it off. And now he's looking for a shot. He needs to put the pressure back onto Carrot, because if not, then he's just going to keep running around, and Carrot's finally going to be able to get a shot on him. And Carrot decides, you know what? Not worth my time, not worth my materials, not worth my HP. I'm going to disengage.
Is the event happening now?
I'm
not
you're
missing
it. It felt like if Carrot had kind of kept pressing, he might have been able to pick up.
No, it's
I gotta get over there.
Look at Letwick there, only 20
press
total
triangle.
coming out, but that also means if you are able to take him down, you're not going to necessarily get that much
Please
back.
do not
You only get the
curse,
35
please.
total.
I'm
really not going to be that beneficial unless you're able to rotate cleanly off of it. Both have the crash pads, but now you can see fight going on here between Diablo and NXS Z Andy. Andy on the back foot here, and Diablo trying to push forward somebody we've seen had the capability of playing aggressively.
We're watching FNCS, EU Grand Finals, and
Zandy on the
NAEs.
back foot does get the cone replaced, owns both, edits back under. Zandy able to replace that stay there, so Diablo just going to reset for a second, make sure he's still back up at near that 100-100 threshold, and then Zandy going to go down. So good job.
Carl, would you date my sister
was
for free?
below that Storm Surge threshold. Diablo.
I have a girlfriend.
The Storm Surge will take that over.
I'm in it.
Okay, what's your name?
You can see on the right-hand side.
Classified.
Diablo is currently 130.
Classified.
But I do have a girlfriend.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure I've told you before.
Also signals to Diablo.
Yeah, you told your whole stream. You never told me.
And then wait.
Yeah.
Any damage he does for to that player, as long
The
as
only part I heard was that
Wait,
I
sorry.
have a girlfriend.
Move.
Still get the point, then he can go
a little bit
and safely pick up that loot.
Move more. Yeah, like right there.
That is another aspect of competitive Fortnite that everyone has to think about. At Storm Surge,
Bro, Sonny's in the game, bro. He's in the game.
Sometimes they forget about it because they're pumping, they're rolling, they got their match, they got their ammo, they got their builds, they're in zone, and then they're like, wait, I didn't tag anybody.
Sonny's in the game,
I gotta
bro.
look for a tag. Frenzy Fishy on the other side above, in a good
Dude,
amount above. If you're about 100 to 150 above,
no, Luca's not in here. He's probably gonna be in the NAE storm.
Shot that is what you needed. We saw Thomas H. do that in the first game.
So there's gonna be like
you can, far away or up
4 hours of this, because this is the second game, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not watching all 4 of these. I'm not watching this. I'm probably just gonna get off.
How many matches are there? 10 or 5?
Time and time again, you don't want to get a game
6.
looking for some of those tags to make sure you're safe.
So
Oh, then never mind.
Talk about
Probably gonna be 2 hours.
That's generally meaning you're looking for
2, 3.
It's take like
not with the
1
intention of
hour.
actually trying to eliminate the
No, we're
opponent,
watching
but
FNCS
just doing some
though.
damage so you're not threatened by
Dang,
the storm.
Froggy.
As
I mean,
Flowis
Fury's good at
inside
sniping.
puts
Are
a
you
prime
dumb?
example of why you need
Are you
a cone
dumb?
in a window and to limit the number of angles you
You
have, because
disappoint
so
me.
many of these top-level players will be carrying those weapons, particularly
I was reading the guy's
you that
name,
is known
and
You
then I
disappoint me.
was trying to say his name at the same time when I was reading the other guy's name. That he killed.
Roll with the momentum here. Boxed up next to
Dedicated.
Arctic. Pass it over the side as we're transitioning now into that
Internet
mid-game
connection
kind of territory as
activate.
players are starting to get closer.
Yeah, no, it's so like
Priority in
pixely.
terms of zone numbers.
Hey, new
Are
skin.
people playing right now or no?
What?
Yes.
In
Yeah.
elimination, he needed it too. He only had 2 body rifle shots.
Are you
That
the
first
How do you
anonymous?
get into it? How do you
really
get
have a chance
into
to
it?
follow up if
You have to
it
go
did
to
it.
the
Harry
big
had the
You have to
screen.
do all the
first
qualifiers.
plays.
Oh.
I'm
What
back.
qualifier?
That is, hey, that's pretty.
So you have to
Practice
beat all
mode.
the qualifiers they have.
Welcome back. Forever said hi.
I'm pretty secure
Or
there.
something.
We're pretty early on into the game.
My name is
so we
Carl.
can't really do much.
And it's important to note when they stress during the top of show how
That's
every
his middle
single
name.
interaction matters. Right there, Flowis eliminating
too,
his
I'm back.
direct competition right
That's
now.
not his
Who is
last
closer
name.
to
Called
him,
Dacus.
who's
Oh,
able
I
to
know.
fight.
I
know
That
his
means
last
if
name.
he's
I
able
know his
to
last
build
name.
up
No,
the
say my
lead
last
now,
name.
it's going to be that much more substantial.
Wait, what?
So
Last name.
effectively,
My last name is
eliminated one of the
classified.
players who can
Alright.
threaten him the most.
Oh,
Is
get
now
it
on
off of
board here.
Discord.
Carl
ADN, we
Dacus
saw him have an
classified.
amazing
I'll get
run
off the
yesterday,
Discord.
pushing in.
I'll get
Right
it
there, you
off.
can see the Dorito edit being taken down, and that's such a good push. Fastroki looking to set
Kidding.
up
I
a
won't
crash
say. I
there
won't
with
say
the
it. I
edited
won't
cone
say
in his
it.
box
pretty
for
crap.
ADN, dropped in and then occupied.
Everyone
the
is
side,
probably-
helped AR, and
Why
then
are
just
everybody
used the
joining
weapon to
now?
close
Out
it
of
out.
all the
Well done,
time.
hitting a key pick
Probably
there
had to do
in a
something
mid-circle.
and saw his live or something.
And he
Carl.
desperately needed
Yeah,
it.
that's
That's
kind of.
not looking good.
Are you
Still
live?
are not looking good as well.
Yes.
So he's gonna have to
Hi.
find
Did
another
you just say
impact
hi?
elimination along the way as we're on board here
I
with
saw a
Arctic.
ninja
Again,
skin
that's not
gliding.
looking good. Now there is a
Oh my
player's
god.
loot there in front of him that he more likely got the elim from.
Look,
He's not
everybody
actually
look at
prioritizing
Fizzy.
picking it up right now.
No.
Seems like he's
I'm looking
just
at the
to
thing,
build
bro. I'm
and
not
then
looking
go
at
for the
him
loot.
right
Mr.
Everybody
X is
look at
nearby,
Fizzy.
Benji's
Oh,
nearby
I
as
know
well.
what he did.
Hardest in an awkward
Bro,
spot.
that's
He's got
legit.
Scram in this game here as
So,
well. Handy
disgusting. Who
pass
did
and
this?
flick. A lot of players still alive. 61. We talking about storm surges. This is a threshold where
Who
it's
is
50.
this?
11 players
Laser?
need to go down. Zarda makes the heads up play to get a box, and Crash Pad's gonna come through, but that's bad for him. Unless he hits the shots come through, and he does. Maestro gonna go down the aggressive play, not gonna be rewarded. And Arden be rewarded for his passiveness.
Not gonna be
Yeah, you can see the
rewarded.
reason
Oh
why
no.
so many
Wasn't
players are
even
fighting right
aiming
now,
at
both
him.
that storm surge and trying to get priority. We talk about fourth zone. Look in the bottom
It's gonna
right hand
dance.
corner.
It's gonna
Everyone
dance.
is looking to box up and stake their claim on as much real
Looking
estate
for a
as
dance.
possible for when that half in, half out reveals. You don't want to be sharing a spot next to somebody as you go to rotate, and they're looking to clear out the players nearby. As Ardit picks up Flowis there, so 1 and 2 are down. That's going to open up the leaderboard. Tons of players will have an opportunity to charge up. Eyes are now on Hen, and whether or not he can
Console
kind of extend his
players.
lead out there. As Ardit also picks up Lechi.
I wanna see
Mongrel
controller
getting scout there
players.
in a brilliant job, because he's now
Console
cleared out
players
all
are
the players
controller
on this
players.
tarp. In
Nah,
that
there's
next
a
half in, half out,
difference
the
now.
one before moving is pulling directly
how
over to
Apple
this
is
cluster of players.
banning
So Tayson,
Fortnite
Benji,
on
Helix,
million devices.
Ryzen, Mr. X will all be over there, sharing the half in, half out with Ardit. They all have priority
Apple
on everyone
wants to
else who's
stop
rotating into the
Fortnite.
zone. So they're going to be
Yeah,
fighting
yeah,
among
yeah. I think
themselves
we
to
all know
make
that
sure
from
they're
now.
safe and not going to get ambushed.
Why
And swap
though?
over to what Tayson's doing now.
It
looking
just
to
said,
catch the
Carl, it just
players,
said you're
burning
online.
their rotation, burning
I
launch pads
saw
and crash
Benji.
pads, trying to get into this zone.
Who's Benji?
And this is
Benji,
very
Benji,
lucky
Benji.
because, again, express the amount of
Benji
builds in the
Fishy's my
inventory. He
mom.
only had 54.
Person just went out
That is
AFK.
not where you want to be for this in-game, so he has to find an elimination.
Now, how
to
does
get
that
to
make
this-
you
these
feel?
moving zones effectively. He does have the 6 crash pads, but when you start to use those crash pads, you start wasting those builds to box up, and he needs to find somebody.
There's
As
like
shots
2
come through,
kids
he's not gonna be
under
able to
him.
get people out of here
The
just
kid
yet.
in that metal
Okay.
box
You see
looking out with the
Heavy
cone, and there's another
unfortunately
kid
We
like
can see
directly
that.
in front
You
of
don't
him.
have to say
This is
it.
what a lot of people are playing that consistency. Hey, at least
You
I went
act
down
like we don't
inside
see
of
that, dude.
Payson, however, is looking to get aggressive, and I believe that's on. I think this is Benji. I'm 97% sure Benji is right nearby. If Benji makes
OMG,
the wrong
I
edit,
think that's
he goes into a box
Benji.
that's
I'm
not
gonna
his.
street
Payson is
like
going
him
to
and
go
get so much
aggressive.
money.
Yeah, the Scully?
No crash pad in, shots coming
Oh, that's not Scully. He
down.
killed Benji, dang.
Take him down.
You called it. He was looking for it, waiting for
Dang.
Benji. He heard
That's
him
emo.
set up and get some space. He knew he was pressured around the side. The horizontal crash pad entrance
What?
behind
please
Benji,
no,
cleans
please
it up
no.
with the tactical shotgun, and well done.
Please,
And
I swear to God,
the
I'm
third
gonna
place player on the leaderboard before the last game, going on the high ground right now, has priority position with Enos and Mongrel just
I have to do
below,
it to him.
also Floki
I have to
on the
block
same
him.
ground. But we're gonna hop
So
on over
disgusting.
to the Become Legends player. He's been playing
I'm gonna make this
so
guy have
well
a
recently, cleaning up the cash
toilet
cup on his
plunger
birthday.
face.
Had a phenomenal
So does
performance
that.
yesterday to also guarantee him spot here, and he has priority.
The guy
on
has
this
a
next round.
Founders
What that means is
fizzling.
he's
What
closer
the
to where the
face?
safe zone has to go past. So as it funnels and everyone else rotates, they
Mango.
have to
He
go
shot
past
through the
10.
wall!
You do not
Hacker!
get past 10, and you notice he's
Hacker.
built so much space
I
around
think
him.
Hello,
that's
Ever said I.
Can't be shot at in return. All of these shots are completely safe, so anything he's able to convert on will turn into points for him here, as another placement point does take over. Now he's not
why are you
shooting through
acting
that wall.
normal?
That is just one of the graphical issues with the replay. He's picking up tags.
Why are you
and now
being
you can
normal?
see setting
Why'd
up a
you
crash
block
pad,
me?
going to use it to go on the
For a reason.
rotation late. And he picked up a key elimination
I will say
on the
your last
rise
name.
there, as we have
That's
our top
mean.
35.
I don't know why you blocked me,
And
man.
it's
I
such a
will
key
say
elimination because
your
he
last
gets Joel's
name.
glider gun, and now he's got
Did I do
rotation
something?
everywhere. He could win this
Oh, no.
game based off that elimination. It was such
That's
an
it. My
impact
sister said to my
elimination,
friend.
but he's being a little bit too greedy on that zone. He did get tagged
Yeah, I
up,
left
but
the
he's still
server.
good. Rotation coming in. We do see Stafford going down, and rotation XPs
So,
went
is
down
this
as well.
Epic
So a lot
Hearts
of the big
talking,
names
or
are
who?
out of this
So-
game. But
so
then looking
L-
to keep his dream alive and
so
take down one player.
LOC
Landed right on top of him. That was a
KD.
very, very heads-up elimination onto Pablo. But he's not that healthy. He has those minis in his inventory. About 126 effective HP. He needs to find
Hey, Fizzy,
another
you
one.
wanna know something?
He needs
What?
to
Right,
fight
bro,
outside.
did
He
you
can't
view
be
me?
in this cluster. It's really
Look
good
at
to
your
take the
skin.
grapple gun
Look
and then
down.
Okay,
immediately
your
go
middle
into the
name
middle,
is
because he
your
doesn't really
your
have
last
the
name is
ability to utilize it, and that's what we're looking for, getting towards
LOCKE.
the outside
Look at
of
your
the zone, so he
screen.
has more options there. Anas, teammate up on the high ground there, but this is the solos competition, just playing for the same org. You have Gamers Origin, Deceptos there on the middle as we take over top 25. Another point going
Lazy
through Anas,
lounge.
running through the high ground. Reason still in the match, and you can see Deceptos picks up Ardit there as top 20
No,
takes over.
Mike.
Another point going through, and right as I say his name, Reason ends up going down. This is looking like a Become Legends top 15 right now, as they have three
What
or four
the
players
solos
still
1,
up, but
2,
Deceptos
3,
trying
duos
to
1,
find
2,
the
3,
space, finding
trios
a
1,
good
2,
job
3, squads
tarping
1,
his
2,
way
3,
through
creative
and
1, 2,
making
3.
sure that he owns all of the builds on this level as we close in on top 15. Bad Sniper missing out on a key placement point, and Deceptos looking to try and find a pick on this Crash Pad player, doing a good job to deny the rotation,
Item
finds the tag,
shot?
but not able to necessarily convert it. So many shots, but
It's
no
your mom.
rotation
CS.
coming through, and he has to find that. That's such a key pickup. Inside the top 15 we go. Can he chase down this player? And he finally
That
gets
voice
it.
cracked
That
up.
snipe going down, but Hen is still up,
I'm gonna
picking up
steal
Orion
from you.
as we get into our top 10.
I didn't get a
That was gonna have to make a play.
Why does
It's
everyone
going up
use
a little bit
sirens?
of an incline. You see it. The old builds are there as well. Hit is going to fall. Slick going to fall in tandem. Top 10 placement points being missed out by both of them. That's a huge boost as well. Deceptos able to hold on to
Hello.
the player on the other side. Shots are coming through. He's getting the tags, and he does.
Oh, he
As
almost
is
didn't
gonna
make
go down.
that.
Deceptos needs to get out of
Dang
the zone,
it.
though. He is
Okay,
sitting and thinking he doesn't have any floppers. He's looking at it, and he
Everybody,
does
look at
get a shot
Fizzy.
come through. So
I
he's going to be the
read.
one to take him down, and now
Look at his
two
face.
relations here with
Hey,
Loki.
you saw
The
nothing.
player right on top of him. He's got to be careful. Shots go through.
I gotta
Back in the zone
transfer
goes
Can you
Loki.
can you
Look
move?
at
I
his
can't see
face.
anything.
Very, very low. Now inside the
Alright,
zone, he's
transfer
good
me.
to go, but
Sorry, can you move? I can't see
He
anything.
doesn't have floppers. Mr. X is going to go down. Stacy going to be the one to do
Please.
it. He's trying to be popped there. And look at Anas just Pyro whopping all the way
His
up top. He's
face.
just walking over old builds. I don't know how many builds he's got left, but he
Dang, someone's in a sky base, holy.
The fact that's going over old builds.
And the old builds giving him
I'm gonna knock
priority.
it
That
down.
moving zone, we talked about it. It just randomly pulls a distance back away, which means you can continue your rotation. And on top of having the old builds, his saving grace has the mythic loadout as well. So this is so big for him as we move into the top 5. 4 players left, but Anas has complete control over this lobby. You can see Jason as well in the middle.
that's
Scram guard
Everybody
and
look at
Sneezy are
Fizzy.
going to round out
Fun
your top
fact,
4.
Fizzy just
Who will
learned
finish
how
it
to
off?
make
Will
his
Anas
thoughts
help
invisible. I
continue
am
the run?
happy
Everybody
for
look
you.
at
Caddy
Fizzy.
corner loop, proving it out, or
To make my what
low ground,
invisible?
shut him down as Tayson picks up Scram guard. So each elimination, each placement here, an
Okay,
additional
that
point
one's
as
bankrupt
Tayson
base,
ends Snazy right
blackjack.
there. But the shockwave launcher comes out
Oh,
right
build's
away and knocks him
invisible.
over the
Oh.
zone. And Anas does get tagged, but he's able to pop
Deposit.
the flop in the zone and then
Please
gets the
deposit.
follow-up tag with 6
This is
HP
kinda
to
boring.
spare. Become Legends Anas from the high ground. 4 eliminations in the Victory Royale,
Please
taking
deposit.
game number 2.
The flop was what he needed to pop, and he did do just that. The Victory Royale Gonna be nice.
It's kind of boring.
Maybe able to
I
move
like
into
it.
first place after that game, just on the number of points and the eliminations. But we're definitely gonna need the analysts to break that one down. So we're gonna send it right over to them here in a moment.
Who won?
Thank you guys so much. Great cast here in
I
of Europe.
I was in game number one.
Anon won?
Mad props to him. Now here's the thing, though.
I'm messing around in the
another
Discord.
big name we're used to seeing. We keep talking about the quality of players. This is
I'm gonna
someone who is coming in
I was
strong.
in game number
Ends
one.
that
That's
game
why
in
I wasn't
5
joining
eliminations.
your
And
Patty
he
Fizz.
picked up
Okay,
that VR. That
Please,
Fortnite
Rob.
VR
I actually was. I'm not kidding.
That sounds like the biggest cap I've ever heard.
And look at who is holding down that number 1 spot.
You need 200.
Usually
Oh, Nos did win.
Always at first. That is the same story here right now. BL
Imagine
Nos
Elvis
all
was
the
in
way
this.
up top. Victory Royale, 7 elims, 28 points. But what happened that
And for
game
that,
was a
his
bunch of
deposit
eliminations
money.
from top players, changing the standings from 2nd all the way to 10th.
You got.
And there's BL Hen in
A
second
person
there.
was
Somebody
far
got
away.
Oh, I need a
second
rich
place
draw.
in the first
Am I
game.
gonna become a PC player? Yeah, whenever I get my
Other
PC.
names too, Deceptos, who's the
Wait,
king of
aren't
placing
you
fifth place,
already
the French
PC
legend
player?
who came out there in
No.
the Invitational starting to rise up. But then Tayson,
already have
Zeke,
one?
you mentioned it,
No.
getting that second place will boost him way
He
up,
was a
but he could've
PC
done
player.
more. Reasons
Do
still
you have
staying
another
relevant.
account
Ninth
like
place mark,
FN
but still
Fizzy
in
I
thing?
think.
at least in
FNG
this game.
Fizzy?
And there,
No, that's my epic. I need to
on
change
over
it.
Letwick's Ramguard, bad
That's
sniper.
your
kills
what?
all the
55.
players. I mean, look
Oh,
at all
epic.
these names. Thomas HD.
You need to
Floki,
change it to
Frenzy,
55.
There's
Oh,
so
Monko's
much
place.
It might just be Fizz, F-I-Z-Z in all caps.
Every single person is
Fizz?
could walk
I'm
away
gonna
the victor,
put
and
Fizzify
especially when
Nick.
it's this tight, and we
Not
still have 4
Fizz Nick.
games left to go, boys.
Okay, I
Anything
put
can
that.
still happen. There's all
Fizz
these guys
That
on top
stands
doing
for,
power moves right now.
Fizzify?
You're
Yeah.
saying look at the names. I'm looking at
Okay,
the
I'll
points
change
too.
it.
You're mentioning that it's tight. It's like
I'm gonna
a
rob you,
2-point
bro.
Life is even.
I'm gonna rob you.
They are neck and neck. Become Legend Slicks is here too. Twains are
4
deep.
more
Like,
subs.
all these guys are playing
Fizzy
so
did it
well,
end.
but they're playing well while others
Did it end? No.
No
That
one
was
can really
game
break
2.
away.
There's,
Benji, who we're used to seeing in the
I
top
think
10,
6
is
games.
24th, and from what I'm seeing,
Well, I like
we're
watching this. We're like
Zero,
watching
zero.
history right now, bro. Gaming history.
Everybody look at Fizzy. Look how funny he looks.
I'm
Ready?
gonna rob AJ, I'm gonna rob your
Maybe
ass.
starting to get a little
AJ,
used to
I'm
it. He
gonna
always
rob you.
rises at the top, but that might be a
Fizzy,
sign.
why are you so
Back to,
still?
you know, the
'Cause
old
it's
Benji
on.
of
This is a
Grand
Because I'm
Final.
watching
He does
this.
get good performances and is in the top
Okay, what
10,
you're
top
going to
15.
poopy
Very
today?
solid out of 100 players, but not quite that win that he's
You
looking for.
were caught. You paid the person you stole
Together, guys,
from
we gotta talk about it. More of these
$250.
powerful plays coming out
Damn
of these
it.
impact players making what they need to happen really manifesting this win
Damn
right
it,
here, right
AJ
now.
stole from me.
Yeah, Grand Finals is all about
Why?
power, and it comes in many
Look on
different
the
forms.
Discord
We're
bot
starting
channel.
off with how Power struggles on early games off spawn fights, and Noah Riley, Mr. Savage, they had a big battle down. Noah showed that he was more powerful.
I'm gonna rob
And it's all
Elvis.
because Benji scares Noah.
No, I'm
into
gonna
going
actually
somewhere
rob
else, but
Savannah.
into somebody who might end up struggling because
Oh,
of it.
I
Benji, though,
actually made
saw
it.
a sign of
You
weakness, and
saw a
because of that, he
small
will pounce,
portion.
try
Your
to
payout was
grab more
100
space.
points.
Giriachi looking in
Please
the background,
bow.
and Benji knows, and he will hunt. This is one of the best players.
I have
at
818.
fighting in the early and mid game,
I
and
see, I
Benji is
can't.
not scared
I am
whatsoever.
saving for a PC cause
Positive.
Fortnite mobile getting banned.
Over at Slippery Swamp, and Benji
Oh,
gets in
yeah.
the box with style,
Okay,
breaks
okay,
through, hits a big shot,
Okay,
and
no one
shows
can
his
rob
power
me
afterwards.
because I have no money, so I'm
And
good.
is that
I'm
show
good.
of power, is that show of confidence something that we're used to seeing out of Benji? I say yes, but it might be overconfidence as he pushes a player against one
Oh
of the best
my
players in the
gosh.
world. Now we're switching over to Flois, and for him, it's a shift.
Yeah, for him, he was holding power in
Coral,
game number one.
you have no money.
Flois is crazy
Down
with the
Froggy, who was in
snipes.
second place on the leaderboards at the time, but holding power sometimes.
Yo, AJ, how
man.
much
He
bullets
loses
also
it
have?
over to Advise, and we see one of our new players
On
in
what?
that second place slot.
Second place for
Twitter,
Hannah
the
after a very good game
FNCS.
number 1, and follows it up with
Hey,
a pretty decent
you
game
have
number 2.
3
I hope you have money for the
2,241
PC and hope you get one
Now
soon.
Yeah.
where he needs to be if he wants
Can
to
you
Why
play
do I
in your
have to have
creative
that much
island
money?
after this?
ultimate sign
You
of
must
Yeah,
be
maybe.
cheating. You must be cheating because you're an
solid
admin, bro.
enough.
Yeah, and this is where power starts for a lot of players in this game. It was a Nos.
Oh,
You
Nos
must-
landed caddy.
Had caddy corner and the mythical
Someone let
loot
it
as well.
caddy.
The shockwave launcher hits charge shotgun too.
Someone
He just
took
made
hit
power
real
become
quick.
his tool in this endgame, he became legend.
Using Kit and FNCS is really
personifying the
yeah, it's
organization
really
he's
good.
on and using
Look at that, bro. It looks like a whole city down there.
bouncing people up, shooting them down afterwards. Look at that two-piece right
Whole
there.
new POI.
So dynamic, and yes, we saw Flowis with the hunting rifle. We saw him with the charge shotgun last time, but for me, it was Anas' gameplay, his creativity that really separated him from the pack and showed us his use of it.
Please work.
Carl.
What?
Carl, poop face.
You never
Poop face.
You deserve a fat
You're a poop face, kid.
Your salary has increased by 6 points, 206 points an hour.
Among the great, immortalize yourself. You need to have games like
Bruh,
that.
I'm gonna look at your balance,
both at the top
AJ.
of the leaderboards, org mates, and they're standing strong.
Both of these guys
look at your
are
goddamn
definitely looking
balance.
to break away. I mean, Anas is ahead of the game, 8 points, but Shy, is
Be
that gonna
right
hold?
back.
I'm gonna rob you
Didn't hold
too.
in game number 1 with Flowis. I feel like when Anas gets that top slot,
Actually, I'm gonna rob Zay.
especially at caddy corner. So
Wager's
I feel
the
like,
best.
Yes, that's my call.
Shia Wager's
I
definitely
like
the
it. Pretty good
best
size. With that being
announcer.
said, guys, let's throw it into game number 3 here in EU of the FNCS Grand Finals.
Face
Casters,
reveal.
we're sending it back your way to get into the action.
Already did face reveal.
Oh my god, okay. Please.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Bala. Insightful as always, and everyone is looking to become a legend.
Yes.
But right now, the legend players occupying.
I was so close. AJ was trying. AJ, were you trying to rob me?
My name is Sundown, joined here by the fantastic as
No.
always playstyling.
I was about to say, if you were trying to rob me, I was gonna laugh. Because I maxed out my entire account.
If you're watching at Party Royale,
It'd be cool if Booga got his like own pickaxe for winning the World Cup, like only him.
Oh yeah, that would
And
be
it
really
was like a pickaxe that was like the trophy he got.
If you notice, the yacht only has one player
And
on
it said,
so
like,
I'm interested
Booga
to
on
see
it.
Who that player is?
Booga, someone-
O'Reilly, who came out on
Is
top.
someone on the map
And of
that
course,
That'd be
who's
really
come out
cool.
of
spot?
Cali Quarter on top. That is always a question in all of these players' minds.
Oh, Zay's on. I just stole from.
Gotta have that FNCS watermark at the bottom left, you know?
Mhm.
He's so quiet.
Bruh, I can barely hear
I
him.
feel like I'm watching ASMR FNCS.
That's funny. AJ, I'm gonna rob from you.
Just to the southwest of him. So right now, first shot coming out, we talked about those early hunting rifle tags, but not quite going to find it again. Anas, game number 2 winner, current first place right now.
And he's in a very good spot to keep that first
forgetting that.
place, but him
If you
right
just
behind
stand
him,
still,
we gotta keep our
it
eye on
won't-
that
it
elimination
will
feed
stop.
for that come up as well. If Hin only 3 points behind is able to make a play to start
No,
to take
Ninja.
the round up,
Oh.
is Vadil gonna get some
Hey,
nice
Carl,
shots
can you
there?
move?
The Doug Splashes though.
Why?
We're gonna get that player up. The nice
You're
hit is gonna drop
you're
the player down.
blocking
The
my
edit around as well.
ADS.
He's got him boxed up, but the fish
Thank
is
you,
gonna
you come
escape
back.
as
You were
Vadil
just in the
looking to
air.
crash pad on in, using the jump there. He's actually not gonna go in. He's gonna take the wall and the cone up top.
Oh, nice.
And that was so smart to outplay Advise there.
Why that pickaxe though?
Well done.
Why
picking
that
up advisors
skin?
there. We talked about
I mean, the
the
skin's
differences
fine, but the
in crash pads
pickaxe,
and the
like-
variations you're able to use.
Garbo.
Jumping up prevented him from falling in. So then
I'm criticizing them like it's a
Advisor takes
fashion
the
show in
situation, picked up the
FNCS.
over the Slurpee Swamp. We watched this fight happen last time. Benji aggressively pushed Kiriachi, saying, no splitting going on here. This is
My
side.
friends, my real life
Kiriachi
friends,
now
they used to
looking
have
be
this, so
the
I'm like
predator
used to it.
instead of the prey and closing in on
Mm.
Benji as he's hitting the slurp barrel.
Oh
So
my
that's kind of resolved
god, I
his
feel
forehanding
so
now,
bad for
box
Royal.
to box. How do two of the best players
It
in the
feels
world
so
close
bad.
up this box?
It's gonna
Do they look
freaking-
to take each other on, or are
I
they
just
kind of
stole a
trying to
lot.
disengage the situation? Right now, Benji's saying, "Hey, I need more mats if we're gonna go toe to toe."
I hate you. I hate
Me?
you. I hate. No, not you, AJ. I
35
freaking
of the
hate him.
current players also competed
AJ, I
in the
freaking hate
FNCS
you. I'm gonna
Invitational
freaking
Finals.
block your
So
ass.
they've been here before. They've been in this grand
block
finals. They
your
know what
ass.
to do. Especially these two players on the screen right now. Is Kiriachi is going to take some damage there from Benji, who is keeping that pressure up with that.
Yeah,
rare
let's see you
tactical
get that
shotgun.
now,
And
boy.
if he
See
can
you
find
get
a
that now.
creative way and
Come
find
on,
Kiriachi actually
Benji.
went up and around the
Oh.
shots going through, exchanging high
Yeah,
ground
let's see
and
you get that
exchanging
now,
shots.
boy.
As
I
he
just
takes a
deposit
nice
all
tag
my
there on
money.
Kiriachi. Still has yet to take any damage himself.
See how much
Kiriachi
money
is
you
still pushing.
have
This is
that
exactly
you
what we
that
expect
I
from him.
lost.
Benji baiting him to drop down. Kiriachi was ready. The back and forth going in favor of Benji right now. Kiriachi keeping the pressure up. Benji going to get tagged up a lot there because he couldn't build the floor. He's trying to pickaxe for that code as the edits come through. Benji going through gold builds.
How much money do you have, AJ?
Once you reset that metal, it's very, very weak. It's easy to hit. But he's put some distance in
A
between
lot? Can you show me your balance?
I was supposed to say Dominius.
No.
Hearing the action going
I'm gonna look at it anyways. I can look at it.
Knows who's there. I'm not sure you want to jump on into that pond.
You have $3,528, bro.
A rock at a hard place. Pick which one and who's who. Because Benji, right now, just again,
Carl has 000 money. Feel
how
bad
long
for
are we
him.
gonna do this for? How long are we gonna burn mats and just sit here and force each other back? Because both of these players are good enough to hold the other off, or at least make them pay for it if you don't get that initial ambush off of the start, which is why you now see Kiriachi kind of backing up a little bit, making sure he gets some mats before heading back in towards Benji again, looking to potentially respark this engagement.
And I'm not surprised from Kiriachi. He is very, very aggressive, but we'll have to see if that turns out in any of their favors. As seven,
I hate
now
you.
the aggressive
Yes.
one to Diablo. Diablo's going to get the initial shots there. And now Seventor can disengage if they want to, but on the edge of zone, really hard to disengage because you're trying to run away, then you're just going to get shot in the back, and it's just unfortunate there. So box to box, diagonal to diagonal, Diablo.
You have to give it a 2-minute rest, bro.
Peanut butter edit, look
Bro,
at
I'm
that
not.
jump shot there.
I'm
Seventor
typing.
looking to
I'm
get
scared.
any sort of wall take back, and he does, but Diablo ready for it. The shot comes through the quick reset.
You can't rob box,
AJ. Seventor, but still. Not as much HP
can
there.
rob,
Diablo shots are still coming through. He does pop a mini.
AJ is the bot. What do you mean?
Back and forth over these peanut butter areas. That's that triangle.
I'm just kidding.
He goes in, he goes aggressive with that crash.
You can rob Alex.
Did you see how many edits
or
he had? How many
Grayson.
He had in between
Grayson
him
has
and
a lot of
Seventor.
money.
He was predicting that perfectly. But Seventor's ready
I'm gonna
for
rob
the edit. He's
Yo
ready
Carl.
for
I'm gonna
Diablo.
donate you some money,
Popping
fam.
up, and he said, you know what? I'll bait the heal out, but I'm gonna get that elimination.
What are you even
I wanna
doing?
see how much.
And a really good
We're
job
just
from
messing
Seven
around with
towards
the
baiting
dank
Diablo
mirror
into
bot.
something that he had owned, and then committed him to the fight, caught him with the builds out, and then following up with the tactical shotgun. And it's really fruitful to resolve that fight because there was a player.
I want to see how you can donate money.
Been able to rain shots down. And again, if you are just joining that, there's the format on the right hand side. You can see first round of placement points coming
Please
through. Top 75,
share
next minute, top 50. Then it's every 10 players to fall until you reach top 25.
Please.
Then it's every 5 players until you're into the top 3. So definitely want to be making
The
those
share
videos,
did.
but also
Oh crap.
1 point per each elimination as Carrot
Please
will pick
bank
Phoenix
rob.
there, will
It's
also get
rob
points
bank.
back in
Are you
second.
dumb?
And he may have taken
I'm gonna
coolest out of
steal-
his stand, but
I'm
right
gonna
now he's the
steal
coolest
from
of the authority, picking that elimination up. He's been
It's not,
Okay,
you dumb
okay.
dumb.
I believe one of the players that
Carl,
came
you have no money. How are you gonna rob a
Invitational.
bank with no
That happened
money?
a couple months ago, but still maintaining prowess over
You have
the
to
authority
get
here.
money in
He was
order
here
to
back
rob a
when it
bank.
was the agency, so dominant performance from
I
Carrot.
know,
He's
it
also
might
got the
sound
zone there as
stupid,
well.
but-
He's already building up and refarming. In Misty Meadows, however, Ardent
Oh
looking
my
to set up an
god.
ambush like we've
You
talked
guys
about,
have never
hiding in
used
this
this
little
spot
upgrade room.
ever.
He didn't even catch anybody waiting to
I
upgrade
have
their
never.
loot. He's got a great
You have
charge
never?
to do with the
Okay.
legendary at that. and
Just
look how
remove the
money
bot
is
then if you
taking the
didn't.
bait. They are coming into the house.
Because honestly, it's like a
He set
funny,
trap up
it's like a
perfectly. He set a
funny
trap
ass
up, but he
bot.
put a wall grip.
If
Put a
you
wall there that
hearing it from me,
covers the shields, everything
my
being
friends
popped there.
have
On
it.
though.
They steal
Not
from me
being
all
able
the
to spring
time.
The trap. His grip was ready for it, and grip
How do you get
turns the
coins?
tide.
I don't know how you. I don't. How do you?
Sometimes you set
You have
the
to
trap in the
steal
bait,
from
but turns
people.
out you are the bait and you don't
You have
reel in
to
what
beg.
you
Oh,
want.
beg,
That's what we talked
beg.
about.
You
He was
gotta
looking for a
beg.
slurp
Please
fish and
beg.
instead pulled one of the loot sharks there.
Yeah,
Grip,
but please
turning
beg
it
and
around
somebody will
after a
donate
rough
money to you.
Game number 2 getting eliminated pretty much basically off drop. Ardit
You're
trying to
drunk
spring a little bit of an
so
ambush there, but instead
Oh, give me a sec, give me a
going
sec.
down. So good job on Griffer. We saw also had a very, very, very impressive run in order to make the qualifier here, but now on board with E11's Tayson.
Okay.
We saw be super successful in the heats yesterday. The problem is he hasn't necessarily really converted it today.
Hello?
We've consistently seen him
Hey.
to the top. He was actually 7th
Hello.
coming in, so
What's
not
up?
doing too bad today, but probably also a little bit outside in terms of the placement that he would be wanting, averaging top 27 placement and 5 elims total across the
Is
team.
it solos up in CS?
And I think it may be due to the amount of loot that he's getting. He isn't teaming with 2 other players. It's really, really hard to find all that loot.
Hey,
And
Gideon,
you
what's
see
up?
it in his inventory right now. He does have crash pads, but that common AR is not going to net you a lot of eliminations. He's going to have to find a way to upgrade
Hello,
that.
can anybody hear me?
Impact elimination.
Yes.
Or finding one naturally. Because it seems like this is the open side of zone, and that meaning there's not that many people all around him. He's got a little space to work with there. Someone who doesn't have that much space, there's a lot of players nearby. Bad Sniper. He does have 15 points, a decent first couple of games, but not where he wants to be. There is a player nearby. He's got to be careful with the snipe, and you don't have it. He's going to turn the beams back onto him, but not going to hit it. He has only 22 above Storm Surge, and that is nowhere near safe, as you see it already ticking down to 19.
Yeah, and that Storm Surge threshold on the right side of your screen there. The number for zone number 3 is 70, so currently 17 players have to go down. Bad Sniper will be starting to look for tags here, but also doesn't necessarily want to overbuild himself too much because he doesn't have a ton of materials and he is out in the open. So if he has a lot of players who opt to end up spamming towards him, it can be difficult. And he's not in the safe zone yet, and now only 4 into that threshold just keeps on ticking. So he's trying to trade some tags out, get himself above. We have Ovation Arion and Smudge closing in on him, as well as 2 players already in the zone and coming back, and this is going to be key. And he got it! Huge tags and the Elim coming on to Meta Shrimsy. Super unfortunate, using the crash pads desperately trying to get in zone, but even with those tags, only 62 above.
And you can tell he's not happy with it. He's already looking to move and set up for another couple of tags because he's going to need it. The 62 above just turned to 60 above, and then it's going to turn to 52 above. And you're going to start trickling down that leaderboard as everybody.
Oh my god. AJ, I feel so bad.
Here on the Keswick. Will be the snipe nearby.
AJ, he tries so hard.
The shot is going to ring there. Not actually going to connect on anybody.
Just put, please deposit max.
Tags again is above Storm Surge, but not by
It'll
much.
work.
You see Lecce take down the premises limit there. Snipe, though, has a very good position in zone. He can rotate to his right or his northeast there to really make a play on that.
Wait, let me see your balance.
He heard that sniper strike come through, and that player got tagged up by everybody, and Ovation's Arion is going to fall.
Your wallet is.
How do you put it in the bank? I'm confused.
Going through there, and we talked about it. You miss 100%
please.
of the shots you don't take, and it's sometimes
J from safe.
the AR bullets.
How do you do it?
Please deposit max.
I did that. This is my bank's full.
259 coins deposited for me.
This is my bank's full.
Check my put please bow and then put in a Nintendo.
How do you deposit it? It says my bank's full.
I think you have to check something out from that. I don't know. Bro, I don't even have 2,000 coins yet, AJ. Chill down. Chill out.
Also under pressure here. He was the player who had the brilliant crash pad play yesterday.
Did you unfriend me again?
I never unfriended you.
Swing on over to a Nos.
Ooh,
nice
what?
Replay. See what's going on here. Chaining the crash pads, landing directly on top of the
player. Kid has a P90.
Spen, what are you doing? Cover your back,
bro, AJ, can you stop robbing people? You just make it bad for yourself.
Don't forget, he was in first place with 28 points, now sitting
Who's
30,
Chroma?
courtesy of the
dang.
and the first placement threshold.
You dang.
Very great play.
Guys are
I
both
don't know why I don't see your
guys are
name.
rubbing each other. Please. You serious? Please do. Bro, if you do please beg, you actually get sometimes money. Like me, I just got 266 coins from Rihanna.
He's recently been turning online, you know, in these last couple of months. Has been really great.
Type
to see
re.
him come into
You gotta type it. Type it.
Especially after being picked up by that organization. With this disengage though, it nets him a lot. He's able to
Rihanna just gave me so much money, bro.
Metal as well if he wanted to hit that fence there. Refarm a lot of this wood as well. Benji picking up an elimination is good for him. But Anas, while he was in a good spot, now he's getting pinched by these players.
Yeah, I believe he also had a pretty solid performance at DreamHack Anaheim, flying out to that land and making it to the grand final there, but now hopping on board. Another player who was there, Bad Sniper though, under pressure from Atlantis' Lecce.
266 coins.
Does have plenty of shields and floppers if he can make the space, however. Now in the zone, and that's a 2-tick zone that as soon as it passes over and it closes, is going to go to a 5-tick zone. So Bad Sniper is going to have a lot of the pressure here in terms of having the chug splashes and having the floppers.
Bro, that's my please Val.
Yeah, autocorrected.
AJ.
No additional
Bro, I'm
white
gonna
heals
steal from
How do you
her.
upgrade the bank?
Really beneficial for bad snipers.
I don't know.
Has a relatively
I never
path to
had
the
that
zone
before.
now. You can see on that bottom right-hand corner, only 1 or 2 players who are going to be in his way.
And that's always unfortunate, is getting eliminated in zone as you're just trying to rotate through. As Anas doing the same. He's got white heals, but it's only in bandages, and he is popping them this time, but he's got to be careful. This elimination will net him so much. It'll give them a loot.
Bro, I just stole, Carl, I just stole from you.
Andy is staying more healthy than Anas.
I just stole from your ass.
When you get a chance, see if I am on your friends list.
AJ, you don't have a hunting, bro. You need to go buy one, bro.
Anas going down, and that's number 1.
See you, Versley. Have a good day.
Carl, I just stole from you.
Pressure from the storm, the 5-tick zone. Andy eating all the
Please draw the A
cabbages
fizzy biz. It still has a tiny portion. Your payout was 45 coins.
The floppers and the bandages as well. So I'm actually going to argue that he should have used the bandages there and allowed the cabbages to tick himself over the top. But
get a fishing pole, 60% off.
Limit some of his mid-game and later game options there, but opting for
AJ, I'm gonna steal from you, bro. I'm gonna steal from your ass.
Relatively solid performance, was in 9th coming into this game, currently sitting on 18 points, and has a decent loadout for the end game. However, a long rotation he's going to have to make here, Clark.
And he has no crash pads and only 1 pepper. He's going to have to get creative with it, whether it be third-partying this site.
AJ, accept my friend request.
Rezon just going to hop in, and that's going to be PCH, who is
Work
not
from
expecting
for
it. You have to
YouTuber.
reset
Type
those
the
balls.
following
You
word
cannot
backwards.
afford to make those mistakes right now.
This is grand finals
Please, bank.
in Europe, the most
Hi,
played
but that's
game
cool. You
region,
can watch it.
arguably the most aggressive and most talented region as well. If you are able to convert on
I'm gonna
elimination,
beg.
please do everything possible and make sure you're safe.
Get a
It's all
rob
about
from
covering yourself
Elvis.
up afterward and allowing yourself to be in a position
Mr. Clean.
on in the game, and Reason is so good at capitalizing on others' mistakes. Now notice, built up on the high ground, use those
Dwayne
materials
The
to make
Rock
sure he's
Johnson
established
has
and safe,
been
but for
donated
Strokey, trying
253
encroach
coins
a
to
little bit on this real
AJ.
estate, and that's the fights you're gonna see.
And he gave
Reason
me a
opting to drop
candy.
down and just return to his safety as everyone else is gonna
Oh yeah,
rotate
Carl, I
into
also
the
robbed
zone.
Elvis,
This is
so you
zone
couldn't
number
like
4.
rob
So
him.
priority positioning
That'll
is
be
going
wrong.
to be towards the outside. We're going to be keeping an eye on who ends up going towards high ground. And then
Why
who
is your
slaying
picture
out
like that?
on
Is that the
location.
girl you're simping for?
Easy able to make it here. Another player able to make it into this end game is going to be Savage. And with that off-spawn elimination on the Noah Riley, I'm assuming that elimination there. Noah Riley went down early. It's got to be.
Someone died in the background.
You see, that is coming through. Nice and picked up there by Savage, but someone trying to capitalize on him. Shots coming through. He's going to pick up a double. Heat's going to go down. Queasy going to go down. The pressure's not done yet. The crash pad's coming in. And the crash pad master, Mr. Savage, going to be able to pick some up there. And he's ready to fight. He's ready to go aggressive, but someone on top of him going to be bad sniper there.
Oh my god, you guys killed me? How dare
Savage
you?
really needs to make a play to get out of this. Going up. And
Why am I a meme in the EU, bruh?
And what a phenomenal heads-up play. That's what you do.
Why? I hate, and I'm gonna kill
there's more
Carl.
players nearby you, and you take them out as well.
No, you.
Picking up
No, you.
there. I believe that was on the Helix, but we have our top 50. So
Dr.
Storm Surge turning back off, second placement point, going over, and don't forget, this is game number 3, so we're about to be at the midway point. This is a fantastic opportunity with a knockdown for somebody else to unseat him and become that front runner. And we talk so much about
is now an
momentum, whether or not you can hang
NPC
on,
in
and
Half-Life
whether or not you
3.
can get running. And Froggy, a player who thrives on momentum, finding a key even there on the backside of the zone, using the launch pad, then getting in on
Bill
the priority.
Clinton.
Half in, half out. Now closing in. After this, it will be all moving zones. So it's all
Hey
about
guys, once
making
you've
sure you're
done
safe,
depositing,
finding
when
rotations, figuring out
begging,
whether or
you gotta
not
deposit your
you
money
can get to
quick
that next
so
zone
people
and
don't
then
steal
trying
it.
to punish players around you who aren't doing it as good as you.
That's what I always do.
Lewick looking to capitalize.
Yeah, I
on
deposit
someone
all
knocking
your
it
money.
into their wall. You see inside the cone, just sitting there
Dang.
waiting. Good crash pad. We've seen it before. We saw it go against Benji there. Hin is gonna fall as well. Hin goes down. What a big elimination there. Another player near the top of the leaderboard going down. Safik falling as well.
Oh shit.
Lewick is dropping down though. He knows his player's running below him. He wants a piece of the action because he's only got 53 builds.
I forgot. Oh shit.
His ammo lacking as well. 5 shots with that charged shotgun is going to go through in an instant in this end game. So he has to pick up an elimination.
Oh
He
shit.
also does not have priority on rotation as it's pulling away from him. or Crash President's inventory will
I forgot.
not as effectively some of these other players, and he set this trap. He's waiting for this player to just make the wrong edit and go out, but I doubt if they're gonna fall for it.
Be a YouTuber, Carl.
Well, he's waiting. He does have priority on the zone. There's a player right next to his box. I wasn't sure if that player was on the coast.
You can't beat those.
Tag and it falls up right
You
away.
can't beat that job.
Going down in 41st, misses
you gotta be a YouTuber or a housewife.
Pick going right there. Mr. Savage still in the lobby as well. We're into the moving circles. That's the late game. You're going to start seeing players.
You want to be a YouTuber because you want
their builds, just trying to get to that next safe zone and avoid fire from their opponents. But you also have to watch out for those sharks and those aggressive players, the playmakers and the ones who are going to be the ones driving the action as we're on board here. The dual media snipe currently below the threshold for the storm surge, but that should turn off shortly here. Only 7 players need to fall.
How do you change the page?
We'll add into it right now, pushing himself above by taking out Griff and potentially.
I guess you gotta put please jobless too.
Yep, he will. He will get the legendary shot in there as well. And we're closing.
Oh, that voice crack.
Picks up Nate.
You could be a Twitch streamer, bro. A fast food cook, an internet troll. I don't think you want to be an internet troll. Those get arrested.
Mongo's in this game. Squeeze is in this game. Letwick is in this game.
Oh, look at me, FNCS call.
Savage go down. Flo is in this game here. Rifla as well. 2 eliminations. 79 builds. We'll see if he's going to be able to get any more.
Deceptos is also still up. We saw him there on the wide. That was the player who was in 3rd. He should be able to
be a you can't be a
every 5 players will be a placement point. Reason gets
Rather you be a YouTuber. YouTuber actually is a good job.
I get more money.
That's another point going
you get more money?
Now Rifla looking to add his name to that
YouTuber,
list.
you get $1,000 per like per time you press please work.
Z Andy, so still a who's who of top players left, but that's
type
everyone
epic
in the lobby.
troll video coming to YouTube.
Mongo picks up an Elam and Rifla ends Mr. X's run. Skype also getting orange. 2 more players will need to drop before we close in on that top 10 as 7tour also gets Mongo, but the question is who's on the high ground and is there caddy loot? And right as I say that, Thomas HD with that mythic shockwave launch.
Bro, can we play some squad after this?
Bottom right hand of your screen. Dual media snipe, top right hand.
So
3 for Rifla. Thomas on the high ground and the wide on your left.
You need to wait 59 minutes, so that's like an hour. Get away an hour.
As well as he's being aggressive there on to players that leave. That's going to be a squeeze in the box.
Soda
he is
cup
get the elimination there. Thomas may have the high ground right now, but Rifla is putting on a show. Snipe as well. 5 eliminations. Ludwig going to get taken down there by Vadil. I'm going to take down another one as they're going up the mountain. He's reloading that shotgun because he's going to need it as Crash Bad's going through. 6 eliminations there for him. 4 for
I'm ready.
Bottom right.
I'm ready.
Thomas still on the high ground. We're going up a mountain.
You
Team needs to get up. Otis Skype, very low HP. Skype's out of builds as well. He's more likely going to take over to the zone as well as Key and Rifla. Very, very healthy. Crash Pad up for high ground. Thomas HD going to take it for now. Dual media snipe, though, being aggressive. He's going for it. He does not secure it. Thomas HD in zone. Not as healthy as Dual media snipe now. Rifla with the RPG trying to throw it down. Coming up through Chaos. Kane going to go down. Skype going to be the one to do it. So he stayed on through the mountain. The HP wasn't enough, but Snipe with 6 eliminations.
I don't even have money, bro. I don't even have money.
Snipe versus Thomas versus Rifla. There's RPG's going to go through. You may have Kid Shockwave.
That's how I'm smart. I'm so smart that I
did. He takes him down. 5 eliminations. Rifla versus Dual Media Snipe on the low ground. RPG. Get Shockwave launcher as well. He's got too many things to reload. Will it be enough? Will he be able to do it? Dual Media Snipe in a bad spot though. Does he have floppers? Does he have anything to make it work? Does he have any builds?
I'm gonna kill.
Does that build dropping down? Shockwave's not going to be a factor here. RPG going to be used. Rifla concerned on only using that.
So B with AJ just robbed me.
I do want 800 subs.
No, he doesn't. He wants 200.
He gets the tag, drops down, comes through, and shotgun for the victory royale.
And brilliant decision from Rifla opting to use the actual rocket launcher instead of that mythic shockwave launcher because the zone pulled back over old builds. He needed to destroy them. If you're covered,
I wonder what match we are in.
Rather than wasting the rocket ammo, uses the destructive potential, secures the victory royale, and he says to his org mates, "It's not about you right now.
No way, you just used it to buy pink."
Opportunity. 3 games down, 3 games left. Zeke, Balla, Shio,
are you serious?
Let us know what's going on because this is so tense at the top. This is absurd.
I'll be back. Oh, I'm all the way in front.
It is absolutely tense at the top. I mean, EU is firing on all cylinders today. and it is an all-out battle at the top. We have to take a look at the standings. Now, we know coming into this game, Anas was holding that number 1 spot. But the question becomes, how many points has he racked up in that last game? And is he still hold that number 1 spot?
I think it's going to be a dead heat at the top. I mean, it's neck and neck for so many different people.
You think these announcers get paid a lot?
All around, everybody wants to be involved in this race.
And to sit
I'll be right back.
Who's all the way in the lead in first place, 32 points, 9 eliminations, and he's playing so well that he doesn't even need a victory royale.
No, he doesn't. Not at all. Flois is up there. He kind of had that first moment, that game 1 win. Anas will clap back. And then Rifle, it's kind of in order there. But all the players who won the games are literally tied up at 30 points. It's all about elims. There's even a further tie for Anas and Rifle.
Yeah, things are going so fast, even past that. From 6th to 10th, Rezon is still holding on to his spot. Froggy, who was 2nd, is now in 9th. But Thomas HD, Letwick, these legend status names are just doing everything they can. It is not enough to keep up with the top 5.
And Rifle is showing he belongs in that top 10, right? Coming off his first game, an 11th place with his 2 eliminations. Second game, 73rd place. And now the victory out with 6 eliminations. These are the swings we need to see if people want that number 1 spot.
And there are swings happening. There might not all be seen because you can see it. Vidil in 19th place, he just had a very significant game. Look at the elims for him. He's actually tied up with those players up at the top of the leaderboards in terms of elims. He just needs to convert on some of these other games to make it really count.
Please inventory to see the collectibles you got.
Squeeze, AR Battle, they're past 5. They're fighting in that.
For me, I got a lot because those are my friends who with this
get points
guy
and stay
with
relevant
the
after game 3 in this competition.
Guys, we are off to the races. We are halfway through this sprint.
Hey, Cole, I'm
gonna see the finish line there. The question is, who will cross first?
The blocks are off. The starting blocks are completely off. These guys are off to the races, like you said. And we're kind of trying to see who's going to catch up. When we get to the finish line, we're basically halfway there. And at this point, just trying to extend the lead until we get towards those final games and start dashing towards the win.
You got to pace yourself, though, right? We've seen it in the end games. We've seen it on the leaderboards. These guys who are coming up on top to start with are now not being able to hold on to the first place slot. And it's about first place seat.
And there's only one Axe of Champions to go around. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, as you mentioned, Bob, that we did miss out of this last game. We got to break it down for us.
Bob?
That we do. There are so many things for these guys.
Is AJ still here?
On some,
yeah, AJ just talked.
Long range charge.
Are you tired?
Players like Bad Sniper who started the day off so
strong. Honestly, me and him are just having fun.
And there's another one. He's just looking through these.
I has to get up in 7 minutes.
Just the space in the end game to build up the box.
7 minutes.
Get more of these. Every time you look out, there's so many people fighting to try to stay alive.
Yeah, you mentioned the deal, who was very much alive in that last game.
I'm gonna be in Soda Club 1.
So far in his run in these grand finals. After that, still looking for more for everyone who was in this foot race. It was intense. They wanted to have a leg in the competition.
And we said it, things that were missed. 7 Tor goes off on a spree, back to back to back elims, and he does it so well. There are so many people here in this lane, but for most of them, it's a false start in this endgame.
Yeah, he was sticking beside that storm so much, looking for shots from box to box, had the AR to clear out walls. After that, got into boxes himself. If he couldn't get things from range, he was right up in your face and got elims on players like Mr. Savage. Moved past that, though, and still played a phenomenal game, ending somewhere near top 15.
But there's no signs of anybody lapping anyone else, except for maybe the Become Legends guys. There's so many of these names starting to push up towards the top, and look at that back-to-back.
Okay, one match.
Lobby focus on the same person.
I think
and it works out for one, but then the player who he actually had
the last
taken a little bit from ends up getting put down. That was Snazy too.
Yeah, it was a rough run for Right Flicker. Just look at all the things he had to overcome. Box to box, while getting third party, still got the elimination down, got to hold down the wall, and the coolest RPG shot after this awesome elimination on the Thomas HD I've ever seen. Clay was saying it was hard to actually get this reloads down, get these power weapons situated, but he shoots an RPG, catches himself with a waterfall, and then connects with a drop-down charge pump. What a play.
What a shot at the end! That is ridiculous. We've seen that a number of times when the caddy launcher players get shockwave launchers so good. In that case, he doesn't thought to use it at all, just relies on his pure instincts.
Dude, that's all it takes sometimes. Sundown likes to say it best. Some days you just have to make sure you can hit your shots better than someone else. And for Rifle, that's what we're seeing. He's like, hey, big time to make the move. It's happening now. Now, guys, as the competition does heat up, we need to cool down. We have 3 games left before we make.
So we got 3 more games
left. With that being said, we're gonna step away. When we return, by the conclusion from Europe. See you guys in 5.
I get that. Oh, we're doing any East now. Are we? Yeah, we're doing any East now. Yeah, we're doing any East. Wait, are we? Well, no, we're still doing Asia. We're still doing Asia. Never mind. We got 3 more matches left. Then it's in it, and then it's in the East.
I know a command that is typed to actually.
What?
Oh, it's time for him to leave.
It is?
I'm gonna type something in chat.
What?
Can you like speak English?
No.
What'd you say, AJ?
AJ, I'm gonna rob from you. I'm gonna rob you. Man, I'm scared. I tried, AJ. I tried. Yeah. Wait.
AJ.
Yes.
AJ,
what are you doing?
I'm warning you. AJ, I'm warning you.
What did you say, Carl?
What are you doing?
I'm gonna send you a message. I'm gonna send you a DM, and you have to type it in the bot.
Bruh, I don't even have 250 coins. What are you robbing? I don't have any money, bruh. We don't have any money. Damn it. Dang, Carl, he's got so much money. He's got 250 coins because of me. What the? What the? How do you get so hungry over that? That's disgusting.
That looks kind of good, not even gonna lie.
Oh, okay, now you're just hungry. Go eat something. Go eat something, then cookies, or Yogi Bear, or...
Okay.
Tell your dad to shut up. Oh. Okay. That looks actually dumb. And I bet that's caviar on the spoon.
Ooh.
Bro, you're trying to smite me. You're trying to smite me.
That looks actually pretty good.
Yeah. That looks
except
disgusting.
for the pickles.
The meat is disgusting.
That's real meat.
Yeah, I don't eat meat.
You're a vegan?
Yeah.
Bruh.
But the
I
hype
eat
night ends
chicken
in
nuggets. That counts.
the hype night ends in 10 seconds.
10 seconds? Wait, no, it doesn't. What? Yo, AJ, why'd you leave?
I said hype night. I have to get off.
Will you be in the Discord?
In a few minutes, I think so.
Okay.
Can you talk in it?
Yeah, I think so.
Someone's iPhone. Duty.
Shut up.
AJ.
Yes.
Are you leaving now?
I have to, yeah.
But will we talk in the Discord?
I hope so.
Okay, if not, bye buddy, love you, no homo, sweet dreams.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
AJ.
Hello and welcome back to continued coverage of the FNCS.
He left and then the FNCS started.
Joining us here on the desk.
I know.
We got Shy Away, we got Ball TW. Gentlemen, we were halfway through the leg of this race.
Hey, AJ died
and
because of me.
These last 3 games are going to dictate who walks away as an FNCS champion. We're just going to get back into it because we have games on deck.
I just want to be 13 right now. I wish. I just wish to be 13 right now. Because I want to compete in that. I really want to.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Bala, and welcome back, everyone. This is game number 4
I want to compete in any tournament
FNCS finals.
that is like for my age, like 13 or older. I wish.
So we can stay up to date. Clay, what do you think of the action so far?
It has been tense, and it is going to be a nail biter coming into this game. As we saw, the top is only separated by a few points, and there was a 3-way tie there. The third, of course, it all breaks down based on tiebreakers.
Carl.
Our victory royale winners are in second, third, and fourth.
Please,
Decepticons is in first with no victory royales. We're hopping on board here first, though, with Thomas HP. He was able to get Shockwave launcher and that mythic charge in the inventory. Will he go aggressive in the mid game, though? However, is the question.
I need a big. I need some money. I have no money.
Valuable that mythic loot is coming out of Caddy. He also has all of the excess shields and the guaranteed launch pad that comes from
do you know what T-Series said to me?
Still have to execute on the rotation because while
no points for you, no boy.
Everyone in their mother, in their grandmother, and probably their third and second cousins, and that
your
one
mom
person
did it,
in 3rd grade, the one time as you were at the water fountain, they all want this mythic loot. It is so strong, particularly in solos when it comes to maintaining high ground control in the end game, which allows you to convert at a much higher percentage and actually closing out the game.
And Thomas is no stranger to doing that. We've seen him do it before many, many times, but today, winless on the day. There's still 3 more games for him to get this win, but getting tagged up in this early portion of the game is hard for you and for
you can just tell me.
You have to invest time, you have to invest
special.
math and that.
This is my special egg.
Use it there. As we see Kiriachi going to fall there in the feed. Thomas has to be careful about going for shots like that. Standing still is never okay in Fortnite because it will always get you tagged up. He was luckily able to avoid it.
And Thomas HD knows all about that, known for being one of the best and most accurate players in Europe, particularly with those hunting rifles and sniper rifles, and able to punish the players looking to throw those shots in there and to rack up damage for Storm Surge. That's what we talk about when it's all about the tags going through there. But now we're going to take a look at a quick little replay here there as Flois will be able to pick up an Elan as he's going through here, but then I believe he fell right after that.
And landing in a different slot than he was normally, as he does end up falling to SD. He, in the gas station, has been changing up loot spots every single game today, and it doesn't seem to be working out after his great performance in that first game.
And Wolfie is actually also going down to himself there, which to me indicates he probably might have tried to RPG too close there. wasn't a storm signal going off, so he will be taken out, and we saw him go down early last game as well. Rifle actually going to yoink that elimination away there. As you can see, Thomas trying to close in, get as much pressure here. Rifle did close out that last game, so getting another elimination there. Really good job on Thomas, using that shockwave horizontally, closing the distance onto passive, and give him a little donkey laugh and then take the L. If you're in Party Royale Island right now, you got that combo? Can you hit that combo real quick? Give him the donkey laugh into the L with a quick little dab, and then back into the L. Show him what you got. Show Thomas HD some love, because that was a well-executed play there. He's going to look to continue to roll with that loot into the finals.
And while Thomas is dancing, Mongrel falls on the other side of the map as well. So they're definitely needing to change it around. And this is something that's unique to see, is that the players near the top are not stopping. They are not stopping their aggression because they are near the top. They want to keep pushing the pedal. They realize how close it is. They say, you know what? If you're going to catch me, you need to go just as aggressive as I am, if not better. As Deceptos is looking for a snipe, almost hits it, and he barely even saw that player. Would have been one to definitely put in the montage and the highlight reel. He's got to be careful. There's a player nearby, and he needed those tags.
Sorry, I am late.
Storm Surge.
It's good.
24 below, 27 below, so it's going to continue to drop. You can see 77 players left. Once the storm does close in, that storm surge will come into play. Don't forget that is 25 damage every 10 seconds. And with only the 3 minis, that's very rapidly going to pick through. But he should have an opportunity here. There's multiple players rotating in front of him. Still 5 below after that 32 tag, so not quite enough, but might have a nice little ambush opportunity, especially with those 3 crash pads here. However, he needs to be careful. There's 2 players here. And I think one of the players has to be below Storm Surge because they're in the zone and still pressing.
Sorry,
really
I haven't even here. I am sick.
And a nice
tag
there by Deceptos to get another tag for that Storm Surge. He's hopping the box. He's done with it. He says, you know what? I don't want to wait anymore. I want that tag. And with that elimination, he secures himself a placement point as well as the elim point going into the top 75 placement threshold.
Yeah, and a good job. So huge impact elimination there. We talk about tags, which is when you're just trying to land shots for some damage, not necessarily looking to convert, but a massive conversion, which ends up being a placement swing, puts him well above the Storm Surge threshold. So number 1 place, not going to be threatened by that. Going to get a relatively easy transition after getting the resources from that elimination. But now on board with Boffo here, slightly off of the top 15 pace in terms of 20 points, but more than capable of picking himself back up, and he is well above that Storm Surge threshold now. Oh my lord, the legendary pistol going to work. Ovations Arion going down there, and we've talked about just how strong that weapon can be and why these competitive and top players are opting to pick it up. It's because in the most recent season, all of those assault rifles have had their headshot multipliers change to be 1.5. The pistols, on the other hand, still have a 2.0 headshot multiplier, which means due to the higher rate of fire, if you're able to be accurate and find 1 or 2 headshots like you saw in that situation, you can convert into eliminations on a really consistent basis, and sometimes even better with the AR. But now, back on board here with Thomas, and the reason we're watching him is we're checking that loadout. He's the one with Kit's Mythic Loot, has the launch pad, and we've seen just how destructive it can be in all of these late game scenarios.
And Thomas has been mastering it so far, but he does get tagged up again. This is not good for Thomas. He's got the shockwave launcher. He's got a lot of builds.
Why does it take so long to just play a tournament?
No, decides not to. As Carrot seems like he ran out of mats or was just in a bad situation, and Thomas capitalized yet again. And we've seen this in the first game. We saw him get mid-game elim. But this is the first time he's been able to actually get an elim and get the loot that comes with it. So that's going to be really good and really scary for these competitors. Because if he's able to pick up any minis or floppers there, he's in a good spot. Someone, however, not in a good spot is Arden. As Hin takes him down very, very low. Arden's going to have to make a play, but there's no play to be made there from him.
Yeah, and the storm was on his back, forcing him to rotate through. Hen also good job dropping down, picking up whatever he could get there, because you notice not a ton of materials coming over just below the elimination counter to the right of his name. You can see the total number of builds he has available as it does start ticking down. So only about a third of the maximum available, because when you're in the competitive mode, there is a mat cap. It's not 999 metal, 999 wood, 999 brick. No, you can only carry 500 of each, which ends up equating to 150 total builds. Is now we're going to switch on over to an initial replay here of Hen putting pressure down towards the fight and getting kind of this first damage onto Ardit, and it's just like a really good job making sure he's closing this out. And you can see, because the storm is pressing up on the back and Ardit doesn't have the supplies or anything to really get past Hen, he's just forced to go, and Hen faking that he had rotated and then turning around. A really good job picking up that elimination. As now we're going to hop back on board with our current leader, Gamers Origin Deceptos.
And where the Holly hedges, that's really good for players like Rezon, who have not had to move this entire game as it's coming to a close here. He's got a good position in zone as well, as we see a lot of players go down. Storm Surge will be a factor in this next zone as it starts to close. We only need 10 players, however. A little bit less of the players alive, as this was a harder rotate for some players to make. Deceptos, however, he is in first, is not slowing down at any moment in time. Constantly looking for tags, constantly looking for picks, constantly looking for anything he can to continue to spread his lead even more, because he was only in the lead before this by 2 points. Now will definitely be in the lead by at least 3 with that elimination, but that's not going to be enough for him. He wants to be 10, 15 points, however many more he can increase. That's what he wants to be, and he's actually following the path of Rezon right now.
And trying to do his best to play Fortnite as a platformer, just hitting all those crash pads, but unfortunately missing the second one, and he could end up paying for it as the spray comes through. And now he's going to be forced to burn some of the shields there, make sure he gets himself back up. You do see Rifla moving past him there. That was the match number 3 winner, trying to continue his momentum and rolling forward, as now back on board here with Deceptos. Burned 2 of his minis and one of the big pots. Also down to just 62 builds and 2 crash pads from a player right next to him, not owning the wall, and he follows up 1, 2, 3 shots, but then he needs to back off right away because he picked up racks, but then another player was squeezing in towards the end. And this is that 4th circle kind of crunch we talk about, where everyone's piling in, establishing their box on the edge of the zone, trying to pull the half in, half out, but not get eliminated and not end up being the focus of other players. That's why you see kind of these different apartment buildings kind of being segmented off towards the side. Now we swing on over to Tayson, who also has Snazy right by him, but Tayson currently throwing some great shots and in an awesome
This has been on for so long.
And in a very good spot, because
Facts.
there's no one really looking at him in that area.
What?
Now, Zone does not pull
I
where
was reading the chat.
He will be in an awkward spot, but you see a shark coming through the background, hitting some players. Somebody else down below just trying to stave off the pressure. The lobby spray coming through, and that's what happens when you be a little bit.
Well, mute your mic if you play
Milan
TikTok
go
or
down,
whatever.
He's not looking to
Oh,
get
no,
another
that wasn't
elimination there.
TikTok.
So someone else trying to rotate out as well. A lot of shots going down. Everybody firing. He finds the man's literal foot there. He's getting the shot down to him, but I think that elimination is going to go over to Vidil. So Tayson not able to capitalize on the second elimination, but at least able to pick up one.
And you can see the thought process behind Pinky, Vidil right
I
there.
don't get how you could watch it for that long.
Pinky there, trying to get around.
Fun fact, I'm not actually watching it. I'm just streaming it and I'm on my phone.
I know, same, bro.
Established themselves in the zone meant the late rotate wasn't going to pay off. As now
This is so
players are
boring.
stacked on top of each other here. We're going to hop on board with Letwick, who's going to pick up Floppa Michael. We are inside the top 50, so second placement point has gone over. Now back on board with
Oh,
Letwick
emoji
again,
happy
trying to push through
tears,
and find a
emoji
second
happy
kill.
tears.
Rifla, who's going to get down. That was the match number 3 winner, so still plenty of the top players left in this one.
But they could go down if Letwick's continuing to push this advantage, but he doesn't have
Wait, can you mute your mic, Nick, if you play that?
But no extra minis. This is not what he wanted from that loot. He was hoping for big shields, chug splashes, any more minis there, but not able to get it. Maybe wonder if Rifle was able to steal some of those away as he decides to disengage and actually ends up landing near Slick there. The Strokey down there as well. Slender, Vidil,
I'm
Queasy,
fat Yee.
Tayson down there as you see them panning through. Rifle, though, in a very good spot to look at anybody crash padding into zone of shots. Continuing to hit here for him is just tracking beautifully through the air. Milan will fall. They're running out of AR ammo, though, so this is concerning. He's not able to pick up any of these eliminations. It's not really worth it.
Nothing will change.
Desperately looking for the siphon because he doesn't have a big pot to take himself over. This is the half in, half out zone, so he's just trying to keep the players from rotating in, but as you see in the bottom right-hand corner,
I like
pretty
being
much
fat.
everyone has already made it right to the edge of the circle. So once we move into zone number 6, aka the moving zones and the late game, it's all going to be about the rotation priority. This is the late game, match number 4. All of the top players are still in it, so keep an eye on that top left corner and who's taking down who, as all of them are capable of winning this game and closing out the victory route. 40 players remaining. The zone's going to close here, and we'll have the first reveal of the moving zones. You can see Rifla, Deceptos, Seven Tor, Steelix, Bion God, all the players directly on top of each other. Floki, Thomas HD, Vato, so many players stacked right towards this edge, and nobody has priority.
I wonder when it's gonna end.
Everybody is going to be forced to rotate. Look in the bottom right-hand corner.
Wait, Carl, do you play Valorant often?
On the south side, and you have to go northwest. This is going to signal a ton of early crash pads, early launch pads.
Do you play Valorant in your spare time, friends?
Branch out right away, and here it goes. The crash pads and the launch pads are out.
Wait, you're watching my stream? What the heck? I didn't know you were watching my stream.
Hello.
Hey, I'm tired, holy.
Yeah, I know.
I'm
I'm just watching Valorant. I'm just watching Valorant, having the heck of it.
SMG plays here in competitive Fortnite because not a lot of players are prioritizing it.
Who's your favorite character in Valorant, Carl?
Rifle gonna take a
In
lot
where?
of damage, and I don't know.
In Valorant.
Able to get out of this one. 29 HP. He does have.
I like,
in his inventory, and you see he did get out. He is going
what's his
on
name?
the aggression. He has to
Sova?
go forward, and he needs to
No.
realize that he's got to be careful.
Phoenix?
He also needs
It's
he
the
desperately
Reaper
needs
guy.
elimination.
Is it
Found the high
Omen?
ground there, and now dropping down.
Is his name Omen?
MCS X Squeezy has just picked up
Reaper,
a huge elimination.
Cypher.
Deceptos going down.
I
Anonymous
love
going
Omen,
down.
Omen.
Squeezy
Yes,
got picked
Omen.
up right
Alright.
before that, but
Omen's
the
your
two
favorite
top players
thing,
are
okay.
now out.
This is boring.
Rifle's
My favorite
opportunity
is
to save
Sage.
it.
This is
Is out as
boring.
well.
I'm
There's
just
another
streaming
player
it
who's
because
top
why
six
not?
going into it. All
Yeah,
of the
so
legends
viewers
are
can
dropping, and
see
Rifle
it.
saying it's
Yeah.
my opportunity to shine. He won match number 3. Can he turn it around? He picks up Slicks as well, saying, I'm the best of us right now. I will prove it. 39 points. Top 25 going through another placement threshold. But can he execute from the low ground, now hopping up into the mid ground as we get a look at the wide and everyone else rotating through, but back on board with Rifle. Already 4 eliminations.
Is this in the East?
For that next placement threshold.
Nah, it's still Asia.
As Janice picks up Thomas.
There's
I
two
love
more.
raw potatoes.
This is 2 more matches left.
This is really good to see, but he's got to keep going. He can't get stuck in the zone like this. That's exactly what's happening. He's being held out, shots come through, not able to connect on him, and he's going to take over the zone. 41 points is what he's finished on for this game. So anybody over 41 or close is going to look to challenge Janus on the high ground.
If I was in there, I will be in second place.
Well. Smudge and Stacey, Vadil, PCH, and
You sure,
there.
Ninja?
That's your top, 11, 10 players there. As Janus is looking just to spray everybody. PCH rotating
What's he
through
saying?
that mid.
If he was in there, he'd be
position,
second
looking to
place.
get anything going there is Interact.
I'd be last.
There we get a lot of
I'd be the first one to
I
die.
will be like 200.
Maybe AR doesn't really have much to work with. It seems like
legit, I'll probably make like 100. I'll probably make it. I'm not so sure though.
Rotation through Slender on the low ground as well as Stacey.
If I make 100, I'll at least make some money.
There as well, Vadil. Right now on your screen, 3 eliminations.
Money because like top 100 gets 1,500.
Scrib is gonna fall there. Vadil's trying to rotate with the last
Ninja's thing I'm not sure about because he said he wanted to 1v1 me, that he wanted me to train, but he's like not no offense, he's like he needs to be back.
I know trash.
But he's not gonna be able to pick it on up. Everybody falling. Bunch going down as well. Floppers being popped here. Does he have enough HP to pop and make it in his zone? The Floppers are going to help him. Letwick going to go down. He was up there near the points as well. Janice, maybe able to take this. The Evans, yes, solo invitational winner, doing very well. But look at Vadil. Just floppering in zone. Trying to get prepared. Slender is going to go into the zone. The Shockwave launcher is here.
Hi, Colin.
Going to lose high ground there to Vadil. Does he have enough HP to keep it? Does he have enough
Oh, Colin's here.
as well? Vadil dropping down. Shockwave being used. Everyone being slowed.
Carl, open your eyes and say Colin.
Slender gonna take him down. Now in a 1v1 scenario.
I will freaking spam Colin.
No. This is not what he wanted. He didn't want that much shots go through. He hits a lot of damage. And now the HP is back in his favor. Slender
Royalty said you pissed him off. Let me hear your story now.
But he's got the HP. He's got the shotgun shot. He's got the pressure. But can he find it?
Ninja
Can he
is a
find the angle
bot.
that he needs? He's gonna have to drop down sooner or later. The zone. Look out, one more, but Slender
Ninja is a bot.
Oh, who's your favorite character in Valorant?
Slender with the 4
Ninja is a bot.
victory Royale, 25 points coming out and executing.
Ninja is a bot.
My favorite is Sage.
Unfortunately, not able to close it out
and
with
Jet.
the shockwave launcher, but
I'm not a
good
bot.
defense coming out from Slender there. And 4 matches are down with just 2 games remaining.
Freaking Brimstone, freaking sucks.
Please don't spam.
Zeke, Bala, Shio, break it down for us. Let us know what we're looking for.
Ninja is a bot. Ninja is a boar.
Okay, give me a second.
There's a lot of things
Ninja
that we
is a
are
boar.
looking for, and right now there's actually some we have yet to see, and the leaderboard is going to help uncover what it is we're missing, because there's a shark hiding in the shadows as we are running through this race toward this finish line. Boys, first off, big congratulations there to Slender. I like the victory Royale, and I like the defensive route he needed to take there to keep Janice away.
1v1 me then bot little lid.
Absolutely, and now we're going to be looking at the ramifications of that game and what it's going to look like going into the final slots over here for Europe. For the standings, in first place, is it someone new? What's it going to be? No.
Why are you watching this, Carl?
Is still holding on to
Streaming
that top
it.
spot. 41 points in total. Now almost
Because I
leading the
want
pack,
to.
right behind the deal in eliminations. Has that win in case of the tiebreaker, but he is
Why
dominating.
does it seem
game
boring?
after game, so consistent.
Well, it's
the two players
good, but
I want to
you know,
highlight because what we're talking about consistency, these guys are
I'd
converting
only watch
the
it for like
most.
an hour
Rifle
and
has
a half.
actually had a second or third zone fall, which actually pushes his average placement way
Why
out.
would
So
I
if that
want to?
happens
You
again,
would
that
get
is
killed in a
dangerous.
second,
Whereas
so
the
there's no
Synthos and
point. You're
Letwick,
just a
they've
big
only
bot.
had one game where they've fallen out of the 4 in around the top 40 area, which is actually converting on a little bit of elims, but otherwise too, they're pushing deep.
Like everyone
in the
else is
top
gone,
five
bro.
on every game that they make it.
Yeah, I'm
into that
here.
end game. So that is very,
There's only 3
very
people in
crucial.
here
Looking forward,
in
I
this
think it's
whole
going to be a
freaking
duel
thing.
between
We're the only people.
Well, no,
I mean, they are
it's
pulling
you
away from the
guys
pack. Look at the
and
top
me
three,
and
down to top
3
10.
other
We're
people.
looking at an 11
There's
point
no one
differential.
else.
And don't
Mm.
forget, Flois
What happened?
was the first winner on the day. He
Talking
got
about
the
how
first
there's like
victory
no
out.
one watching anymore.
We see this a lot, right? Whoever
I know.
starts strong, they
Carl's
tend
like,
to
I'm gonna
fizzle.
stream it.
Still,
Oh
though,
yeah,
like,
there's
everyone
like
always has
4
this
freaking,
people
like,
like over
4
here.
viewers, bro.
In 20th place, in 30th
There's like
place to
4
bounce
for
back
people
up.
over there.
I would usually
I
agree,
ain't
but
paying
after
attention
watching
to it
the
'cause
game
it's
today,
blind.
it is the same players we're seeing
Yo,
live
Clicks
in
made
NBA.
it.
When we say these guys just need 7
Mm-mm.
Yo, Clicks made it. Clicks made it,
And for a
bro.
lot of these guys like
No, he
Steve
didn't.
Snazy, yes, they're
Gloomy,
playing
have
well.
you
Oh,
seen
why are
me
you
play?
Dynamo skin?
That is the big question.
Margo needs to pick
Yeah,
up the
that will be a
game.
bad sniper. 21st right now.
Mongo
also
suck,
middling around
but-
20 seconds. That's not where these guys
bet
want to be
Elvis
going
Wait,
in the
Mongo
final
joined
2
FaZe?
games, but there's still a chance.
Are you
We
dumb,
all know when it
stupid,
comes
or
to
dumb?
6-game grand
I
finals,
haven't watched
that the
Mongo in so
final
long.
2
I don't wanna
games
hear it. Okay.
mean so
Dinner.
much.
No matter what, these guys want to get better than anyone else
I
around
think
them, want to
Ninja
place
left stream
higher.
little
So
baby.
all the way till the final game, the competition will
Personally,
stay high.
personally,
Gotta think,
I
man.
hate
2 games
Reyna.
left. It's wild to think we've been doing
Reyna
this
is
for like
such a
3 weeks
trash,
now, and now we
trash.
get to look at the conclusion, see who will hold the axe of champions.
Sometimes
high.
she's
And
good,
after
sometimes
2
she's
games,
bad.
You couldn't axe
the
of
new
champions
FNCS
if you win.
champion. Now,
Yeah.
guys, we were kind of talking about players, the shark in the water, and it's none other than Deceptos, who is finding himself in that 2nd place. We haven't seen him much on broadcast, so what has
Imagine
this
a
guy
curse
been
for the
doing?
first line.
Ninja blocked me. He
deploying
is such
I
a
thought it
baby.
was going to be a group effort here, but 100% we'll break it down in just a sec. The Siptos has basically been going, as you said, Zeke,
Okay,
through
give me
those
a
shadows,
second.
right? He's been playing around other players and how
The guy to the right kind of looks like Logic, doesn't he, Kyle?
showing overall exactly what they can do and break
Like,
down.
a little
There's
bit.
everyone else.
Off-brand,
And while they're
what
taking the
you call it,
spotlight, that's the word I was looking for. The Siptos is operating in that
Does he look
background.
like? He looks
He's
like
getting
someone I've
everything
seen
these players
before.
are not looking at or seeing.
Yeah,
don't
there's
remember
so
the name of him.
much to actually consider
Nick?
when getting into
Nick 830?
Deceptos' game plan because, like I said, he's converting on these end games. I want to find out
Yeah,
how.
I mean,
He looks a little
where
like
this
Nick
man is dropping
830.
and how he's actually transitioning.
Like his
into
brother
the
or
end
something.
game. Because, like I said, it's so important. But
He's a good
these are
brother.
some of the things we miss. Him in top 10 right here, 2 eliminations, and he still makes a couple count. While some at the top, like Rifle and Mike,
Is it muffled for you?
impact in terms of elimination, he's making it count for placement.
And this is exactly how he gets his game
You
started.
scared.
Let's actually break down what he does every single game, specifically that last one.
That was weird.
Landing somewhere near Lazy Lake, actually taking a back alley loop path all the way across the map, picking up so many houses that people will get to later on.
Heck was that thing in the air?
And then getting into these positions, these boxes fast, where he has control and can drop down these shotgun shots and really crazy angles.
And this game right here was actually Deceptos' first game where he ended up falling after that top 50 mark, so he got the 2 placement points. But what he did do is actually fight a little earlier, grab that elim on Bad Sniper, and then has the awareness to recognize that Rax is in the box next to him. He'll convert, but after those 2 fights, that's when it gets to be a little risky for Letwick. It was last game that was an issue for him. This time, he's still going in, and he'll take down so many important ones. That was a Nas, and you know how high he was on the leaderboard.
And these guys are in the game every single time. They are taking out these big names. We alluded to these 20th place players possibly rising to the top. They have to overcome these 2 monstrous barriers.
I mean, you know, and it's just going to come down to the final 2 games here. Rifle holding strong at the top, but Deceptos, they're lurking in the water. You've got Letwick who's on the side. Anas, who picked up the Victory Royale, is here as well to play. The deal, who made it through, which, by the way, sat in the storm forever.
On stream?
Was eating floppers, and then is like, I have to get to the storm? I got crash pads, baby, it's good.
It's frozen midair.
So many names are in this
race
race
it's a glitch.
Yeah, but for me, I'm going to pick Deceptos to make it through in these last 2 games. He has been playing out of his mind, and before that game where he fell after 50th place, for him it was an average placement of 9.67. So I'm going with the Frenchman. Allez les bleus, let's go.
What?
Okay, I'm going to pick a Rifle to stay up top. I feel like being in first is a big deal, and he can hold on and stop these 2 men, no matter where they're from.
Stop these 2 men?
All right, I'm going to the deal because he has style points.
You know who Nick
like
Avocado is, Carl?
Guys, with that being said, we're getting ready to head into the next game. Game number 5 here in Eve.
I saw that
Sundown
video.
Play.
Oh, yeah. Who sent you it?
That was funny. Royal, he screen recorded you sending it to him, and he sent it to you. Or he sent it to me. He put it in the group chat.
Left to go. Tightly contested at the top of the leaderboard. See Rifle currently holding a 4.
Did he say I screen recorded it?
No, he screen recorded. You sent it to him on Discord, and he screen recorded it. And he put it in that group chat.
Did you watch the whole thing?
No, he just said skip to the very last bit of it because that was the funniest part. Because it was boyfriend's titties jiggling.
Not wait any longer. This is it. These are the final moments. There is
that
one
was
more
nasty,
game,
nasty. It hurts my eyes.
Yeah, I know, bro.
I wanted to die.
Same.
The miracle run.
It went on for 3 minutes long, bro.
Only 3 minutes.
That for 3 minutes.
Be able to make that happen. Noah Riley trying to make his run up the top of the leaderboard as well. Rifle though is relatively uncontested. Other than he's got 2 people there. With the way Frenzy's built, you can be contested and never see your opponent.
Yeah, there's so many opportunities for you to break sight lines, get through. You can also see Llama tagged up. Llama 210 over there. Chat calling it out.
I'll be right back.
Opportunities to get through a rifle. We're super thankful for that. The Llama coming through is such a big influx of not only materials, but key end game items that really enable you to go through, especially getting that launch pad. But now you can see engagement going on over here with Supremacy's Floki and Flecken. Who will be the better F as they fight it out here? The question will be resolved quickly as the crash pad ends up coming through. Floki putting the pressure down on the Flecky, but nobody necessarily able to connect shots. And as I say that, Floki hits 2 back-to-back. He says, thanks for the loot. I'll take that epic tactical shotgun and everything else that comes with it. The crash pads, the shields, all the metal over here on the side, and he's going to be very happy about that.
And the guaranteed launch pad that comes out of the rig's vault area. That is a very, very big pickup for Floki. And again, in that range where they could make something happen. Now we do have a replay here of what happened at Caddy Corner with Thomas HD. Running away is going to get tagged up out. I actually had 1 build left, but you can't build right there. And unfortunately falling early.
Avestakira taking down what was the 7th ranked player there. So what you care about right now as a viewer, we're keeping an eye on that top left-hand corner. Who in the top 10 is falling and who can remain and keep picking up points? Because that's going to set up the story for what the final game is and who's going to have an opportunity. But right now, Bad Sniper needs to be careful. First AR shots come out right away from the Bush Wookiee, trying to set up an ambush, and Bad Sniper going to cover himself up and immediately start burning through that utility because he doesn't want to get pressured down.
He's got to be careful. There's players nearby as well. He's got to get out. And this is Kiriachi. This is kind of what we expect from him at this point, just going aggressive and going into boxes where he definitely doesn't have the advantage, but his aim is going to be the advantage there for him. He does hit the floor there, but not able to keep tracking Bad Sniper there. The third party comes in, but he's not phased. Shot comes through, and he does end up hitting it. The crash pad going to be used. That player going to get in the box. They're going aggressive. Bad Sniper, though, is actually going to pick it up. But what a turnaround!
Great job from Bad Sniper.
Hello?
Look at that dude win, bro.
Pressure. He needed that to stay in the
what?
And to stay in contention.
This one dude won a fight, which he shouldn't have won.
Right before that, hopefully going to be able to potentially make a push, but still a tough day for Kiriachi. Somebody who is either really hot or really cold, and right now sitting at only 7 points after 5 matches. Well, he's looking ice cold.
In contrast, however, someone who's hot, rather, not ice hot. That doesn't really work there. But Decepto's on fire right now. 37 points. Is in second place, however. His lead did get snatched away from him there. But he does have the tools to do it. He's got a shotgun AR, he's got rotation, and he's got the heals. Question is, this zone, how is he going to play it? Already choosing to base up in a really good spot as well.
I'm going to take a nap.
A lot of metal, but can extend out to that bridge if he wants to.
Because I'm tired.
And this is what happens in these
you said you're going to stream this.
I am. I'm going to be asleep while I'm streaming.
Bruh, what if it ends?
Huh?
What if it ends and you're still asleep?
Stream my name.
Scream your name, bro. I'm probably going to go if you go.
Whether it's on Twitch, Twitter, watch.fortnite.com, YouTube, or in Party Royale. Welcome. This is game number 4 of the EU FNCS Solos Finals.
Oh, I might just sit here and watch it, and I'll just be AFK if you can watch it.
2 matches left to stake their claim as the best player in Europe.
And then I'll be back whenever it ends. It's not going to end for a while.
Champions, and right now, Gamers Origin Deceptos is in second place, just behind Rifla, who we saw take away match number 3.
Yes, see.
Performance in match number 4, but right now.
All right, you do that. I'm gonna just be AFK until it ends.
Is capable of, and he's right nearby.
Deceptos is looking for that elimination and the tags because he hasn't. It seems like hasn't gotten any tags yet based on where he is in the zone, and definitely will need them with Storm Surge. We won't see it as much in these later games as you saw Kiriachi getting more aggressive, turning more to that Kiriachi from old that we've seen time and time and again. And other players are going to start to do that as well. They need that pop-off game. They need that game to really set them apart. That's what they're doing. But we've got another replay here from Ledwig's perspective as he's on the back foot running away from a henchman, as well as another player there is going to look to try to take down Jules. And unfortunately, you can't take down Jules when there's a carrot lurking nearby.
The coordinated spray there between the henchman and Carrot will take down Letwick. He was 3rd place going into this, so still plenty of room for others to move up the leaderboard, but hopping on over with Hen, who was 6th coming into this match, trying to keep an eye on who's on the top of the leaderboard. What are they doing to set themselves up? Because, again, this is the second to last match, so if you're going to get going, you have to move now. And with top 75 ticking over, that's 1 point for everyone left in the lobby. You get a placement point for outlasting the first 25 players, then you get a placement point for outlasting the next 25 players, so that's top 50, and then after every top 10 until you get to the top 25, and then it's every 5 players until you're into the top 3. So right now, Hen just trying to settle himself up, make sure he has plenty of materials. He's in a good spot to rotate after this, but he is very far south on the zone, so if zone number 2 does pull northward, it can be a little difficult. However, he's looking to just potentially find tags on rotating players, and he's going to find one there.
And he needs this because he came into the game down, I believe my math's correct, 7 points there. That's a lot of points, especially with the low amount of eliminations that we've seen Hedden get. Not really one to be up there in the average elimination category, but he's got it. Number 3 went down. Number 6
Alright, hello?
And in his place coming into this game, has got an opportunity to really solidify.
I set an alarm for 5:30, so it should be up then.
That performance in the qualifier where he ended up getting second place. And we're like, oh, it's not the Hen that I know, but an ambush.
But I'm gonna keep the stream going, so just enjoy the FNCS like we have been. While I'm asleep. Might as well turbo chat, I guess. Alright. Right back.
Set him apart, another elimination closing the gap. But the point I was trying to make is that Hen is here. He is turning online. This is where he can make his name become a legend.
And that's what he's looking to do in a really good job. We talk about how the best players in the world, not just in the region, but at the absolute highest level, not only are they capable of winning those early game fights and rotating in the late game, but they're so good at manufacturing eliminations, setting up these ambushes, and finding spots to take advantage of their opponent. Notice how Hen was crouched beside the side of the wall. In Cartoon, we talk about taking advantage of rotations there, using the epic sniper rifle, catching Benji out in the open on top of the Authority, and sometimes that's all it takes. No warning, nothing whatsoever, except the whizzing of a bullet, and then all your loot dropping down to the ground. Waves Cartoon taking out Energy's Benji Fishy, the fan favorite, the World Cup qualifier, arguably one of the most consistent players in EU, but he's struggled time and time again when it comes to these grand finals FNCS situations. We saw it back in Season X with MMB where they kept getting ambushed over and over again, and it's proving true today. But right now, our #1 player, Rifla, under all the pressure in the world, and only those 2 minutes to get himself back up, and Scram is not letting him heal up at all, not relenting, trying to pressure down and give everyone else a chance to catch up.
Rifla's got to make a play here. Scram is 200 HP, and Rifla can crash bat it in. The box goes through. He's not going to be able to crash bat out, and #1 is out of the game.
Alright, whoever joined, I'm going to take a nap, so yeah, I'll be up at 5:30 my time.
Not only is it good for Deceptos, it's good for every single player in
so yeah, just enjoy the FNCS stream.
Rifla is
Alright,
down
see you guys.
in first. What does that mean? It doesn't matter how low on the leaderboard you are. If you can convert a victory royale, that's 14 points without the eliminations. Traditionally, we've seen at least 4, if not 5. That's a 19-point game. Any player who walks away with a victory here could rocket themselves up the leaderboard, and Tayson's trying to do it, and he does it to Janice himself over in the Steamy Stack side. The duo and trio partners, they played together time and time again, but there is no love lost in solos. It doesn't matter who you're fighting against. At the end of the day, with 2 matches left, when your back is against the wall and that Axe of Champions is on the line, when you've seen the #1 player go down, you're taking every fight at 100%, and Tayson cleans up the FNCS Invitational winner, no problem there.
A beautiful display of skill there from Ason. Says, you know what, all is fair in love is war. I'm taking you down. I'm getting it. As a reminder, there's $800,000 on the line here today. One elimination could separate you from a certain placement threshold on that overall leaderboard, and that could be the difference between some big amounts of money. And so no one wants to go out just sitting there not taking engagement or having to think about, oh, that one elimination would have put me there. Deceptos, however, in second place right now, but first place, third place, seventh place are all out of the game. Anas still in the game from what we know, Vadil's still in the game from what we know, and Hen's still in the game from what we know. There's still a chance for him to be challenged, but this is great for Deceptos because if he can just make it to a top 5, he's already going to eclipse the points that Rifla had. So any eliminations and any placement past that will be so good for him.
And you can see what Deceptos is doing right now is he's hanging out inside of his box, and then he's editing the cone in the top. What that allows you to do, as opposed to other structures, you can see out the top of that cone. You can kind of scout out the information around you. He's trying to figure out where the priority is, and once the zone does reveal, he's going to move a little bit more inland from that outside. He knows he doesn't want to be right on the edge, but he also doesn't want to move too far center as he wants to set himself up for that 4th and 5th zone positioning. As now we're going to swing on over the farm. And a number of players here, Lecce, Ardit, Mongrel, and Noah Riley, all posted up right on top of this barn and also right on the edge of that next safe zone.
If I haven't played with them in a while, or I don't know. Okay, you guys stay on. If I unfreeze them.
Hello?
Using it. That last game we saw, it actually get defeated there. So able to reign free with it with only 27 builds. Surely he's going to be able able to do it. He's got to get this elimination.
Hello?
Low. Dropping through the rafters, though, will give him an opportunity to get a shot, but it misses. As a third party coming through, Noah Riley suddenly finds himself in a situation he does not want to be in, and the quick edits out will return him to the high ground, but there's not much to work with here. He's already farmed it all out.
Yeah, and he's going to now start breaking those builds. You saw they were already damaged, just trying to get as much wood without actually converting over, but he is quite literally right on the white line of the zone with so many sharks in the water right around him. You saw Mongrel saying, nope, I'm getting out of there, and if Mongrel's rotating away from the situation, you probably don't want to get stuck in it either. But Noah Riley, if anybody has the loadout to make it work, it's him with the mythic weaponry, particularly in close quarters. You have so many options available to you, and that mythic shark shotgun hits so hard, and it's Lechy who he hits so hard, 12 HP being the difference, and then immediately boxes, edits himself up, and he's going to pop those shields, get the med kit off, and try and defend. But no, only one mini he's able to get off. Again, going to break away and just going to opt to use the shockwave launcher to create some space, use some natural cover there, and the ramp that was pre-built to hopefully now pop that med kit. But Clement is nearby, just cone camping.
That was too close for comfort there for Noah Riley. Got that Elam, but not as many matches he was hoping for it, and hopefully able to continue his streak going through. But now we're on board here with Rezon. Same kind of situation. A lot to work with in the inventory, but not a lot of matches. And look, he's looking to set up. Oh, crash pad in the top. Will he get in? No, the cone's going to prevent it, but he's all the way in. He doesn't care. This player being a little bit too careful with their builds, and they wanted that drop, and they're not going to be able to get it. Is Rezon going to get the drop on them as they're continuing the crash pad? Crash pad in, trying to get the player out, and shots go through, and PCH going to go down yet again.
Really good job from Reason there to hound that fight out, saw all of the excess loot that was coming in there, knew if he was able to close that out, he'd be able to just kind of advance himself into the game. And notice too, he pulled that fourth zone. He's right on the edge of that, so he should be looking to see how many extra materials he was able to pick up from PCH there and just build himself a nice little base, expand out, get deeper into that zone, and then own all of that territory possible, make it harder for people to rotate back over. As now we're going to swing on board here with Hen, who was 6 coming into this match. Another big opportunity for him to rocket up the leaderboard with his teammate Rifla going down.
He's got to make a very, very good slate of decisions in front of him. When does he rotate? Does he rotate now? If you look, he's got a good white line there. Only one player standing between him and that. And he's actually going to choose to go around the top. But he assumes that there's not that many players coming this way because it came from Simi. But look how many arrows assume that as well. And so, unfortunately, he's got a lot of players this area. He's trying to set up an ambush, but nobody is going to fall for it. Kane is going to be the one nearest there as he does get some shots, but this is not where Hen wants to be. He's going to have to get creative on this next piece of the rotation because Kane's going to sit in the cone. He's got to realize that, and he does. He puts the ramp. He knows immediately that that cone in the middle of all these builds is a little bit fishy.
It's a little bit fishy. You can also tell as soon as it enters that edit state, it's no longer that fully built. If you see a non-fully built cone, you have to be wary of it. But that player trying to catch an advantage of Hen, and Hen says, joke's on you. Welcome to the chicken coop. I'm the boss here. Takes him down. No problem closing in on that second placement threshold. But Hen trying to catch up and take over that #1 spot, being the top legend. But now on board, one of the favorites is Rezon, who has had a relatively decent performance today, just on the outside of the top 15 coming into this game, but it's not been the consistency we've seen out of him in the heat stage, finding it a little bit harder to cement himself in those consistent top 15s and top 10s that he was so well known for during the qualifiers.
And every day you play Fortnite, somebody gets better, somebody improves, and somebody comes out of nowhere, and you've got to be on top of that. And for some of these players, sometimes, you know, it doesn't end up working out that way because of the RNG factor. It's unfortunate to see him go down there as we see a fight happening between Wolfies and Serenity Swaps as Rezon going to look to get some third parties there, is actually shooting through an open edit there, not shooting through a wall, as he does get some tags onto Swaps, as Swaps is dropping down onto Wolfies, and Wolfies is actually going to fall.
And we've seen this time and time again. We've kind of talked about it. Wolfies is really good when he's the aggressor, but he can kind of be taken advantage of when you go back on him. And that's what we've seen time and time again. And that's kind of what European solos is about. Like, yes, you can be good when you have all the tempo, but pretty much every other one of these players is good at playing high tempo. As reason, identifying the fact that that fight had been resolved, immediately crash pads over, and he's able to pick that one up. Now he has 3 players worth of loot over on the side with priority on zone. He's going to be somebody to keep an eye on to potentially take advantage of the fact that 3 of the players in the top 7 have already fallen. Tayson, another player we want to keep an eye on. He was top 10 before coming right into this. He's able to pick up Steelix with just 1 HP to spare before that siphon ends up coming through, and that's a 2-point swing as we hit top 50.
And he finds the extra minis as well. This is so good. He gets the flopper off. He's going to have minis to refill the ones that he's trying to take. And he finds a good path to zone as well. This was very, very clutch in getting into this end game, because had he not found that, he would have been very, very, very much in shambles. As Freeze on nearby, Mawaka there as well, as we get Nebby, Arion Carton there on your screen, Mr. X as well, advises there. A Savage now in this end game as well, 17 points. So he needs 2 back-to-back perfect games to get to that top.
Yeah, and it's somebody who's very good at executing in the mid and the late game. We've seen time and time again 100 Thieves, Mr. Savage, and we've also haven't seen as much as we did before. The peppers in play. When you eat those peppers, you get a huge move speed boost, and it lasts for a minute. So when you get in these late game circles, it gives you a lot more options and a little bit more versatility when you're in these fights. And right now, Savage doesn't have one activated, but using that crash test dummy, hoping to avoid an explosion right here and potentially be the one to cause a little bit of demolition derby. Gonna drop in the box, finds the first shot, finds the second, can't quite convert. Right now, 5 HP, and he gets taken down. Mr. Savage, 17 points, going to be on the outside looking in when it comes to contesting for the top spot. Both him and Benji, 2 of the fan favorites, effectively eliminated from that Axe of Champions competition. But want to know who's not? E11 Tayson up on the high ground right now, just raining shots down in that full built metal base, and then using the ramps around the side to cut off any angles on players who might punish him. And a great hip fire shot onto Smudge, then converting afterward, then right away popping the crash pads and trying to head over towards that player to potentially scoop up whatever he can get as we close in on top 40. That's placement points going over in the next rotation, moving out.
And what a stark contrast where we saw him on the low ground, had high ground all of a sudden, and now fragging out is getting elimination after elimination on 3 now, looking to pick up number for that player. No shields remaining, no builds remaining as well. That's going to be Young Bob going down. Tayson now looking for elimination number 5, not going to be able to get it. He's got a good amount of mats as well. 2 crash pads remaining in the inventory, so he can make it into zone number 7 and 8 as it pulls away from him. He's going to look for any eliminations that he can, but he decides, you know what, I'm going to get ahead of zones, then look back, because that is the best way to find these eliminations, as players are not paying attention to the head of zone.
And you can see top 25 ticking over. Hen does go down there as well. There's a player who's contending towards the top. But Tayson, the winner of Heat 2, trying to push forward and cement his spot. He has now tied Rifla, who is the leader coming into this. This is his opportunity to take over the front spot. And notice what he's doing so well is he's tarping out and he's using the full build, and he's staying towards the front part of the zone. And then he doubles back right here looking for picks. This is something when you have execution, you have space, no one else is on your level, you turn eliminations in by doing this, because he knows he's safe and he can continue moving on a horizontal level while also harassing his opponents. Top 20 ticks over now. Tayson going to continue contributing there. 43 points for the E11 player.
And he goes into zone to crash play because he wanted to be safe doing it, did not want to risk it. He's got the flopper. So that damage he took is effectively null. He's back up to 200 effective HP, but 18 players remaining. He's going to have to make a play, and he's already looking for high ground. He's second high right now, but the drop down going to ensue. Swee's going to fall there to Milan. The shot's going through. Tayson getting challenged, but he's going to get an elimination there. Again, now on 6th elimination. Bayon going to go down. Flopper Michael going to fall as well.
And you can see Mongrel up on the high ground, Snazy on the low ground, everyone else in between. Scram still up in this lobby. Nate, Milan, Cartoon up as well. Frenzy Fishy dipping back into the storm. That's the flopper play. Going for a late high ground take right now, and he's trying to push forward. Frenzy Fishy up on the high ground, but now dropping back in. This is the box-to-box fight. He's able to pick it up. That is a huge elimination. Reason right over the side, but it's all Tayson all the time. 9 eliminations, pushing forward for top 5, and he's saying right now, I can cement this #1 spot. I can take away the game. I can make you chase me in game number 6 as he closes in for top 3, and he's still hunting. He has that mythic charge shotgun. He says, I'm not just a shockwave player. 11 eliminations, 2 of the players go down, and it's Reason, arguably the strongest solo player, wire to wire, against what is the strongest solo player on the day right now in E11's Tayson. Tayson up on the high ground, Reason on the low ground, and that little bit of Old Man Mountain, he doesn't have to be too large, but it's going to burn Reason through the last of his resources. He's standing out there spraying, no builds left, and Tayson converts, and he does so in a monstrous way. 12 eliminations, add the 14 points for the victory royale. That's 26 points in match number 5. What?
What an insane performance from Tayson. The lead has been blown out of the water, and now it's just going to be about who can play catch-up. Can Rifla do it? Can Deceptos do it? Or will Tayson take game number 6 as well?
My goodness. Tayson, while we're all sitting here running this marathon, this short baby sprint, he's sitting there letting everyone just take off, get that lead. He's like, oh my gosh, no way, everyone's here. They're all running ahead of me. Saves enough in the tank to get the victory royale and the biggest comeback he needed. Ball, what is going on?
It was clinical, man. It was absolutely clinical. It felt like every shot was connecting, and he was making all these quick decisions. There wasn't a time in there where he paused, where he took a second to breathe. He didn't stop at all. Foot on the gas, and he takes it all the way up to the top. What a performance from Tayson.
I feel like there was one person on his keyboard and a separate person on his mouse because he was playing movement and aim perfectly, Tayson. And that's why I'm going to say he's 100% first place right now, holding stuff off from everyone else. The question is completely right, though. Who can catch up to him? Because he's a pack leader by so many points. Oh, my goodness.
And there was definitely some instances where this opportunity arose. We always think of EU, the winners, ending up coming out in the last 2 games. But something else also interesting is that Tayson won Heat 2. And if you think back to FNCS duos and FNCS squads, both of the winners of Heat 2 in squads, it was Red Rush, Drobbin, Snappy, and Wakey. In duos, it was Andalex and Nate who ended up taking that X of Champions. Now, all of a sudden, it looks like it might happen again.
It's his destiny. It's Tayson's destiny to win this entire tournament, this entire region, and it's been decreed. The question is, can anyone flip the story, flip the switch? Rifle, Deceptos, Hen, Reason. It's their last game to have a stand, have a say in it. XP's Thomas, I mean, if Tayson can do it, if he can be at this spot, 20th place, 30th place, and shoot all the way up, any of these guys could too.
And they all have the capability. Again, we talk about this quality factor. These guys have made it here. They have fought through the gauntlet. They have what it takes to cement that win. They just have to make it happen. 1 game left. We thought it's all, Rifle is at the top. And there's no way. And suddenly Tayson said, no, everyone stand aside. My time is right here, right now. And that's what these guys need to do.
And don't forget, in the Invitational, it was Janice, Tayson's duo partner, but all of a sudden it seems like the skills have transferred because Tayson has not stopped this weekend. He stands above and beyond the rest of 16 points. But if you looked at that top leaderboard, there was a big question, right? Because we were saying, oh, it's Deceptos, oh, it's Rifla, oh, these guys, Latwick has an opportunity. But I talked about conversion last time you guys saw me, and all of a sudden those guys fell. They dropped like flies. Absolutely every single one of them ended up dropping and gave Tayson and so many others the opportunity. But it feels like Tayson took and strangled all the opportunity from everybody else.
That is how it goes sometimes, man. We keep talking about it. Those guys at the top, they have to hold on. If they can't, this will happen.
Yeah, I'm going to give you my natural reactions to what I thought this game would look like. Wow, Anas, I'm so hyped and ready for you to be playing this out to get all the way back up to first. And here we go. He gets taken out. Past that, it's fine. We have more predictions in the top 5, right? Letwick, he's there to hang. He's at authority. He has the power and control. He's waiting for shots and making sure everything's looking good for himself, but he gets beamed out too.
It's Carrot, who lurks in the authority again since the Invitational, and he stops Letwick's reign up there, but Rifle had nothing in the tank there against Scram. There was a big shift in player behavior in this game and how they were playing so aggressive. The only guy out of that top 5 who made it towards the end was the Sictos, but a huge shot from Waka out of a peak box to make it count.
And if these jumbo jets of players are not there to rule the skies towards this end game, it's Tayson that takes that flight plan, takes Sword all the way and takes flight actually into this game and holds down things. Starting off a little bit slow, gets 1 or 2 elims from mid to end game, but then you saw what happened when the zone started to close down. You saw how proficient he was with every decision that he made.
And when you talk about proficiency, how he didn't stop at all in this game, it's because of this new season, because the crash pads actually activate people in mobility to get this far in the game and then do things like this. Tayson finding the moments where players are going to drop in to old bases for where he could find elims, and then again, decisive, dropping down, gets another one, and he does not stop.
Every shot he took was still from cover looking out towards the open, so it was literally perfect. There was nothing wrong with what he was doing at all.
Not at all, and even when players start to get aggressive on him, he will respond in kind. He only has a charged shotgun and a burst AR, but he makes it work even close range, and then it's just follow up. Down below, another peek box. He finds another. This is it. Look at this shot. The flick jump onto the player on height, the biggest threat, and Tayson takes him out so fast. Another quick build, and boom.
He actually lands the shot, lands the landing, and then gets height with another back-to-back past that. The left peak, followed by the right one as well. Reason had no idea what he was up against, and Tayson was on fire with so much hot momentum. What a performance.
If you blinked, you missed it, because I don't know where the shockwave launcher went, but he still had Kit's charge, and that's apparently all you need if you're Tayson. I'm getting scared for everybody. 16 points, but also if he does what we saw in Heat 2, which is back-to-back wins, all of a sudden this might be over and done with.
I'm reading my notes here. I think I'm seeing there's a new mythic player on the map, and if he's in the end game, if he's near height, this man is winning, so watch out for Tayson in Game 6.
The tone has shifted. Can Tayson hold down that #1 spot, or will someone step up and try to dethrone him? Let's get ready to get into the last game here in EU. Sundown, Clay, take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and it all comes down to this. After 40 possible matches in each weekend, 80 possible during the course of the qualifiers, then the 6 in the heats, then 5 in the grand finals, we have 1 match remaining, and the tail of the tape is E11's Tayson taking out his former duo partner in Steamy Stacks for the first of 12 eliminations to secure the victory royale in a 16-point lead coming into the final match. Clay, can anybody catch him, or is it a wrap?
The only way somebody can catch him is if somebody here in Steamy decides that they want to push and get this elimination. There's somebody nearby as well. It's either Kinsel or Janice. We know they land here. They have an opportunity. It's going to be Kinsel there to shut him down if they want to and go on a run of themselves. But it would need to be quick and decisive, as we saw last game. Tayson took down Janice. He did not care if they were doing mates. He did not care if they were landing in the same place. He said, you know what? Nah, this game, I'm going to go on my own little spree. I'm going to write my own destiny.
And that's what it's all about. We talked about it. There's no love lost. It's a solo competition. There is 1 Axe of Champions up for grabs, and everyone is currently chasing Tayson for it. You can see Benji picking up an Elim in the feed there. So who besides E11's Tayson is currently in the running? Rifla sitting in second place at 42 points, needs 16 to close it. He is the closest. Then you have Deceptos at 41, Hen at 40, Reason at 40, Vadil at 38, Snazy at 38, and then we'll keep Letwick in the conversation as well at 37, that's 21 points back. So that's 7 eliminations plus the victory royale.
And it sounds like a lot because it is, but these players can do it. These players can make the play. We just saw Tayson do just that. But, of course, it's all contingent on if Tayson goes down. If he's able to make it into that top 25, into the top 15, top 10 placement points, then your chances are very, very, very slim of toppling him.
Yeah, the longer he stays in the game, the more that delta closes. And now we're going to swing back on board here. Anas potentially looking to set up a nice little door ambush. We've seen this a number of times before. The reason players will hang out by doors is because a lot of players will either interact with doors right away or have auto interact set. What that means is when they walk up and they open the door, they're unable to take any other action because you're locked out while you're performing that animation. If a player walks in right on the other side of the door, this is Anas looking to manufacture an elimination, and Bitfox might be the one on the other side of it.
He is setting the trap, and the cheese, you got to wonder how tasty it'll be here for Bitfox as he's following for it. He's walking right in. Anas is going to get the shot. The trap has been sprung. Bitfox down to 23 HP. Anas really needs this elimination if he wants to contest it. Bitfox trying to stay out and run away, but Anas going to pick that one up.
And that's so good. We talked about it last game. We talked about doing everything possible in your power to set it up, to be successful, to manufacture these points when you need to climb that grind and get up and catch somebody like Tayson, where every single point matters. We can see some early shots coming out here. Can he potentially find the tags, convert it into elimination? And looking on the bottom right-hand corner, nobody's really threatening even remotely close to him right now.
Indeed, and this is what you want if you want to get that first place. He says he's just going to get gifted an elimination on the handy.
And that's so huge. Every single point pushing him that much farther up. And it reminds me so much of Booga during the Solo World Cup when he threw a couple of rifle shots there in the final game, was able to pick up an elim, and he just laughed to himself. Tayson got to be laughing to himself right now. If you're in Party Royale, hit him with that hee-haw emote. Let him hear the donkey laugh, because that's what Tayson has to say after throwing one singular AR bullet. But you saw him looking at it. You knew there was a third-party opportunity, and that's what makes the best player in Europe just the best. You've got to throw those shots over there.
And we also need to point out, yes, this is for first place as well. That is the goal everyone is playing. But everybody's going to get money for just coming here and making it here today. These are some of the best, if not the 100 best solo players in the European region. Sundown has said it. This is the most played in, most competitive region of the world, and it's not going to be easy to just even make it here. So Slender and Kezik, while they are fighting it out, and while one of them may fall here, they have done so much just to get here, to get their moment right here on the screen. As Kezik is turning the fight in his favor, the pistol being used, it's breaking through the build, and Slender unfortunately gonna fall there.
Slender being taken down, and that's just a reminder again, this is the top 0.001% of players. This is the best of the absolute best, and they're competing against her after a grueling qualifying and heat process. Is now on board with Wolfie as the second place in the Duo World Cup, but having a tough run of it today on the opposite side of AR Bafo, who we've seen a number of times more than capable of taking these fights. So it should be a good little battle right here, but Wolfie's continuing trying to play the aggressor. We talk about his rough day, only 8 points after 5 games, and doesn't want to be sent out here, wants to have at least some form of a stamp on this game, even if it is just as a spoiler. But with 5 HP, the young lord from the UK will bow out of the competition at just a measly 8 points coming over.
And AR Bafo is someone that has kind of come into that WT role and kind of taken it over for a lot of these players. And right there, someone who was really good at pushing that left stick forward back a couple of months ago. Right now, falling just a little short again. He was coming off an injury, so not in his full form there. But still, what a performance by Wolfies to just make it here today and put those 8 points up. Rezon, however, one of those players that could contend for the top. Again, you would need Tayson to go down before placement points started being divvied out. If he goes down in top 76, that is good for Rifla, good for Rezon. But the likelihood of that happening are very, very slim.
especially because we saw Tayson early on grab whatever loot and mats he can and then just sprint towards the center zone. That first round of placements will be falling over in with just 4 more players going down, so a little bit quicker of a pace here. As you can tell, everyone trying to push it a little bit, get a couple of eliminations, get a couple placement points, try and move your way past that next player, maybe get a pay upgrade. And if you're hanging out for the first time watching us in Party Royale and you're not necessarily used to competitive Fortnite, first of all, welcome. Thank you for joining us. You might be wondering, hey, how do I get involved with this? How do I play in these matches? How did these players get here? Well, the first step is to go in and play in the arena. That is where you'll be able to earn hype, which is where you're gauged and then placed into different levels of play. You can end up getting into contender and then you're up into champion, which will allow you access to different tournaments depending on where you're ended up placing. All of these players have grinded to the highest level, which is that champion level, which then grants access to certain cash cups as well as the FNCS. Then you can compete in those open tournaments to try and make the final rounds, which guarantee qualifications into the heats. And then after these heats, which were played on Friday and Saturday, you get the grand final. So again, when we talk about that 0.001%, these players have done it all in there, very much so at the top of the game. 74 left, so 1 point going down to everyone, and that includes Tayson.
It also includes Rifla as well as Reese on there. Thomas HD picking it up. Janice nearby as well. Thomas has got to be very careful here. If he is being a little bit too greedy, farming up a little bit too much too soon, he could start to go down as Janice is going to look to take him down. The builds are just not building there for him as he does take a lot of damage. 62 HP. He does have the RPG in his inventory, so he could turn that around if he gets the opportunity to, but he's got to be careful. Janice being aggressive. RPG out. It's going to hit the tree, but it doesn't do any damage. 27 HP. He's trying to side jump, but the ramp going to cut him off there as Janice continuing to pressure up. Thomas HD is getting WD'd, and Janice is going to be the one to take him out.
Thomas's attempt at a run will go down there. He was 12th trying to enter in here. We'd talked about it. We'd hyped him up. We'd shown just how good and accurate he could be, but ran into Janice there, the FNCS Invitational Champion, in a tough 1v1. Again, it would have been an outside chance looking in, but now there is no chance as his FNCS is over. He's just hoping he can hold on to whatever spot in the top 20 as he's going to drop down from where he is right now after only picking up a singular point there. But now back on board with Flawless, who has that hunting rifle out. He's looking to catch a cheeky headshot here right around the corner.
Thank you for playing on Nintendo.
Oh, he's setting it up. He's getting so close. He's waiting for the opportunity to get it, taking his time, and he does hit it, but it's a body shot, not a headshot. Unfortunately, that will give him the pressure, though, that he needs to do. He's got the crash pad, set it up into the box. He goes with that player new, and the diagonal box out gonna come through, and Flois not able to capitalize on that elimination. He was so sneaky when it mattered the most, but unfortunately, only the body shot coming through from him, but he gets tagged up by a third party, and now the player he headshot, or the body shot rather, is gonna push him. It's going to be Kylix going aggressive, and Kylix needs elimination as well. Move into the upper echelon of prizing, and Flois is just looking to try to make a run here. Flois 23 HP, ticking down. Flashback comes through, and Kylix is gonna come out on top.
Tries to enter the bounce house, but unfortunately a little too much for that one. Got a little rowdy. They're going to kick you out. And it was Kylix who was the bouncer, pulling him out, ending his FNCS run. No attempt for heroics here from Flois, but peeking back on over. Again, Tayson, match number 5 winner. 26 points in that game overall. Currently had a 16-point game there. You can see Tayson now holds the largest lead between first and second all weekend so far. So it's just an act of holding on. And even then, if he goes down here, it's going to take a heroic effort from somebody in the top 10 to not only convert on a victory royale, but pick up a number of eliminations to even come close to matching that 12 elim victory royale we just saw. And currently sitting on 60 points, it looks like this might be a victory lap for him.
It looks that way indeed, but he's set up in a very awkward spot. He's got a player held out of zone. He's also got 2 players on the mountain behind him as Janice picking up another elimination there onto Sapphic. Tayson, though, is the story of the day. Can he hold the lead? The largest lead we've seen in between first and second. And he's looking to make it even larger here with this elimination, but someone else being a nuisance and shooting some shots over towards Kylix. Tayson not peeking, is waiting for the right time to make his move and to make that striking distance and close it. We'll have to wait and see if he's going to be able to stay alive or get that elimination. There's Stacey now sitting in this box looking for the same amount of eliminations as he's going for shots all around players. He need a miracle run. He need, I believe, 21 total points, and so he could do it. We saw Tayson do it, but it would need to be an impressive game.
But again, don't forget, we've talked about it time and time again. It's not just the #1 spot. Yes, the Axe of Champions and all that clout is great, but because Tayson is occupying so many of those points, everyone else who is in 2nd to 10th right now, each one of their interactions against each other is going to matter in terms of the placement, in terms of the money you end up walking away with. And also, man, 2nd sounds so much better than 8th or 7th or 6th, right? Like that battle for 2nd place and who can capitalize on this opportunity is still a huge moment. Going back and looking at the Solo World Cup, TSM's crew was able to go from 66 to 6 with a singular 7-game victory royale in the final moment. Will we see some similar heroics for somebody to charge up the leaderboard and push themselves in the top 5 while Tayson is just doing his best to avoid all conflict, because he knows the longer he holds on, the more likely he is to raise that axe at the end.
And just a reminder, every place past 6th place is an increase of $10,000. So if you are Slicks, if you are Rifla, if you are Deceptos, that's what you're looking for. Kylix is trying to get up in there as well, up until that gap in between 1st and 2nd, where it's about a $25,000 increase. There's still a lot of money on the line looking for these players to grab, and I'm very concerned right now. Kylix with this hunting rifle is shooting shots over to Tayson. This is not looking good. If Tayson does not get out of the situation, Kylix should get the snipe onto him, and the pressure is coming through. Will Kylix hit it? Will he hit the shot that will end Tayson's run? His shots are coming through, 129 effective HP in a very bad spot. Everybody knows he just got tagged up as well. Will he be W-keyed by Kylix here? The pressure come through, and Kylix is going in. The crash pad's going to be used, but Kylix is very low HP, 66 HP there. Tayson may be too aggressive here. He's got the hunting rifle. He can go for a little snipe there. If he does, it would need to be perfect. He's going to look for it. He's going to look for it. He takes him down. Tayson is down at 60 points.
Tayson smelt blood in the water with Kylix pinned against the outside of the zone, but Kylix says, let's open up the floodgates. Let's give the opportunity for somebody to have that heroic moment. #1 is down. I repeat, #1 is down. E11's Tayson has been taken out at 60 points. That's the line we're looking at. Can anybody possibly catch him? Who's in the conversation? It's going to take the victory royale and much, much more. But all of a sudden, this game has so much more tension on it as the victory lap has been canceled early. He pulled up, and now can anybody else close that gap? Anas doing his best right there, picking up an elimination, but he has a long rotation to go before he gets into the zone.
And Cardin and Kazakh are not going to let him get there easy. They're not going to let an easy rotate come out. So he does have crash pads and launch pads there. What's concerning for Anas is the amount of AR in his inventory. Now, if he knows that Tayson just went down, if their feed showed it, and he doesn't have that anonymous mode on, Anas is going to be very, very, very hungry for placement. He's just going to look to try to set up in a good spot, but right on the edge of zone, there's going to be players looking for you. And you see the
Are you there?
That's there. Got to protect him for a little bit, but he's running out of hard mats, and you see the wood being built there. He's got to be careful. Carton setting up nearby as well. Question is Rifle still in a good spot to contend as well? There's so many players that are on the cusp of taking this game away from Tayson. It is going to be so, so close.
But don't forget, the line is 60 points, so while they're close, they need a lot. Tayson had a monumental performance in last game, and Anas is trying to double it up right now. We talk about it. It's going to take all the skill, a little bit of luck, and a bunch of execution, and right there, some good shots coming through, but not going to be able to find the loot afterwards. So Who are we looking at who can potentially close it if they win the game? Rifle is in the conversation. Deceptos, Hen, Reason, Vadil, Snazy, Letwick, Frenzy Fishy, and Anos. Any of those players, if they're still up, gaining eliminations and gaining points, are slowly going to be shrinking that gap. So keep an eye on the yellow numbers to the left of their name in their HP pool, as well as the top left for any of those guys going down or picking up points. Circle 4 is revealed, and pretty much everyone has already established themselves. So we're going to wait, and we're going to roll the dice and see where circle number 5, that half in, half out zone that triggers the initial use of utility, where does it pull? And which one of these key players can capitalize on the position and the opportunity they're given. This is the final game. There is 4 storm zones left after this. 52 players up. Number 1 is down. Can anybody catch him, or will Tayson's lead be enough to just barely edge him over the top? There's the zone on the far west side, Clay.
Hello.
And Rifle has no mobility. He's got to make a play. Reminder, AR Baffo is right nearby Rifle. If he gets too aggressive and shoots a little bit too early, Baffo will strike. We've seen him hop out of cones into players' boxes to look for it. That is not good for Rifle. He needs to rotate soon. He's got to go up. Exactly. He's got to follow that path that was just built for him. Because if he doesn't, he's going to get capitalized. But Baffo's moving. Baffo's moving behind. Shots come through. Down to 131 HP. Rifle needs to get out of this one. Sniper is out. Baffo is rotating there as well. He realizes that Crash Pad going to be used. Or Chug Splash, rather. He doesn't have any Crash Pads in his inventory. He's got to be careful he doesn't overpeak this. If a shot comes through that tags the shield, he's got nothing left there. 170 is going to find a launch pad. Is it enough? Is he getting a shot of the air? 114 shields are broken. Everybody knows. Tags go through and Rifle's down. Number 2 is out of the game.
Twain's picking that one up, saying, no run for you, sir. You must be this tall to ride the ride, and you will go down. Frenzy Fishy picking up one, so he's going to start moving his way up the leaderboard. We're inside the top 50, so that's another placement point down. Everyone who's contending for Tayson getting those points, he did not. He went down outside of that threshold. Again, the line is 60. Can anybody cross it towards the end? It's up for grabs. If somebody in the top 10 can seize the moment and be the one to lift it up and deny the 11 player, the Slovenian Lord, that Axe of Champions. And right now, Air Bafo trying to find some space. The 5th zone is closing, which means we have the late game, the full moving coming right after that, and we're over sweaty sand. So tons of natural building in play, excess materials that can come out, but also weird rotational paths as Bafo pushes in, continuing with the aggressive play style and takes out Floppa Michael.
60 points is what everybody needs to be thinking about right now. That is the number that you need to break. You also need to pick up a victory royale. If you're just going for 60, the 61 points is where you really need to be shooting. That is a very tall order to ask.
I mean, 61 realistically, too, because even with the victory royale, Tayson has the highest eliminations out of anybody in this tournament right now, so he owns that tiebreaker solidly. Now we're going to hop on board here with Deceptos, who's currently below Storm Surge, and we're actually going to need 14 players to drop, so that could end up coming into play with how fast this zone closes. If everybody prioritizes rotation, and with nobody wanting to drop, you could see that happen. But right now, Deceptos trying to find a pick. This is the final game of the EU FNCS, the final circles. 3 left. Number 1 player is down, and who can catch him? 61 points is what it will take to lift that axe and be the one who walks away with $80,000 in the end. And it's all about if you can catch Tayson.
Deceptos 10 looking to do it. 42, 43 points each. They're very, very close. Hen now going up. So he doesn't have a lot of HP. He's going to need to find something. Crash Pad's being used, trying to build to keep a little bit of a mid-ground chart, but not going to be able to do it. Benji making a run to just try to separate his game and try to get as many placement points and move himself up the leaderboard as he can, because he's out of contention for the Action Champions. AR Bafo there as well. Mongrel in this game. Scram going down. Hen trying to make something happen. Janus going to go down. Mongrel going to fall, as well as Orange. Hen picks up another elimination. This could be his run as well, but it's going to be very, very close.
Storm Surge will turn off there as we have the top 30. Janice picking up an elim there. But Hen, if he wants the win, he needs to put his foot on the gas, right? The placement points aren't just enough. The Victory Royale isn't enough. We saw Tayson, he had 12 elims. Every one of those elims was a point that pushed him farther up. And while being still in the game gives you opportunities, if you want to seize the moment and you want to say your best is the best, you have to go now. You have to be pushing people. You have to be converting on the points because there's only 19 elimination points available right now. You have to start finding them. Top 20, so the placement points are ticking down right now. And Hen, completely out of builds, needs the elimination just for the refresher. He's doing his best, making this a platform game. Diving around, looping on the corner, finds the first shot, can't find the second, and he gets taken down. Top 15 taking over and looking at the names of the lobby. I think only Frenzy Fishy has a chance, and I don't think he has enough elims this game going through. Tayson is going to be your FNCS solo champion, but it's about who can get that second place right now. If they're able to push forwards here, Deceptos theoretically could eliminate every single player in the lobby and go for it, but we talked about it. You have to be pushing the pace. Instead, he's saying, okay, I understand Tayson has that W. I know he's probably going to take the first spot, but if I can stay in this lobby, I'm going to pass other players. Everyone else has gone down, and now he's dropping in. 112 on the first one, but he gets walled off. 35 HP, uses the crash pad, but he goes up vertically and not into the box. Top 10 and another point ticks over. Deceptos goes down with 49. Now it's all about pride. The final Victory Royale in beating the person next to you, getting a little bit more of a payday in the final game here.
And Bafo could get that. He's at 40 points. We saw Deceptos go down with 49. This could be a second place run for Bafo. Stroky trying to make something happen there as well. 4 eliminations here for AR Bafo. Eliminations coming through all around for Strokey on that high ground. Looking to break his way on down. Shots coming through for Strokey down very, very low. Has to box on up. Twain's doing that. Nade dropping down. Bafo trying to just make something happen. 100 effective HP. 5 builds there for them. For Strokey getting tagged up there by Twain. Shots coming through. He's trying to hit him, but he's not going to make it. No, he does. Elimination comes through. Bafo trying to make something happen as well. Dropping down to the outside. Going around the boxes. Is going to find some loot. Is he going to fall there to zone? Bafo with 4 eliminations. Looking again to get number 5, number 6, and number 7 as more people are falling. And Bafo clutches up the last elimination for the Victory Royale. But I don't think he's going to get second. I think he's going to take third.
What a huge push from Bafo at the end. We talked about it, how every interaction will matter. And while E11's Tayson is the best player in Europe for this season, walking away with the AXA champions, the 80 grand, and all of the clout, Bafo takes game number 6. He'll rocket himself up the leaderboard. He'll earn a nice little payday in the clutch moments, and you can see there just how good Tayson was today. 22 eliminations, averaging a placement of 27th, but the big one, Clay, was that 12 elimination Victory Royale in game number 5.
What an insane way to secure yourself that number 1 spot. It was dicey towards the end, but I think we all knew that Tayson just had to stay alive just a little bit, and he did that, and he walks away with the victory.
We talked about it specifically. It would need a heroic effort from somebody in the top 10, but instead a heroic effort from Bafo, who was 26 before that. But where will he end up on the final leaderboards? We're going to throw it back on over to Zeke, Bala, and Shayo to close this one up. Thank you guys so much for watching.
Sundown Clay, absolutely incredible casting of the day. You guys were so on point with these calls. I mean, it did come down to the wire, and for sure, Tayson is the FNCS champion, and now will walk away with the Axe of Champions. Now, of course, big props, but now we take a little bit of a turn here and look at everyone else, second between fifth, because placing up there is a pretty considerable amount of money.
Yeah, and to get there, how things were, all the way till the final second, the final shot, the top 10 switched up. So, looking at what it is now, after Game 6, after this grueling process for Europe is over, it's Tayson at the top spot, 60 points, $80,000. At 10th is Anas still holding on, $7,000 for him, 41 points. But look at the names in between.
There's so much to break down on this page. First off, of course, Tayson winning, and Janice had won the last invitation. That is his former duo partner, so they've got to be feeling good after back-to-back, basically, championships from them. Tayson at 60 points, but Deceptos held on. That final moment, it looked like he was going to go for it, but unfortunately, he fell just a little short, but enough to propel himself and hold on to that second place. And then in third, this was the man who rose up in the final game. 19 points. He was way below Sundown said 26th place. He went from $2,000 earned that you can see basically on this page all the way up to 45,000.
That is such a huge boost. And also, to boot, AR Bafo, Deceptos, Twains, people in the top 10, two of them, second and third place. This is their first Grand Finals appearance, and what a big appearance and a performance it was. Like, man, no practice in these types of lobbies, no real experience on the big stage, and they pulled that out? Unprecedented.
Yeah, absolutely, but it was a battle all the way through. Vadil, Nate, Letwick. Letwick did so well in those early moments, but unfortunately falls out of the top 10. Still, solid performance from all these guys. Qualifying for the Grand Finals and then getting up to this top 20 is definitely something to be proud of. And there were so many moments that we remember from these guys, from Mongrel throughout the season, from Snipe today in the Grand Finals, from Flois in that very first game. He owns that 21st spot. $2,500 earned from him.
Yeah, these guys had such amazing memories made in the heats. One person here today as well who had a win, Slender. I feel like he's one of my favorite players coming out of Europe that I really haven't been able to watch before. He showed us his prowess in every single stage of the tournament, especially in Grand Finals with that win that he had. $2,500, 24th place, and a few points to boot. Very good performance from him.
And just generally, great performances across the board. You know, we cannot stress this enough. This is the top 100 players in the region. They have the bragging rights. They are allowed to say, I made it to the Grand Finals of the FNCS. After a grueling gauntlet, I stood at the top. Now, of course, Tayson will hold the axe of champions for now, but for everyone else here, they can truly say they are the cream of the crop.
And I think one thing that these guys are going to look forward to now is the solo season wraps for EU. Obviously, they're going to, watch the rest of this too, because we got NA East coming up next with some very interesting storylines too. But for now, they get to take a breather, relax a little bit as we head up into the next FNCS season or whatever comes after that, because I know people are excited.
Yep, and now we're looking at how things look after the heats in a top 100 stack lobby in a region that's what people say is the best to watch, the best to see. So definitely going to see the changes over in NA East, and definitely going to take a slight breather to see and catch up on those games too.
Well, Shy put it best. Guys, that's it for Europe, but don't forget we are back later to wrap up NA East and crown an FNCS champion there. Till then, Fortnite fam, we'll see you guys on the Battle Bus.
Fizzy Blizz. Oh. We got some bots. Okay, I see you. We got some bots. Bots. Yes, we got some bots. See all these bots. We got that elf bot skin. You already know. Hey Toto! You shitty at the game. Your ass, kid. He's about to sleep. Dream a dream, you little bleep. Your shit, kid. Dyrus 1497, shitty at the game. Ninja. You already know. We got shitty people at this. Yeah, that are so ass chat. They fucking play Party Royale. Fucking eggs, fucking tits, fucking bitch, ha ha ha. Dream a dream, little titty. Let's just leave this pussy ass party.
He is nap. I.
up, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the Fortnite Champion Series Grand Finals. It's your boy, Zeke. And joining us here on the analyst desk, we've got Sundown, we've got Shy Wager, and in a moment, we will have some games. If you missed out and you're watching from Party Royale, first of all, hello. Happy to be here with you. Don't forget to use your favorite emotes. Throw the grenades around the tomatoes, the likes, have a great time. Now, if you missed you, though, we'll recap you very quickly. Tayson did find himself the Axe of Champions, walking away with the $80,000 and being crowned the FNCS champion over on the PC track. And Lane did the same over on the console track. So again, congrats to both players. But now, Sundown, we gear up and prepare for NAE.
NAE is what it's all about. The top 100 players battling to get to this point. They advanced yesterday by being top 25 in their heat, and now they're going to try and claim the active champion. So I would argue it's one of the most competitive regions in Fortnite, right behind you.
Yeah, if you were thinking that there were hot personalities ready to just take everyone down on the map, NA East is even that much more competitive, in my opinion, when it comes to people battling for drop spots, battling for the, having that ego to be able to hold off their zone, basically, both early, middle, and end game. I'm just excited to see how this will break down and what happens in game number 1.
Well, we'll get to that in just a second. Very quickly, let's talk about the tournament itself, starting off with the tournament format. Now, yesterday we did come out of heats 1 through 4, and today we find ourselves in the grand finals. After 6 matches, one FNCS champion will be crowned. And as you guys have kind of stated, this is the very cream of the crop. Like, NA absolutely fire.
Come on, Carl. I'll bring you back to the thing. Don't make me drag you all the way over there. Grab you by your ear.
How's you day? You're.
Comes in many forms. Whether you're dangerously funny, creating havoc with wild plans, or flooding the island with the best intentions, it often comes along with a companion, madness. Become everyone's nemesis with the Last bundle, featuring the Joker, Poison Ivy, Midas Rex, matching cosmetics, and 1,000 V-Bucks. You can pre-order the bundle through your favorite retailer, and it will be available on November 7th. So definitely check out the blog for all the details. And if you can't wait for more DC characters, Harley Quinn, Catwoman, and my personal favorite Batman will be back in the item shop for a limited time. Get their cosmetic sets before they disappear into the night. Of course, as always, Joyride has hit the game, but we will not be seeing the vehicles in competitive play, so don't expect to see anybody doing anything crazy with those. Now, guys, we have to shift gears here and start talking about NA East. What have we seen? We've seen 4 heats, we've seen 4 winners, and now we're going to be taking a look and diving into the 100 players that will be joining us here. There's a lot of big names here. People like World Cup champion Booga, for example, just to name one of the 100.
I mean, that's an easy one to name right off the bat. We've talked about him so much, but let's talk about the person who's in first place there, Energy Click, one of the few remaining players, I believe the only one out of NA East who has qualified for literally everything since the Solo World Cup. Every FNCS final, every single World Cup, both solo and duos, he's made it there. He's able to contest towards the top. But you also have some of that Latin American invasion with P-God and Jelty pushing their way up top, and they've been playing phenomenal recently.
Yeah, you're talking about old versus new people coming right through. Everyone still has that history, but now those histories are starting to clash, right? Looking at Nanolite as well, who's such a good solo player, but fell off a little bit after one of those DreamHack performances, is now starting to rise straight back up. Liquid Gabe is also a cool name to pick up from the get-go. NRG Ronaldo, another NRG player who's usually watching all the people play it out, is in the fray this time, looking for his own chances to win.
Yeah, you know, he'll still be screaming in that microphone regardless if he's playing or doing a viewing party. But you also have Calc, who took the #1 spot yesterday in his heat, coming out there, as well as Stretch pushing through here. Banish, Bully, and Sid, some players who have also capitalized. Have the veteran Lunez picking up in there as well, somebody who's returned recently, been able to have a good performance. But you mentioned the new guard, and Pure Skittles has been among it with some amazing mid and late game runs and conversions that he's then turned over into just huge point performances.
Yeah, Skittles ended up winning out his qualifier day. After that, went straight through those heats. Past that, though, we have Crims, Frat, 2 guys who are really keen on playing and practicing with each other, now have to face off from opposite sides of the map. Glace, the Uzi Wins, Degen are some fan favorites who have these smaller communities but have such a push behind them to come and win. And if you're talking about communities, you cannot forget Colazo, you can't forget Kaz, Kanata, these guys who are so keen on showing that they still have solo prowess. Their drops are good, their end game is good. And honestly, with all these names, I'm just not sure who really has the advantage here to win today.
Yeah, you can see the veteran reverse 2K on that board as well. And we flip over to the last page. Booga, Blake, Hypnos, Lem, who had a great performance that we saw yesterday. Zentil also picking up a dub in heat #3 there. Rox ended up with a phenomenal performance towards the back half, so should be running in on confidence. And also one quick little underlying storyline, just a little personal rivalry between teammates and to keep an eye on here. Calc and Macwood are contending back and forth to have the #1 amount of earnings between them when it comes to NA East online play. And they've kind of put it up. He's like, hey, by the way, today I'm taking back that spot because Zexrow, who is also in that top 3 and plays with them, is falling out. He's not here. He's not contending in the final, didn't have a bandage to save him this time, didn't get that clutch run that he really needed. And these two are going to be competing back and forth to try and dethrone each other. So when we mean every little interaction matters, that's what we talk about. Sometimes it's not about first. It's just about beating that person next to you.
Yeah, there's an overall format that we saw and broke down before, but then there are all these personal stories that we will be highlighting. The casters will be pointing out between so many players. There's 100, as you said, Zeke, and it's so much to kind of take in and take account for.
Yeah, for sure. And perhaps if you're new, watching for the first time, we've got 4 winners for you that have come out of the heats in the past. It could just be some very quick eyes to keep, you know, watching as we move through the games here. So Sundown, why don't I toss this over to you?
Yeah, so we're going to hop on board here. This is some of the recap of actions that has gone through, and we're going to talk about some of the fan favorites and the one we've gone on. And let's go to 2 different sides of. So first, P-God, a.k.a. Peruvian God, who has probably the strongest presence when it comes to people in the chat. Can I get a Bible thump in the chat right now? Your favorite emo, if you're watching in Party Royale, for Mr. P-God, because we've seen his fans all over the place. And the thing is, he's been one of the few players in NA East who is able to enact consistent aggression. That means he's looking to take fights, and he's not afraid to trade out with players at all stages of the game. And you see a great late game run there, and that's something he does very well. He's not content to just get that one elimination and then box up. He's looking to chain them into more, and when he's able to do that successfully, it ends up on going on some of these crazy runs where you don't think that really shouldn't be possible, right? There's no way he should win this game, right, in this situation, and yet all of a sudden, vamos P-God.
Yeah, he literally gets his name into so many other people's sightlines and stories. Always say he's the man that plays with 20 item slots because he has so many eliminations per game. But on the other side of things, a man looking for control, stretch, is always one who has a game plan that he sticks to that works out. He's always dominating lobbies completely. And if P-God is looking for trades, Stretch is looking to end fights fast and make sure that every trade is absolutely silent. He always has an advantage when he's rolling into boxes, whether that's position or anything else, and he barely even takes any damage when he's going for these fights. If he's on the back end in late games too, he has a contingency plan. He has these hidden positions that he activates, that he just uses every time, an ace up his sleeve, and he gets these eliminations. He gets power weapons that he doesn't have to loot, just pick up, and then he ends up winning out games from that slot.
And one thing I want to note about in particular that we're starting to see from the very, very top players when it comes to closing out these games or being in these final situations is it's kind of a term, it's not really something we refer to a lot, but it's a no build skill. It's when you're out of builds, you don't have all that utility, and you're just stuck to your raw gun skill, movement, and what's on the map around you. And there's very few players who are able to kind of separate themselves and put themselves in a category where it's like, hey, you play really well in this circumstance. Stretch is 110% one of them. I would say Mongrel is another one who you can put in anytime he's out of builds. You don't really ever count him out of it.
There's a guy named Not Builds who's playing today, so maybe he is the mastermind behind this entire game strategy and plan. I hope that he brings that to fray. If he's an end game, maybe that's what's happening, but who knows?
Guys, as we get ready to hop into these games, I mean, what do you think we can expect? Now, out of EU, it was a long time. We thought it was all set. And then Tayson shows up, drops this massive game, and game 5, and then holds on. Do you guys think we could see that in NA East just based on the way they play? Do you think we're going to see a little bit of a change-up? Maybe someone comes out and then just, leaves everyone in the dust? What do you guys think? Sun, I'll start with you.
So we've kind of talked about how the pacing of a 6-game tournament plays out. After the first game, who's able to really separate themselves, or is it a couple players who got 5 and 6 eliminations and then someone was able to convert? Then you really can kind of tell the shape of the game, or the shape of the tournament itself after games number 2 and 3. And in Europe in particular, while we saw that there was a little bit of a lead, it was never more than 4 eliminations until Tayson capitalized. So what that means, in my opinion, is we're waiting for somebody to put a stamp on this tournament and then seeing how everyone else reacts. And I think NA East is ripe for that, particularly because it doesn't feel like there's been a definitive favorite to really step up to the plate and say, like, this is my region and I can drop that 10, 11, 12-point victory royale when it matters.
There is no definitive favorite. I agree with that, but I feel like there still is a pattern in NA East. You guys notice on the map at the bottom side, there's these mountains. In the middle, it's natural low ground, and near the top, there's a lot of water. For NA East, I think it's the zones, and what zones we see repeated throughout these 6 games. There are certain players that are very good at winning out natural low ground consistently, like Calculator, right? BBG Calc. But there's other players too when the zone starts to get high, Liquid Stretch. He's very good at taking games back to back to back, depending on where the map is going. If it's on their drop spot. If the Shockwave launcher is a little bit better when it comes to mountains versus natural low ground. So for NA East, I think it'll depend on where these end games actually end up ending.
Okay, all right, we'll have to see how things go. Let's take a look at some of the winners from the past. Now, kind of add to this and, kind of tie all of these things together. We've also seen those mythic weapons play a very big role in some of this. And over in OCE, we had the winner, Jinxie Fishy, holding down this title. 75 points, boys. I mean, Sundown, this is massive.
I think the bigger thing is the average placement going through for him, and then we flip on over there to see Fram #1, 47 points. And the story in Asia was the 3-way tie at the top that got broken, not by victory royales, but the average eliminations, with Fram just barely edging over the top, just showing how close that region really was. Then over to Middle East, you have Cash Cup Warrior, aka ASMR Spire Frog, picking that one up there. 62 points, the victory royale, 15 eliminations, and an average placement just outside the top 20.
Yeah, I'm going to say that he needs to change his name to FNCS Winner or Warrior if he wants to, but really good run for him over there on the Middle East. For these three regions that we just saw the winners of, it was really, really close on all ends the whole time through, but we've been talking about it for Tayson. He was behind the pack the whole time. Winning out Europe was no easy feat. Comes through all the way from Game 5 and holds things up near the top. I think it was a 12 elimination finish that he had overall, and it was absolutely insane what he pulled off.
Man, guys, guess what time it is? Time to start things off here in NA East. So for now, let's send it over to our flight captains, Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics, as they prep us for our descent onto the island.
Thank you so very much, Zeke, and here we have it. It's all come down to this. It's the FNCS Grand Finals. Game number 1's just about to be on their way. Monster D-Face here, Aussie Antics. I am so excited for the games that are going to unfold. The roster is ridiculous.
It is absolutely stacked, and we're not going to hold it back any longer. We're going to jump straight into Game 1 of the NA East FNCS Solo Grand Finals. Monster, just how excited are you for this one?
Absolutely. I'm at peak. I'm at the pinnacle here, and it's the battle bus that is underway. And take a look. Here's the nice spread across the map, how your players are spreading across. Now, let's keep in mind, guys, after all is said and done, one player is going to take home that Axe of Champion. Only one player in the region will be able to wield it. And I'm already noticing that P-God over in Holly Hedges has someone contested. And I love that the camera shot was panning this way, because this is going to be one of the most exciting players, one of the most exciting early gauge engagements that we are going to want to follow right now. How is P-God going to be able to perform today? Are we going to get the P-God that is going to go crazy every single game and carry it through? Or are we going to get the P-God that has to clutch up towards the tail ends to pick up the big points? That's going to be the name of the game for P-God today. But today, he is contested here by Chimp.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. He did so well in the qualifiers when he was contested, and yesterday when he wasn't, he did well but didn't do as well. So I'm not too worried for him here. When we're talking about Storm Surge, talking about these insanely stacked lobbies, sometimes being contested isn't so bad if you're someone as good as P-God at closing it out, which he starts off with a really nice 46 tag, waiting behind that bush. He knows this drop spot so well. He's had it on lockdown for weeks upon weeks. Gets the crash pad in. This is someone who has won a qualifying week from home. If you are just tuning in, you haven't been following NA East, so this is a very big engagement off the bat. If P-God goes down here, it would be a large upset to kick off NA East, and that's why we love NA East so much, Monster. It is always, every single fight is so important.
Good.
You're noticing those chug splashes go off here, so P-God knows the player is already healed back up from the distance that he started. He's going to land a big charge pump shot to kick this off. It's going to go in his favor. Now looking for the control of the walls. And you have to think the enemy he's fighting is probably running out of builds here. This has been a bit drawn out for early game engagement. And yes, another big follow-up. Can he get one more? Oof, that was way closer than what it needed to be. But P-God with a single point to kick off the competition.
Yeah, it just shows the confidence. You love to see this out of P-God coming out game 1, not scared to take the fight. He set up for it. He wasn't over-aggressive. He was smart with how he engaged, but you knew he backed himself to win that one. And P-God putting himself on the board very early, and maybe that drop play might even change. They might not go Holly Hedges next game. We'll have to see as Avery gets into a fight here as well. Just down near the rig, down on the south side near Slurpee Swamps, gets the tax shots in and takes him down. Heater falling here to Avery, 1 point on the board as well. So we've already seen 2 of the 4 players going down here. So still staying pretty stacked, but we're getting the action.
Let's not forget, Avery has just been outside the top 10 on the week-to-week qualifiers, his best being 11th throughout the course of the competition and lead-up. So someone to keep your eye out on that maybe hasn't been at the top, but could be knocking on that door. We'll see. Spike, on the other hand, has a lot to prove here as well. As an up-and-comer on the scene, just rotating outside of retail row. Looking for the big snipe shot, going down range, not going to find it that time, but he's telling everyone he's well and aware and ready to do the do here. I'm looking at the map there. It looks like there's another player nearby. His loot's not looking too great. Yes, he's going to have to farm up and get situated
he is
here.
nap.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to maybe even try and find a pack of Marauders. Maybe very high chance of them spawning around here, being sent to map. Or can he land that sniper shot? He can. Zentil falls. I was just about to say Spike either has to land a hunting rifle shot or find some Marauders, because 2 chug splashes going into this part of the game where there's not much loot to offer, but there's a lot of loot to offer there from Zentil now.
Just like that, that's going to be 1 down. Another point swinging in the favor. Here's Cody from Team Timbers. We talk about the this Latin community, Hispanics stepping up to the plate, and Cody's got, oh my gosh, he's got the mythic loot. He's got the caddy's corner on lock here. All of Kit's mythic weapons and arsenal in his loadout, and the Vault key card to play with it. Whoever was defending this place off, you can see though, according to the mini-map there, they've rotated out. So Cody is off to a very, very dominant start. This is looking super favorable for him right now, as he's going to be able to gain access to the loot. Let's see what goodies are going to lie inside. You have to only assume that he's going to be completely capped off, and this might be a game that is going to go in his favor. Hold up now, though.
Yeah, last time we saw Cody coming out of caddy corners with all the loot, he did end up winning the game. And this is someone who's been dropping caddy corners every single game of every qualifier of everything he's played in. You see some people kind of testing the waters, knowing how strong that mythic loot is, but then wanting the consistency so they don't go back there. Cody has been dropping there the whole time. No one has more experience at this drop than Cody. And if you are tuning in from home and you tuned into the heats, there was a bit of drama around this drop spot, as Zayt did not qualify for grand finals because this drop was too heavily contested. So I think it would have been a big shake-up for Cody if Zayt was in contention today, but Cody having it between him and one other player, he's got a very good chance to walk away with that loot consistently. So someone to 100% look out for.
Do agree, and here's a little info bit right there for you. Booga, Kaz, Stretch Crims, Kanata, Clicks, Calc have all competed in every single FNCS.
Wow.
And let's not forget, Booga's on fire yesterday, coming in 6th for his heat, coming out of NA East heat number 4. So things were cooking for the champ here himself, and he's looking to continue his stride through solos, as is Cody. I mean, Cody came 3rd in his heats. I know we're just talking about him, but it just shows you we're looking at some of the hottest players on the market right now, hottest players on the scene here, and they're continuing to carry the torch. Let's see, though, Booga looking for some early tags. We know this is the thing about NA East. It is going to be packed, right? From the top to the bottom, every zone, we're going to expect loads and loads of players to stay alive. There are still 95 players in the game, Ozzy, and the first zone is only halfway through closing. That means of all the fights so far, we've literally captured about 3 of them on broadcast. We are literally seeing all of the action right now because of how intense it is on the NA East region.
Yeah, NA East, they know how to play their games. They know how to play stack lobbies, and we're going to see who can manage their Storm Surge. And that's why I was so excited to see P-God come out swinging, because a lot of people start off their first game a little bit scared, just maybe the nerves getting to them. They kind of want to play slow, play safe, just kind of play it easy. So P-God coming out swinging was big for him, and he's got his Storm Surge tags on the map, as Jaith kind of making a really nice little metal base for himself, has the Mythic Grappler Gun as well. A lot of the conversation always kind of falling around Kit's Mythic Charge Shotgun and Shockwave Launcher, but you really can't count the Grappler Gun out. See someone who's been performing really well with it. Unfortunately, I don't believe making finals here today, so Jaith got his hands on that one out of the 3 people that looks like they're dropping here, and he's going to have to find his tags, though. If they haven't fought down below, he also has no shotgun, so I'm not really sure how that's going to play out for him.
And I mean, he's pulling a cease here, nice and early, high in the sky here at the Authority, looking for those early tags to play into his favor. What I do like about Jaith in recent times, that he's just been on the up and up, consistently entering himself into tournament after tournament, Cash Cup after Cash Cup, even now qualifying for the grand finals here in the heats, and slowly but surely stepping his way up, stepping up his placements. So how is he going to perform on the largest setting, on the biggest stage here, on the biggest screen here, in front of all the community figures in the Fortnite scene here now, though? I'm speechless by Stretch, who has got me thrown off right now. He's in the center map, making a rotate for center zone, and he's around so many players.
He's got the loadout, though, as well. 4 floppers, something I'm not used to seeing Stretch have too much of. Dropping out a Misty Meadow, so maybe he had the time with his zone being a little bit closer to kind of fish up. He didn't have a really strong performance yesterday in his heat, but we talked about it a lot on that broadcast. He got really, really unfortunate zones. All first 4 zones pulled north, and so that kind of caused a bit of issues for Stretch. The last 2 zones pulling south, I think he averaged almost a top 10 in those 2 games where he finally got good zones. So Stretch looking in a great position with that extra time that he will have. He's going to try and set up probably on the edge of this mountain. Needs to get a nice high position to go for some Storm Surge tags as well if he hasn't been fighting anyone already, as Booga holding him down, someone who's also been dropping Misty Meadows with him, hitting the rotate a little bit earlier. And we're talking about interactions, we're talking about those who's who of names here, and Booga and Stretch going head to head is going to be one of them. 2 players who have a lot of pressure on them to perform in their own right, but also to outperform each other. They were duo mates and they both performed insanely well, but there's always those whispers of who carried who's better. We saw Booga and Stretch going head to head in one of the qualifying weeks, where Stretch ended up just coming out on top in the final game, winning it over Booga. But this is a rivalry that I'm super excited to see play out.
That's right, and I mean, it's been about 4 months or so since they've entered as a duo into competition, but the stigma carries with them as they do still play trios and other team-based game modes, so we'll be interesting to see the clash between those two titans. I mean, we saw Janice and Tayson fight one another over in the Steamy Stacks and EU today. And that was probably the biggest clash of Tayson's career because he took that to the Axe of Champions all the way down the line. And P-God, oh my gosh, with the big follow-up onto Vibes. And that's going to be huge for him. His second elimination right now. 93 players left in the game.
Second elimination when there's 93 players left. So P-God has taken down 2 of the 7 players that have fallen in this lobby. So you can't overstate how big that is. If you're more of a casual Fortnite fan, you're tuning in, this might seem a little bit ridiculous. The 2 eliminations is huge at this point. But as you can see in the top left, there's only 7 people that have gone down. These players are the best of the best, and they're avoiding fights. They're playing safe, trying to get into that top area for those placement points. And P-God just feeling comfortable. He's feeling confident, running around as we see Prickly Boy was a fan favorite of yesterday, rocking the cactus skin. I feel like the casters definitely instantly resonated with this player and wanted to cheer him on as well. As Prickly Boy trying to find his way out of this one if he can. He was throwing that big pot ahead of him, but this player was waiting for it, kind of choreographed exactly where he was going to go into this push. So Prickly Boy trying to close it out. Players on top of him. Nice builds, but he drops inside the box. 2 tack shots is not enough, and Justice takes him down. Don't think Justice even needed the shotgun there, and look at that loadout. Justice is looking great.
That's right. Justice read the law and laid it down just like that, showing that he was going to be the one to action the scene right now. And that was well played. He just walks through pure confidence through Prickly Boy, who couldn't seem to find the defense, seem to find the shots that he needed. Here's Sentinel's Aspect on the other side. One of the veterans of the Fortnite community scene for the NA East and a part of the earliest days of Fortnite competition. Now, back on his stride, back on the high horse here as a solo competitor. It almost seems like he came out of nowhere in the recent times, just coming back, showing players that, hey, this vet here still has what it takes to compete on the grand final stage. Ladies and gentlemen at home, this is game number 1. If you are tuning in, we do appreciate it. That's going to be a big down there, though. Aussie, that was Cody.
That was Cody. I have to know who gets that loot because this elimination, while being important, at one point, I need to know who gets that mythic loot because that is going to change the game massively. If you're not dropping caddy corners, but you end up with the caddy corner loot, like we saw with Calc yesterday, Calc dropped, I think it was an 8 elimination win or close to it because he got his hands on that caddy loot because he found it in the mid to end game. So whoever has now found that, as I say, Calc goes down to Colazo. So players dropping now as Storm Surge, I believe, is going active and we have 12 people to fall. But if we can get a sight on who exactly has that shockwave launcher, it could play massively into this end game if it's a big name who's been performing and not used to having the added advantage of 2 mythic items.
Take a look at this, though. It's P-God back in another skirmish here. I see 4 different players, 4 individuals stacked up on top of one another off of this rotate here from west to east, trying to get to the safety of the new zone. P-God yesterday did this as well. He was playing off of these non-dead side rotates. I mean, he's just walking directly to the zone and taking battles along the way. We saw that halfway through the competition. It worked against them. We'll see, though, but no, not this time. It doesn't matter. P-God's going to react with the quickness there onto Uzi. Uzi is an up-and-comer as of late. He has been on fire, but P-God shuts that out. He puts the fire out.
Shuts it out quick. That was such a good quick flick with the charged shotgun too. That's a hard shot. If you just watched and you missed what happened there, the other player crash padded straight into the back of the box. P-God didn't see the player coming through because the builds were breaking. And then just split-second reaction flicks with the beautiful charged shotgun shot. And P-God's now got 3 eliminations on the board coming into endgame with the peppers as well. So he's got that extra mobility to maybe make that next rotate. And you touched on it just then, Monster. He doesn't really exactly go for the safe rotates. He'll go up against players and back himself in fights just like that. And now he's getting his Storm Surge tags. He's getting his damage on the board. As we still have Storm Surge active right now. There is still 1 player getting hit by Storm Surge in this lobby. 71 players are still alive.
I just want to say that is probably the 2nd or 3rd time we've seen a ridiculous shot like that come out of P-God. But here's Skittles finding himself a nice little ridiculous even onto Avery, who was so lit up on the run from an opponent. And although Skittles may not be able to grab the rewards of Avery's loot there, it's going to be Rubified who's going to scoop that up. It's okay. He's got a nice free point to work with here. Let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, 75 players being, or less than 75 players in the lobby now is going to reward the first points. Placement points are divvied out as players go down. And just like that, now Skittle has 2. So this is a Nice step in the right direction here. If the EU FNCS Grand Finals was any indicator, though, to how you want to play, how many points you want to average to take home a victory, you're going to need anywhere from 8 to about 10 around on average to be the FNCS champion of the region.
That is such a tall ask. 8 to 10 points every game for 6 games when you're battling now with 99 of the other best players in your region. Just showing these players are a whole nother level. 31 tag, nothing too heavy. That's Clicks. NRG Clicks falls. Someone who has a lot of pressure on them here today. A lot of expectations going down with 1 placement point on the board. Don't know if he got an elimination. We didn't see him in the feed, but just the unfortunate misplay there of going up against that wall that Justice does own, and he just has to hit that window edit and go straight through. Justice now knowing there's another player behind his other wall, so Justice in a really congested spot, as you're seeing in the bottom right of that mini map, about 6 or 7 players all on top of each other, and Bucky being one of them, so pretty scary spot to be in.
Bucky, one of the scariest players, one of the hottest profiles across all game modes. Doesn't matter where you place him, team-based, squad-based, solo-based, he performs, he shows up. Smack, though, is going to be lighting up the feed right now, find himself his own point. Here's D-Roller. D-Roller, one of those few key individuals that once he gets going, he can definitely start to play off of that momentum. We know him to be a fragger.
Well, we just got raided.
I want to say during the FNCS Invitationals, he was breaking records on his streak on up to those grand finals as well. So this is a player that lately has been somewhat dormant, but it shows that, hey, when he turns on big, and he doesn't look back. Right now, though, Ozzy, what I'm paying attention to is this zone and how many players are starting to migrate nice and early. This is only becoming more and more stacked. So we bring our focus down to that mini-map. Just look at how many players have to cross in.
Yeah, and I was just going to say with D-Roller as well, it's just showing that he can kind of like, he can change the game style as well, though. Obviously, last in their solo invitational, there was a lot of high eliminations being dropped. At this point, we're seeing much more placement split, and it's showing his diversity to be able to play to that and play to the placement points, and understanding that most of the players are usually kind of winning this one out with a higher average placement than elimination points overall. We saw some of the regions like Asia have a lot lower point split with a 3-way tie for 47, but then you're looking like regions like my hometown region, OCE, with 70 plus points for first. It's just, you don't know. You need to play to your region. You need to play to your scoring format. You need to play to what is going to give you consistency.
Yeah, it's been very volatile across all the regions. Someone who's on fire, though, it's P-God. My gosh, 3 eliminations already. We're not even halfway through the lobby. He's owning up to his name right now. Honestly, he has just been on top of everything. This new zone's going to be popping soon, though. We're going to see that half in, half out reveal itself, and he's already being so active. I wonder if he can just make an end game this time around. That is going to be momentous for him.
Would be momentous. He gets an opposite half, though. One of them, the zones you want to get the most. This is the full pull zone right now. So as you can see, that half zone going half in. He takes Renan's, though, but like you said, Monster, he likes to be around the action. He doesn't need to go on the safe side of zone. So this next rotate could be easy for him. He could pick up even more eliminations on the way, as Class is going to get that loot, but P-God is the one who gets the elimination. He needs to make a tough rotate now. He has the launch pad, he has 2 crash pads, but with these trees in the way, and with the way this zone's going, he's going to have to find a clearing to try and get that launch pad off, I imagine, because crash pads, he's probably going to get stuck in the trees, as Blake just sitting out in the cone looking really nice up here on the top side. He's going to have to start making his rotate as well. It's not as far as P-God, but it's still a pretty difficult zone, as we still haven't even gained our 2nd placement point of today. Top 50 is where these players will get 1 more point on the board. Blake having 1 for top 75. Needs to look back and try and hold some of these players that are using the rotation behind him, and then he's going to have to keep making his way through. Blake has been a dominant player for such a long time now, but hasn't had a big showing in a solos event, so really high expectations, or looking forward to seeing how he can pull this off today. But no medium ammo left in the AR, shotgun only, and a harpoon. He needs to find something pretty quickly.
I'm just looking at the feed right there. I saw Dubs pick up reverse 2K. Kanata's going to fall to hand here as Bucky falls to Blake. And that's 3 major names, major players, absolutely skilled individuals all falling in concession on this rotate here to the half in, half out. This is where things get interesting. This is where Fortnite really starts to shine as a competitive esport. Here it is. It's when things start to get intense and the zone starts to move. Here it is, though. Blake still being so active. The control throws the cone down, and I can't help but imagine that he's going to go ahead and conclude this one as well. The 2nd elimination for him now onto Haji here. End zone's going to pull his way.
Haji, a player who hasn't been so prominent in these games, but did manage to win a game in his heat to jump himself up there and qualify. Unfortunately, falling here at the hands of Blake, who had a great rotate. He was back against the wall. He had no AR ammo, and now he's got 2 huge refreshes in the half-half zone, so he's looking really, really good. Needs to try and kind of find some way to get back in this one a little bit more, as he's on the bottom side, but rotating zone is going to go back through the woods, through all that tree cover, so not sure if he's going to be able to find his way back down on the low ground, as Illust looking much better with 5 crash pads and 1 launch pad.
Here it is, though. The wide shot giving you guys who's in the game. I see Bully. I see Aspect still alive. Illust still alive as well. And Illust is going to be running right through Pose here, who's on the other side of the wall. He's going to go in and crash pad his way in. That's going to be a major impact frag. Impact elimination for Illust. That's going to recap, refresh his material count as well, as the entire lobby now is looking to scramble across here. But Illust is still firing up. He's going to catch Batch on the movement now as well. Great layer change, though. He's going to move himself up, setting up the teak pad to try and get out here. He's got the crash pad ready to go. He's thinking about it, though, still waiting his time. He doesn't have to do it too early. Not this time around, not until the zone actually pops itself. On high ground, though, Dubs is going to go ahead and lose it to someone launch padding up above. And Ozzy, things are getting super interesting here. P-God is down to 20 HP. He cannot afford to play with the zone, but he's gathering placement points as this Cox keeps ticking.
He's got to make something happen. He knows the player's above him. He's trying to bait him to drop down and go for the shotgun shot. But no, that could be too long. But he waits. It is. He can't break through the full metal in time. Too much damage. He takes 2 10 ticks from zone, and he falls just outside top 30. A good game from P-God, those 7 points on the board, as we now have some of those players who are going to play for more consistency. I see NRG Ronaldo kind of making his way up a little bit here, making his way very high. Ronaldo trying to take the high ground, or at least get above this elevation, which is a good spot to be in. Asia's stuck down there on the low ground, though. He's going to have to keep playing for it. I want to see who has that shockwave launcher and who can actually really contest height, as Blake making a good push for it too. 23 points on the board. He's now inside that top 25. Those 2 refreshes were everything he needed to get him to this point, but he's gonna need another one soon, as he's down to 5 builds inside the full metal base. So he's in a good spot to try and find a refresh from, but he's gonna have to go soon. If this zone keeps going up, takes down Nanolight. Does take down Nanolight, a very consistent play here in this one. AJ falling in the feed as well, going down to the Storm as it pushes everyone up this big mountain.
That harpoon was so clutch to grab him all the materials he needed as well. Here it is. Polarized, though, has that shockwave launch. You wanted to know who had it, and it's him on height. And now he's looking to fight it out for his life, though. On the other side, Illa's still up there as well. And now we have Coop down on the low ground, really tearing it up. 4 eliminations for Coop. Someone's got him backed out against the Storm, though. He's got to take the fight. He's going to step in, and yes, he catches another one. That's going to be the 5th elimination now. He's still very much in the game. I'm seeing Ronaldo. I'm seeing Dubs still here. Blake's still alive. Jace fighting his way up the high ground as well.
Is coming down to this. 6 players alive right now. Big names. Who's who of this one? Blake trying to have a big performance here. 4 eliminations already on the board. Going up again. I have to think he has one of the better mat advantages right now. Only 23 builds, but this late in the game, when the zone is about to close out, that is very good, as Ronaldo having to skirt the Storm. Coop takes down Jaith. Ronaldo must have flop, as he does. Can he come back in? Can he make a play? Illust, Dubs. Blake putting the pressure down onto Dubs. He gets the elimination. 4 players left. Blake has the high ground. This could be his game. This could be everything to start off the tournament for Blake. He has all the advantages. It's a 1v1. It's Blake versus Illust. Can Blake close it out? Can he jump up and have the huge game 1 performance? Illust can't get up the hill. He can't get a footing. Blake has all the advantage. Blake has to win this one. Illust down in zone. All Blake has to do is wait this one out and just hold, and he is going to be the game 1 winner of the NA East FNCS Grand Finals. Blake takes it away with 6 eliminations and 20 points on the board.
He did that so textbook as well, just holding that height. He knew he had it once Illa slipped down the mountain. Hats off to Ronaldo, though, who got top 3 as well. What a big, big game for our competitors there coming into game number 1. But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be sending it over to the boys at the analyst table to break it all down for us. That was a great game 1 and a great showing for the opening here at the FNCS Grand Finals, NA East.
Aussie Monster D-Face, you guys are the best flight captains in the world. What's going on, guys? It's me, Zeke. We're here with Sundown. We're going to be breaking down some of the action. I gotta say, Sundown, the old guard and NA East have all been falling, and it's very interesting specifically that we do see Blake picking up the victory royale, because we saw this literally exact thing play out in Europe. You have 2 players walking into that final 1v1 with 5 eliminations. The one person that wins gets that 4-point swing to start the day.
And that ends up pushing him up to a 20-point first game, which if he's able to capitalize on, could be huge. But you talked about some of the old guard falling. However, towards the end there, you still had some of the old guard up as well. Blake's been around for a while. Ronaldo pushing towards the top, and Dubs also making it towards the end, with Illis finally falling to Old Man Mountain. So you can see the scoreboard reflecting a little bit of that there. Blake in first right now, Illis in second, Coop in third, Colazzo, Han rounding out fourth and fifth. Fishy, Cozies, Skittles, and then Dubs and Ronaldo will be the top 10. But notice everyone 5th through 10th, even on 11 points, but the difference being the eliminations currently rocking out on the tiebreaker.
Absolutely. Now we're going to flip on over to the next page. And again, it's just more of these names. We're so used to seeing Jade, Polarized, Agers, Jack, Aspect, right? Jelty, P-God. I think ultimately, like, this first game, and we saw sort of happen in EU, it's like a general feeler, right? Like, you have 6 games to play. You know you're competing with the 100 best in your region. Now, what happens? Is my drop spot contested? What does my pathing look like? You know, there's so many, all these variables we have to keep in mind, especially as we move throughout these games. I feel like this first one's fine, right? Like, we have some points on the board. That's okay. Now what we have to look forward to is, like, where do these people land? How do they adjust to this new meta that's kind of self-contained to the grand finals? And what they need to do to ensure themselves making it into the top placement, as, I guess, as high up along the placement as possible.
Yeah, and the goal is to be able to convert off of this first game. So we kind of talked about in the intro to the show, what is the pacing of a 6-game tournament? And over the course of it, you really kind of want to get yourself established early, because whoever gets out to that lead is going to start running it. And if you fall before getting that first round of placement points, or even that second round of placement points, it can get really hard to establish yourself into a rhythm and get the game moved.
Absolutely, my man. Here we go. We're going to take a look at some of them. I mean, Calc, you know, he put on a show for us yesterday. He said, look, guys, I'm going to make some stuff happen, but couldn't get the footing you're talking about here in the first game.
Yeah, and the same thing happening to Boogie here is getting caught. And notice a common theme for all of these players. They're all on the edge of zone. They're rotating right around the timer with everyone else, and they're not establishing control over their space. But all of a sudden, all of these other names go down, and you get an opportunity to step up. And notice here how Blake had 0 mats. He had next to nothing there, next to nothing here again. And he's chaining together these impact eliminations, those 3rd and 4th elims. If he doesn't get those, he doesn't turn this into a more. He doesn't create a victory royale. He doesn't have 20 points in the lead. But because he's able to get those elims and then had the harpoon to be able to get the loot and turned it into another one, he maintains the high ground control. And as the circle moves back over the course of the mountain, he gets the elimination onto Illist as well. And again, we go back to his first 2 eliminations. We talked about the 3rd and 4th ones being so key. He had nothing in those early ones as well. You saw his loadout and you saw his mats. He had to push forward and he had to find them. So all of a sudden we talk about how every one of those little interactions matter. He shows 6 different key ones, but particularly the first 4 changed the course of his game. And it wasn't a traditional route that we've seen in solos to a victory royale, but a very well executed one.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. These are the old guard we're talking about, right? They know how to play the game. They have the time. They have all of the hours dedicated to playing and having and kind of owning that mechanical prowess. And now it's just kind of falling back on that, right? And that's what led Blake to the win here. And I gotta know, like, I think the biggest question for me is, like, look back at EU game 1, right? We see Flois comes out strong, same way, 20 points, then fizzles. Do we think that could happen here for Blake?
So that's been the story of a lot of what we've seen on broadcasts going through. It's really difficult for players to kind of convert right away. One, you immediately draw attention to you. Everyone else in the lobby is looking to see that name when you go down. They're going to try and probably hawk your drop spot in your route just a little bit extra, maybe see if they can't throw some shots over there, as we saw Kylix do to Tayson in match number 6 in Europe. If you're able to shut somebody down, then all of a sudden it's anybody's race. However, which we haven't seen in a while, is somebody be able to rack off those back-to-back games we saw in Europe just last week, and you're able to build out a substantial lead. However, today, I don't think just a lead is going to be enough. It's consistent, and then it's going to take one huge effort from somebody to separate them. And 6 elims of the victory royale, that's about average. Like we've said, it's around 18 to 20 points for a winner is what you can basically pencil in every time.
I mean, that's all it takes, right? Just a handful. And you said it best at the beginning of the show. It's like just being able to stamp your name there and say, look, it doesn't matter what's happening here. You guys are going to play the game I want to play because I know how to do this. I've been in situations like this in the past. That's why I'm here in the first place. And that's why we're all here in the first place. So I need to be able to make a statement and say, look, I'm going to be the winner. You're going to play my game. You're going to step away from me, and I'm going to just pull ahead. We have to see if that's what happens here for Blake. Very strong showing. Now, we do have 5 games left to go till we crown an FNCS champion. Now, with all that being said, Fortnite fan, we're ready to hop back into game, so let's send it over to our casters, Aussie and Monster D-Face, to get us into game number 2 on the day.
Thank you, Zeke. Thank you, Sundown, for the great breakdowns and, of course, keeping us dialed in with the competition and the action here. It's game number 2 here at the NA East Grand Finals table. We're here to eat. We're here to see a lot go down right now. Aussie, take a look at this battle map. What's standing out to you right now? Because I'm looking at Sweaty Sands, and I see 4 players contesting it already.
Yeah, 4 players, Sweaty Sands. I'm seeing 3 players at Yacht as well as looking a bit hefty. So trying to look for those places that are a little bit congested. Obviously, coming into Grand Finals, these players knew where everyone was dropping. They quite often know. A lot of these big names have their drop spots that everyone knows they go to, but it's looking still pretty spread out. We got 3 at Authority, not too many at Caddy. That 2 at Caddy is looking so good to me. Both those players in such a good position. And I was going to comment last game, I was talking about who ends up with the Caddy launcher. Is it someone who's not used to having it? And it was Polarized. Polarized has been going Caddy, so I have to think that Polarized managed to hunt down Cody and take him out with the Caddy loot and get it back into his own hands. We didn't get to see it, so I'm not 100% sure, but we see Blake over here at Pleasant, which means he's also near Clicks, so I'm happy to imagine that other player here is the big Clicks. So Clicks has been playing a lot smarter recently, but if you're going anywhere right now and you're going to have to try and take an early fight, it's not going to want to be with Clicks.
And just to answer the question, it was just a weird cross of fate between Aspect finding Cody on the storm line and then Polarized picking it up at that exact moment when he went down. Yeah. We'll see how Caddy's launcher plays its factor into this game here. On the other hand, though, we have a battle breaking out, and there's a big group of Marauders on the bridge looking to play spoiler here, part of this fight. You can hear the shots going off. They're just ringing. I think they have the focus on the player on the run right now. Oh, and yes, Prickly Boy's looking for the big shot. No, he's not going to find it. Oh my gosh, those are some great AR follow-ups.
Those are some really good AR follows with a gray burst rifle. That's a hard weapon to do that much damage with. 20 damage a bullet, but it shoots 2 at a time. It's very hard to connect 2 shots back to back with it as well. Doesn't have that extra scope on it like the epic and legendary variants do, as Prickly Boy is really pushing this one. He is going aggressive. He has 0 points on the board. We saw him go down last game. He wants to try and prove us wrong, show that he can win these fights as he drops in here, and no, never mind. Ooh. He's going to show us that he's going to lose again, unfortunately. Prickly Boy, fan favorite. I'm cheering him on, but he goes down to Nobu Tragics, who is on 8 points, having a much better day today.
Absolutely. Great defense. Plays that quick reverse card. He says, not me. It's going to be you who gets taken out this time around. And that was against all odds. Let's not forget, he was hit for white damage. No shield in that battle. On Frenzy Farms, though, outside of Risky Reels, it looks like we have a little bit of an engagement going down. It's Bucky. We saw Bucky go down before, and oh my gosh, he's going to make quick work of Simple with a better angle there on the battle. You can see 31 of the current players also competed in the FNCS Invitational Finals. That was the most recent major solo competition hosted by Epic, the official Fortnite competition that has most recently occurred. So 31 players cross over into the grand finals this time around. That is ridiculous. That is so consistent.
Yeah, in what is one of the hardest formats to be consistent. We've seen it already today. One hunting rifle shot, just one mistake can end everything. Trios, at least if your teammates can back you up, maybe they can get the revive off. You kind of have a chance to go ahead with it. But solos, it's very hard to be that consistent. But some of these players make it look easy. You've got Kanata in here, you've got Stretch, you've got Booger, you've got Dubs, you've got players who have been at the top of their solo game since even before World Cup. We talked about how Aspect's even back here today.
Carl.
So there's definitely players who can kind of find their groove and find their rhythm. As Illest, one of them, takes the hunting rifle shot onto Tabs. Illest has a really good loadout to go aggressive if he wants to. Doesn't see the crash pads above him, but he has the pepper going, has the legendary compact SMG, something we haven't seen too much, but this loadout's one that, I kind of leaned for in a non-stack lobby, trying to just, go super aggressive. You have the hunting rifle to get a long-range shot. You've got the SMG for close-range damage, but I feel like Illest probably going to have to try and get his hands on some kind of an assault rifle just to get those Storm Surge tags.
I mean, we've seen it all. I saw earlier today, Tomas HD running a tactical shotgun and just a sniper with movement and double heals. So it's up to the player's preference, I guess. In this case, he's going to run that compact. I can only assume that he's going to be putting that controller to use and probably looking to box dive into some players. And just talking about that, I mean, players like Furious did not qual through. So Lazy Lakes now being, or not having the FNCS Invitationals champ in the game right now. It's pretty big for him. On your side, though, you do see the format and how it's going to play out, guys. Just that placement, 14 points for the Victory Royale. And placement starts being divvied out at 75th place. But you don't get your second until top 50. We can see how much of a struggle it is to even make it that far.
Yeah, and that's what you're talking about. That's what you normally look at when you're looking at kind of a point, you're looking at a placement format. It's because 14 eliminations is what you need to equal a win. That is ridiculous. You got to think how hard it is to drop 14 eliminations on the best of the best players in your region when there's so many eyes on you. There's 94 people alive. There's only 5 that have gone down so far this game. So really looking for those big placement points. If you can be like P-God and pick up some early eliminations, that's great, but he didn't get the placement as Illest. Doesn't see this player who's lurking coming into Lazy Lake. I don't think Qua has dropped here. I think he's rotated through, but Illest having none of it, like you said, trying to put that legendary compact SMG to use. As Qua's now stuck in an awkward spot. You can't build here because of the half walls. They're skirting them. Illest jumping up and getting shots. Qua just looks like he's reeling, just can't kind of recover from that positioning. And that's all it takes. I talked about it in solos. He just mispositions, takes a fight up against the half wall where he can't build, and that's enough for him to lose it. He can't do anything, and he's just stuck.
That's it. Illest crowning himself the new king of Lazy Lakes. On the other hand, though, Booga is going to get into the box on Reverse 2K. We've already seen Reverse 2K go down once this time, and he's going to go down again. And it's not looking good. Game 1, Game 2 out of the window now for Reverse. And Booga finally secures himself some points. That's going to be one that he's going to desperately need because his Game 1 was nothing impressive either.
And Reverse, someone who has been performing really, really well recently. Obviously, had his kind of rise to prominence around World Cup, qualified for solos, had that legendary duo run with Ninja, almost managing to qualify. And since then, kind of, I feel like had a bit of a slump in between, didn't hear too much, but recently was a player that I had high expectations for, performing so well in solos and trios. And he goes down again, unfortunately. Not sure what's going on there. He reacted well, though. Booga had the crash pad, fell in through the roof. We've seen so much. Reverse managed to turn around and put the stare on his head to block it. So reacted well, but just, Kanata falls to Ronaldo. No, you know Ronaldo's screaming about that one. You know how good that must have felt for Ronaldo.
Well, what the grade in the chat was.
Bad taking down a friend, but Kanata goes down in game 2, and I don't think Kanata has many points on the board. We saw him go down early in game 1 as well. Ronaldo is definitely shouting about that one right now.
That's right. We'll be seeing you on the battle bus, buddy. But Ronaldo, man, one of the more exciting players I'm happy to see performing right now. It's his dream, basically, to continue to put up. And all he wants to do this time around is place.
I have
he wants to place high as well. And he is on track to do just that. Someone else is on track to do big things here. Smack. Smack's been finding his fair share of early game eliminations. And we talk early because NA East in specific is just not the region to really ramp up, right? They're known to have that slower, more passive play. Yeah. This second game, though, it looks like players are finding their confidence. Players are not trying to fall behind. They're not trying to leave it for the later half. They're really getting into the action right now. Here's A1 Sid going as far as taking the zone fights right now. And I don't think this player knows that he's in the bush.
He is asleep.
Yeah, I think Sid would have taken the shots there, but maybe waiting for a better opportunity. Could have taken it, but he's got a very loud audio cue. That Pepper does make a loud audio cue, and so does that bush. I feel like he's not going to get a better opportunity in the shots he just had, so playing a little bit passive here, not wanting to take the shots. Frat knows he's nearby, and he's too scared to move. Maybe Sid waiting for him to go in front so he can come in from behind, because he does have that Pepper for the increased movement, but no! Sid... he jumps down, Frat jumps into the bush, knows Sid's there, and Sid picks up the elimination. He gets the minis back as well, but I'm looking at the materials monster, I'm looking at the zone, I'm looking at everything. I don't know if that fight was worth it.
And that's the thing, right? These storm fights, they hold a lot of ramifications if you do not have those heals. We'll see. We'll be paying a close attention to the zone now, to that feed, that elimination feed, to see how it all plays out. On the other side, though, Polarize this time actually secures Caddy's loot. Remember, Cody got it last game. He got away with it, but he got shut down by Aspect early on. Now Polarize has it. With 10 points already, he's confident coming into this game. And I think this is setting him up for success right now.
He needs a few more rockets, maybe 5 rockets. Not bad, but not fantastic. But that's why when you have the caddy launcher, refreshes are even more important. Getting eliminations where you can go and get the loot, and quite often players carrying those rockets is huge. But he still does have
he was going to be up at 5-3-0, but it passed 5-3-0.
Crash pads to get in if he has to go aggressive, but it's Kit's Mythic Charge shotgun as well. I feel like the Shockwave launcher gets so much attention because it is an item that is just so devastating and is so visually exciting when it kind of just creates these big moments. But Polarized, obviously showing the strength of the shotgun. He's backing himself. He's going straight up on this player's box. He doesn't technically need this fight, showing how confident he is to take it though. This player's pushing away, and maybe Polarized, sensing that he's a little bit scared, a little bit nervous, might be someone he might want to fight because he's trying to disengage. He really doesn't want to have a bar of this, but never mind. Polarized going to disengage past
Wake him up somehow.
The fact that he needs to farm up some materials. Only has 39 builds so far.
And this is what I was talking about. Game 1 had the fewest eliminations before the 3rd zone this weekend. EU notably ramps up. They go crazy with it. But NA East has that history. They're always playing a lot slower. I think this game might be looking to set up the stage a little differently. We're seeing a lot of action from players like Polarized with the confidence coming in hot with it. Here comes the classic crash pad. He goes on in, he follows up, he finds the big crack. It's onto Rocks, and they exchange back and forth, and no! Polarized falls, and Rocks is going to be the king of Kit's mythic loot.
And that is so unfortunate for Polarized. He picked the target that he could jump in on. And I was going to say, Rox must have a heavy tac shotgun because he hit him for, I think, close to max damage. So with the change to shotguns now, tactical shotgun is impossible to be able to do 200 damage no matter how good your shot. But he did close to it twice in a row and he falls. You can't. If you get Caddy's loot, if you are the one who's in the driver's seat, you are in the king's seat, you need to be able to continue that dominance forward and take one fight that he does not win. And that's it. Now Rox has such a good position to have a big game here. Don't know if he was carrying extra rockets. I think he was. So really, really good position for Rox. Really, really poor fight for Polarized. Oh no.
Things are going to catch up here though. King looks like he found a big opportunity to slip in a couple shots here. And now he's going to be looking to engage onto this battle. It's Macwood, though. They're going to take this one into the storm. This is going to be an important one to commit to. You got to get it over with here and now. He's only got 2 chug splashes. Yes, he goes on in, and oh my gosh, Macwood nearly bails himself out of that sticky situation. The tactical shotgun versus the charge. It's so interesting to see them go down in the boxes because it's a matter of who catches the bigger opening shot. If you miss that charge, it's over. The tactical wins every single time.
Every single time, and Sundown was talking about it in the pre-show. There's a lot of pressure on Macwood today. He said it out there. He stated he is going for the highest earnings in NA East in online tournaments with Zexro, one of the players he's trying to overtake, not being here in the finals. But Zexro, watching from home, I guarantee is going to be smiling at that one. They are teammates, they are friends, but still he put a little bit of beef on the line, and there it is. Vibifiers takes down Binky, who we saw Vibe go down last game, and Clicks picks up an elimination in the feed as well.
That's right, he took out COD Genesis there. And here's E11 Daxter sitting on the storm line right now, just hiding out, looking up, trying to make sure that everything's A-okay. He's got Starving Boxer right up above him, hanging, sitting low. On the other side of things, though, P-God coming straight and direct out of Holly Hedges. P-God with some of the most active elims for NA East early on in that last game. He fell on that rotating zone. Coming into that mid-game, he only picked up 7 points. This game, drastically different than the last. No elims, and finally, placement point gets divvied out there. 75 players down. Storm Surge is also active. He's finally going to find some. Makes me eat my words there. Okay, put one on the board for P-God. Can he get 2 now?
His AR aim is clinical. I was going to say as well, Stretch going down in the feed.
Someone called his Discord.
Not even getting the first placement point. So there's some big names going out here. And P-God really wants to push this loot. He's using all his crash pads to get to it. Maybe identified the player had crash pads. He did. So he's going to jump on those, grab the material, and refresh the crash pads up. So really nice play from P-God. And his AR aim today, his long range aim has been clinical. As we saw in that wide shot as well, that Blake, our first place contender right now, who won the first game on top of Clicks, both dropping out of Pleasant.
Something loud noises that will wake everyone up.
They're going to be taking some shots pretty soon if they see this fight break out. P-God getting broken out, dropping down a little bit lower, but he still has 4 crash pads and the launch pad to make this next rotate. And there's not that many people on this edge, but as he gets closer to the next zone, there's a lot of people in the way. And this is Calc that's ahead of him, so a very aggressive, very strong mechanical player who could hold him out. But never mind, Calc lets him go, and I imagine Calc goes out and recycles that launch pad. He does, and now they both make it to zone safely.
I just wanted to break that down just a little bit further. That was a great fight to take. I know ideally you don't want to rotate out to the outer edges, but he had the short zone rotate already in his favor. That means that he was going to get to that next safety zone a lot sooner than a whole bunch of the other players. So much less pressure. I think it was worth going for all that loot at the expense of the launch pad because he completely capped off on his material now as well. This is going to be the second game, though, Ozzy, back-to-back, where it's slowly but surely closing around this weeping section of the map. That means all the trees, all the line of sights that are going to block out, it's not going to be as important right now to hold a launch pad, right? They're harder to use here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very hard, especially the crash pads as well. Crash pads will break the immediate buildings around you, but they will not break the tree if you fly up into it, which can cause a lot of issues. So yeah, blocks a lot of sightlines, like you said, though. So you can make smart rotates, kind of use those trees to hide, or you can kind of use a lot of your wood and use a lot of your resources to build walls and then refarm it back up. But we're getting two very similar zones, so you got to think about which areas this kind of favors. Those players that are dropping maybe Fortilla like Dubs, as Nobu Tragics falls to Jark, his first elimination of the game, and Jark having a really nice loadout. We haven't seen the floppers be too prominent in this current season, in this current meta, but Ronaldo last game, I saw him in Storm popping a few, so they can definitely be used to pick up a few more placement points, and Jark has a good loadout right next to Tabs as well, set up on a really good side of Storm, and Illust and Berserk also over here. Zentildo going down game one to the headshot sniper, now has no shield, so he needs to do something to pick up his games quick.
That's right. And this is going to be it now. We talk about those trees blocking all the line of sights. It's hard for him now to actually evaluate, right? It's hard for him to read this. He's got to cross through all the players here. And there it is. Some crash pads are going to go out. So this might be a free opportunity for him to get a free rotate. But no, the opponent was actually looking to hop in on him. And oh my gosh, he's going to get hit with a hunting rifle shot from the eastern portion. And no, he gets hit again. It's Nanolite. Man, Nanolite with the downrange tags here. Just looking into the action, Berserker's going to hop on top of all of that loot, and that means that's going to be his crash pads, his shields. That's going to be massive for him right now to at least keep him in the game here. On the other side, though, we're hopping over. Jack still in the low ground.
Think something.
I see Ronaldo still in this game as well. Jeltzy still in this game, too.
Some big names. I believe I just saw Calc take down Lunez for the second time in 2 games. I swear he took him down game 1 as well. So obviously those two players finding each other quite often, maybe similar rotates, as I'm seeing a lot of players who are dropping the same area ending up together. Clicks and Blake have been rotating very close together as well. We saw Stretched and Booger game 1. So a lot of these big names are dropping similar drops, and they're running into each other a lot. And they're having those big key interactions as Nexi trying to put that burst AR to use, as he's got more than enough ammo to take some shots. And he has that rotation. There it is. Finds Keox. And the Harpoon, which with all the items we've seen at the moment, with the crash pads, with the peppers, with extra meds, not a lot of players carrying the Harpoons anymore, as he's just struggling to grab that extra loot. And there it is, finds that benefit of the massive material boost. 109 builds left now, and the 4 floppers, so he can swap out the Harpoon.
How about we call 911?
That was a really, really good investment there to carry that.
And here's the thing, if you guys watched Tayson's FNCS Invitational victory from the EU region, he banked on having a Harpoon and taking that through to the victory royale in the solo setting specifically. Solos, Harpoon is so good when you're in solos because you are allowed to refresh yourself. We're seeing that now 2 games back to back, even in Spike's loadout here. So I feel like we're seeing a nice classic shift in the loadouts and how things are going to work out. But Spike's in a world of trouble right now. He pulls half in, half out, but he also pulls his lobby's focus. And oh my gosh, the bailout, the get out of jail free card right there. He's going to land the big charge shot, and he's still in the game now.
Still in the game. You see those Harpoons ringing out, so I think he lost a lot of the loot that he would have gained from that one, but he is still alive. He does still have those crash pads, so fully expect Spike, when he finds someone here on a wall, to maybe go aggressive and try and get in and get that refresh. And now, on the complete other side of things, looks like a completely different game. We have Skittles just set up in a nice breezy area, pretty far to rotate. There's quite a few people in front of them and around them, as Ronaldo and Rox also over here. And remember, Rox does have his hands on that Mythic Charge Shotgun and the Mythic Shockwave launch, so someone I'm expecting to shape up this lobby, as Crip gets shaped out of the lobby and Skittles gets the elimination. Still 4 people to go down, Monster, until we even get our second placement point. NA East is playing out so slow and so steady, just going for that consistency with the placement. As Jark, I don't think he does. He spots the launch pad and he's going to go up and try and recycle it, as everyone making their way to this half-half, which is already so congested. They're building a mini city here. Everyone trying to just find their spot, find their places. People are taking walls, taking fights, crash padding in. AJ finding this play on the back foot. SF Ref on the back foot with 2 players on both of his walls. It is absolute
Hey Siri,
here,
call 911.
It's looking like we're going to be shaping out to create a new top 10 right now. One of the few players I saw up there, though, Ronaldo was still in this game. Keep an eye on players like Coop, who was 3rd on the leaderboard, on the standings when we came into this. Blake's still in this game as well. So our top 3 still holding strong, gathering points, accumulating points right now, trying to hold on to the lead. They're not making it easy for the new competitors trying to step up and take this away. But it's Sid, though, with 4 points right now, who's getting active in the mid-game. He needs it, too. 8 builds his name. That means 80 material, guys. He can't get too far with that, even with the crash pads to rotate across. Okay, he's looking to set it up, though. He's trying to find anything he can.
Hey,
There's
Google,
a little edit
call
there, though, so he knows there was
911.
a player nearby. What is he going to do? He waits. Someone's in front of him. Okay, though.
Might have
Backs
to
up
pull
now,
out the
and
crash
yes.
pad. Oh, he hits it. He goes up into the sky, though. Unfortunately, the harpoon, though, he goes to
landed
harpoon
that.
the wall, and the player
my
innocent.
God.
So he lands the harpoon stow, opening up the wall at the absolute worst timing. Sid
Max
gets the
material.
harpoon shot, and that's the mat refresh. That's what you have to watch for. Those players that have not much left, they need to have that aggressive play. They need to get something, and they claw their way back into it as Dubs hits the sky in top 10. Bully, I'm seeing Jark, so many big names still in this, but you talked about earlier, Monster, the trees. They're trying to land, but the trees are blocking them as Clicks is now making his way up onto high ground in a beautiful position. Ronaldo making his way through. P-God, Bucky, this is going to be our who's who endgame, and it's going to break down fast.
And because of those trees, and now a vertical city has been created right beyond that landscape there. We'll see how that's going to handle this lobby here, how it's going to create the layer congestion. But moving forward, though, Coop still looking for some action in the low ground. He's facing his way back to the storm. I love what he's doing right now. He still has to cross, though. So he's got a lot of seconds before the clock's going to continue to push here. Those crash pads are going to be put to use by other players. They're going to recycle them. Coop sitting a little too long back here, though. Now comes the pressure of the storm. He jumps in for the loot. Yes, he needs it desperately. And no, he gets caught on the back line. With the floppers, though, he's going to be able to sit in zone for a couple more seconds. Will he have enough to get out, though? Now it's going to be the key opportunity for him to hopefully find a frag here when he needs it most. Rotating his way in. Barely any materials. Just 40 left now. This is 40 left now. This is it. Things are getting cooking here, and yes, he's going to find one. It's on to Skittles now, and that's going to be just enough. He's going to have to edit his way out. We're going to be catching up soon, though. There's 25 players in the lobby right now. That's another placement that's going to be getting out. It's going to be on to King there, Ozzy. It's still going. No. These are a lot of points. Oh, my gosh, the flick.
Coop fights his way back into it.
What phone does Fizzy have? Is it Android or
He
Apple?
went down to 50 health in Storm, which means he just got the siphon before the next tick went through. So Coop going down, but a phenomenal performance back against the wall to pick up, I think, 3 or 4 eliminations, as D-Roller already having 3 on the board as well, pushing forward. He's got the cabbages, got 11 builds, so a bit more than we saw what he does. He jumps down, finds the elimination, and then we see Aegis take down Booger as well. D-Roller just making his way through this one, trying to roll through the lobby like Monster alluded to earlier as Dubs goes down. So I've seen a lot of players go down who are in this top 10 scenario. D-Roller just set up in his box. He's got the cabbages. He has 2 crash pads. I don't know if he's going to go for Hype Monster or if he's going to go into a box.
That is true, and you saw P-God there as well, still getting points, but yes, the shockwave goes out. Hold up, though. Clicks is battling up for height right now against Kaz, and I think Clicks has got it, but no, now it's going to be a battle of who can hold it. You see the builds there. Someone's trying to hold on to height. It's D-Roller. He's manages to make his way all the way up to the top, and he's got the biggest refresher you could ask for. 900 medium ammunition, heals to go with it, and some materials as well. This could be his game, and this could be a monster game. There's less than 10 people left in a lobby, though, and he already has 4 eliminations. Can he make it 5 here, Ozzy? He's looking for anything. He is desperate to take home this victory, to prove to the rest of the community here at the NA East region that he is someone to be feared. On the low ground, though, Clicks has got a lot to prove as well. The bailout, the second point there, the follow-up elimination, and he still has the refresher too. So he has just enough mats, though. He's going to keep it going. Great layer change here.
Farms down the tree to get those extra builds, and D-Roller has to make something here. If you have this loadout,
I
if you
think
have
we
high
have
ground,
emergency cause Fizzy doesn't wake up.
You are here for a reason, that you can close out games like this as there's 3 players alive. Clicks falls to Class. D-Roller making his way down. 5 builds left. The 1v1, Nobu Divine. We've seen it so many times before. D-Roller jumping his way down. We get the wide to see what we missed as Class takes down Clicks, and there it is. D-Roller taking down Nobu Divine. He falls there. The shockwave launcher does come out on top. We're going to have the analyst to break down what we missed just there, because that was a ridiculous endgame.
That's right. He did it well. He did it textbook. He held that high ground and walked it through to the end of the game. Although he didn't catch a lot of eliminations, he still did a fair job finding some of the points that he needed there. we're going to be shooting it on over to the boys at the desk to break down the action. So do me the favor, Zeke, take it away.
Hey, thanks, Monster, for that. Game number 2 here in NA East. A little bit different, a little bit picking up the pace. We're slowly getting there. We're warming up. It's all good, all good. They're waiting. They're like, hey, Zeke, just hold on. This isn't it yet. Just be patient, buddy. I'm like, all right, I got you. Don't worry. Great game there, though, coming out of DeRoller, finding himself that victory royale. Now, the question is, what do these standings look like? Coming out of this last game, we do know that Blake did get the victory royale last game. The question of the day is, does he hold on, though? Let's take a look together. Sundown, break this down for us.
So I think the biggest thing to note here is, what does the pace look like? Right now, with 2 games played, first place is averaging 13 points, and that's because Blake, falling at 46 there, is going to really limit his potential push-up. He was only able to secure himself 3 points coming through. Now, the thing to note is who is able to really rocket themselves up because of that performance. DeRoller, obviously, with that victory royale going through, but also Kaz and Jelty pushing themselves up into 5th and 6th and taking advantage of the fact that Blake went down so early. Some other familiar names on there. Illis, who did really well during the qualifiers, except who had a strong heat performance yesterday, and then the veterans, FaZe Dubs and Class, rounding it out in 9th and 10th, and doing it on the back of a placement style, with both only holding 2 eliminations.
The other thing I want to point out on the top of this page right here is Coop in 2nd place. You saw how he clutched up in that game. You saw how he had pretty much no chance of staying alive, and he still did it and got 1 more elim before he went down to push himself even further up. That will matter as time goes on. There in 12th place is Divine, the 2nd place performer in that game, and he got 5 elims in that one too, tied with what DeRoller did. But I wanted to note in that game how many people got eliminations. It was pretty much the entire lobby taking each other out, elimination after elimination, not giving the chance for DeRoller at the top to really, really take advantage of that opportunity that you mentioned, Sundown.
Did we expect an seizure cause he doesn't return?
You can see A1 Sid 21st, Crunchy, Vanish Bully, Runons, Cozy's, Clicks in 26 with only 2 eliminations, but that signal means he has 10 placement points. He's making it into those top 25 thresholds. If he's able to convert on any one of those, he has the potential to really rocket himself up the leaderboard. And honestly, I think your point, Bala, when talking about how so many different players are getting eliminations, is what kind of feeds into Zeke's point, where it feels like it's not necessarily as exciting. That's because all that excitement is being spread across 5 or 6 different players who are picking up either 4 to 6 eliminations, rather than them all funneling into that 1, 9, 10, maybe 11 or 12 elimination performance that we saw out of Tayson earlier. But the effect it has on the leaderboard is all of a
Siri,
sudden,
call
if somebody doesn't have that
911.
huge game, it's whoop, everybody's that much closer.
And that's what the Vanish Boys did take advantage of, right? Kaz and both DeRoller, they've suddenly come out of nowhere, right? With these, everyone at the top eliminating each other, say, okay, you created this opportunity for us, we will take advantage of it.
And that's kind of the story of DeRoller too. Like back in the Invitational, he won that one day before we went to the Grand Finals, and I was asking myself, where did this guy come from? And he's showing that that wasn't necessarily a fluke. We're going to take a look at what happened in this one. Blake started off a little decent in this one, but like you said, Sundown, opportunities were all of a sudden given.
Yeah, and he fell over there. You can see DeRoller getting a key elimination there right on the placement threshold, going to push himself over. And we talked about picking up key ones on the edge. That's eliminating Calc as he's rotating into zone, and it gave him priority spacing and enough materials to be able to convert over. He picks
Erlis
up
Bilali, he has a phone.
So DeRoller really running through some high-level players you're used to seeing in the endgame, and then once you get here, he's so good at executing in those final moments and turning it into a lead. But his org mate Kaz also able to find some huge picks. He was playing this mid-ground situation with that charged shotgun. I mean, that reaction shot there on the Daxter was huge.
And it was. No look for more through the windows. This is what these guys are so good at, no matter the situation, always.
Siri, call 911.
The consistent points out of elims that you can find in the end game. Something you're not used to is how easy it is to get end game eliminations when you play normal games. But when there's this much congestion in a tight space, you see players like Jelty be able to put people in uncomfortable situations. That's Dubs, one of the best solo players in the world.
Yes.
And he gets put down by Jelty because he's back against the wall.
Buena suerte, vamos, Jelty, one of our Latin American players who's been so absurdly consistent in terms of making it into the end game, and I'm excited that he was able to get a number of eliminations.
Hey Siri, call 911.
His ability to make it in the top 20 time and time again, he has such a high percentage of conversion rate on that if he's able to start getting these eliminations, he could push into potentially challenging for that top spot.
Man, this is the question, right? With 4 games left, who can do that? Who will do that? As a reminder, in EU, we thought it was all set, and in Game 5, everything was turned on its head. That could still happen. That still has the opportunity. It's not over until that last game is played, and we can take a look at the final results. Now, guys, we are getting ready to hop back into game. If you are tuning in, thank you so much for hanging out with us. This is Grand Finals here in the FNCS. We're in NA East. We've got 4 games left to go. EU happened earlier.
We have an emergency. He doesn't wake up, and I think he doesn't get up.
Out of the battle bus yet again. So let's send it over to our casters, Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics, to give us the eyes in the sky.
There you guys have it. You heard it from the best of the best. We're hopping back in to the FNCS Grand Finals NA East game number 3. It's Monster D-Face, Aussie Antics here.
He stays up all night, so I don't know.
The question here, Aussie, is can D-Roller, who's had a taste of success, that first place, hold it through? Because the last time he was in a Grand Finals setting, he fell short, coming 44th place during the FNCS Invitationals. But this time,
we need ambulance here immediately.
I don't know. Can he do it?
He's doing it. I think he can. He's doing really well. His placement timing is great. He's just making those extra little placement thresholds, because if you look at him and Coop broken down on the leaderboard together, you'd actually imagine that Coop would be higher, right? Except for that one win. D-Roller clutched up the win and showed that he has it in the back pocket. So I think he's playing phenomenal. You said he's got a lot here to prove, and that's the thing. We've talked about it time and time again today. Once you jump up, you make yourself the target. Everyone's looking for you. Everyone knows you now, and D-Roller has been the target before in FNCS Invitationals. Can he do it in the next solo FNCS now? Can he have the consistency as
Carl is
takes down
asleep.
Keox in the feed, which I have to think means Keox has changed the drop spot and gone Caddy, because I was going to say,
God,
we
if
saw that
911 did
map, I saw a
dial.
few extra eyes on Caddy that weren't there last time.
That's right. Players trying to step it up and take the action into their own hands. Here's the thing, though. I want to set the stage up. Players that I'm looking out for that are scary, consistent, and they're doing it today already. It's players like Dubs, who already pulled a top 5 and a near top 10. Players like Jelty, who are doing the same as well, just shy top 10 2 games in a row. And players like Azers, that consistency. We know that over the marathon, that is the 6 games, that mental fortitude, having great games, even if they're not wins or big pop-offs, just making endgame and knowing your formula works is going to be able to give you the confidence to surge you through after the 6. So keep an eye out on those guys, because they have been the most consistent and the least volatile so far.
I try.
I mean, if you've been watching throughout
It's
the
not
qualifiers,
funny
we
if
all
the
know
person don't
Dubs has
wake
some of
up.
the best placement that this scene has to offer. So he is a pioneer of rotates and making end games. We'll see, though, as the competition continues here. Because this is still game number 3, and things are just getting started for us.
Okay.
Yeah, and you got to look at some of their drop spots as well. So obviously Dub's coming out of Fortilla, which means if he can get into that vault, he has a guaranteed launch pad, but it also means that he's walking away with consistently good loot. Some of these
No,
players
like
having
he
good
is
games
asleep
out of more
like for the
shamble
night.
pass have to rely on luck a little bit more. Do you find a few stacks
He's
of minis?
just
Do you find the
sleepy.
big pot? Do you find what you need? Where Dubs is coming out of Fortilla every single game with what
Like
he needs.
bedtime.
And because of the water and because of the guys in that area, the rotation paths are a lot easier too. So you're looking at players like that to be very consistent, to start racking up some of these placement points. We touched on it last game as well, but you have the placements on the right here. A victory Royale being worth 14
Not this
points,
long.
and then each one of those thresholds will net you an extra point as well. So those are combined with eliminations being 1. So you get your first points when you get inside top 75, top 50, and then so on, as you can see from this graphic. But that win, 14 points in the... Ooh, we see Zolaf getting some really big shots onto ult. Not sure what happened there, but he also fishes up the legendary tac shotgun. So big swing from Zolaf there within 2 seconds. His game is looking very good and very different.
Listen, I was hyped that he pulled a legendary shotgun out the water, and then to be rewarded with the Elam right there. My gosh, talk about
He is okay.
Zoloft to kick things off. Not so nice game for Altu. I can figure out what happened there, but regardless, on the other perspective, Bugga, who had a decent game too, he went from 1 point.
I don't know.
To securing points in game 2. That is huge. That's massive. At the start of the show, Halsey, we spoke about the fact that you need anywhere from like 8 to 10 to be the champ on average. We're just closing that gap now, right? If he can have a good game 3, that's setting himself up for the good halfway game.
Ninja Phase just call the ambulance. On Carl. Stop, he is okay. I don't know. He sleeps during the day because he fed up his sleep schedule. What time is it there? Six 3-2. Here 1-3-2. It changed to 1-3-3. Fizzy. I'm on Europe, by the way. My country is Finland and it's 136. You?
Hello, chat.
636.
Hello, chat.
Hello, chat. Chat. Chat.
Yo. What happened
Chat.
to Carl?
Chat.
What even happened to Carl?
Wow, different time schedules.
Chat.
Yeah. What? Did I hear someone say chat? We really just kidnapped him. Wait, what? I'm going to save him in Fortnite. No, don't. It's funny. Well, can I join you guys? He need to get up. Yes. Calm down, he is okay. Alex, can I join you guys to have fun in Fortnite? Yeah, help us drag him. Do you need to add me? Okay, deal. Yes. My epic is small balls matter. Nice epic, by the way, laugh. Who are you so I know who to add? Lammy. It's Sniper Gakko off up. Or I can add you. Fizzy is aft right now, but his you can add high. Him. Epic. Fizzy's epic is FNCG Fizzy Biz. It's my YouTube channel name Alex. I added you, by the way. Incoming Alex.
third place with 2 elims, and then following it up with a victory Royale and 6 elims, pushing him 3 points clear of Coop right now, 5 points clear of Accept, and honestly, the story has been about those three.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, you already mentioned the average placements for all of them. It's so close. It's so tight. Right around 10th place is where they're placing pretty much every game, but that also comes with its risks. The Roller is a player who will go on the opposite of that. He'll have one big game every so often, and that gives them the opportunity to really catch up if there's an opportunity like we saw in Game 2 where Blake fell after winning that first one.
Yeah, now you can see we flip on over here to the next page. Jelty Azures, not builds, built by gamers AJ Illis, Nobu Tragics, Vanished Jock Q, OT Polarized, Energy Ronaldo, and FaZe Dubs rounding out the top 20. That's 19 points there. Don't forget the lead currently is 38, and there is 3 games remaining. So Calc, even with that second place performance, only up to 24th right there. It's going to take another big game, but nobody's quite out of it yet with still half of the competition to be played.
I'm waiting for that tonal shift. I'm waiting, like, you can already tell it's so tense in NA East. Everyone's just like holding on. They're hoping to not miss that. And you can tell in the way that they're all playing. You can see that. You can feel that.
You really can. I mean, these guys are all putting it out there. They're playing with passion. They're really making it so that every single game they try their best to get to that end game. There's certainly players that I'm seeing do that because we saw Kaz in a little bit. Coop as well has been dominating, clutching, and making sure that every last second is spent when you're getting elimination.
And of course, there's a lot of action happening here in NA East, but don't forget, with the global competition, we actually have results from Brazil, so let's take a look at those to crown a new FNCS champion in Brazil. Now, do keep in mind, this is a little bit confusing, but we have 2 teams at the top of the leaderboard. The teams I will not lose right now take it all home.
And at the end of the day, all hail the king, and the king is from Argentina. El Toro Salva Rey y F de Argentina came 5th place at the World Cup, taking it home, and he did it by winning the first 2 matches. However, SNG King turned around and won matches 3 and 5 with pressure on him. However, King was able to hold on at the end and edge him out by just 2 points. You can see Brazil is a region of kings, but at the end of the day, the Argentinian one edged out Singularity's King from Brazil. You see PH Zin just behind the track there in 3rd as well. Phoenix God in 4th with 50 points. Kadu in 5th. Phaser, a user there as well. As we can flip on over to the next page, Techno Viking, a name we've seen before. History, Mohaj, Rendley, a number of players here, but congratulations to all of them for even making the grand finals and having a fantastic FNCS run.
And I gotta say, looking at that top of the leaderboard and pretty much all of this, it's so tight. And the Battle of Kings is one that I'm going to have to go back because that might go down in the history of competitive Fortnite as one of the better tournaments to ever watch just because of the interesting and intrigue, but still so many people to shout out. Laleo 26, Sturmix 24th, Hawk is blessed in 25th. So many people made it so far in the FNCS, and just like all the other regions, we have to congratulate everybody because it's a significant performance no matter where you placed.
And big shout-outs particularly to King and Nyx because they are part of that exclusive club who have made every single tournament who has gone through since the World Cup and all of the FNCS finals. You saw Nyx there in 29th and then King taking away the top spot. So that's absurd consistency from those guys.
Yeah, yet again, big congratulations there to King. But of course, Fortnite fam, the action is not done here in NA East. We are going to go to a break, but when we come back, we'll have the exciting conclusion here in the FNCS. We'll see you guys in just 5.
Hello.
What's up, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. I'm your host, Zeke. Joining us here on the analyst desk, we got Sundown, we got Shy Wager, and we've got games on deck. So we're not going to waste too much time. We're going to keep the ball rolling with 3 games left. The biggest question of the day is, will Class hold on? Can Coop come out of nowhere? Will some third player rise to the occasion? We'll find out as we enter this next game. Aussie Antics, Monster D-Face, take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you so very much. And that's right, Fortnite fam. We appreciate you guys for tuning in all around the world. To give you guys a little context as to what's going on here, it's the NA East Grand Finals, and we are halfway through the competition now. This is game number 4. Aussie, what's going on?
Oh, lots going on, mate. There's so many people who can overtake it. Normally, as a caster analyst, you start looking for the big names. You do your research. Who's going to come out on top? Who's looking like they're the favorite and really kind of like bank in on them. But it's anyone's game, which in my opinion can be even more exciting. It's so exciting making these new names, giving them a chance, right? All of these players we've been talking about today as the big names, the vanguards coming into this, like Dubs, like Booger, like Stretch. They were nobodies at some point too as well. Not everyone knew who they were. And hopefully today we have a chance to crown a new champion of NA East, a new name to look out for, and Class looking like he might be one of them.
That's right. I mean, with the amount of points he's already pulled up and the Victory Royale, things are looking to start to break away there towards the top. I mean, Class with 38 points, Coop with 35 points, and Accept with 33 are all of our top 3 runner-ups. And they're the only ones in that 30-plus point threshold right now. So it is looking like it's going to be a breakaway game. Somewhere around that 50, 60, maybe even 70-point threshold mark. We'll see how far we end up getting. And there's your format breakdown. Ozzy, why don't you explain to the people at home how this all works?
Yeah, so obviously you got Victory Royale is worth 14 points. That's if you win the game. You're going to walk away with 14 points. You see the different thresholds beneath that. So second place is still 11 as well. The first set of placement points is top 75. So if you out-survive 25% of the lobby, you're going to pick up 1 point, and then top 50, and then it progressively gets faster. So as you can see, these thresholds a little bit wider. So the early game, you have to survive for quite a while to start to get any points on the board, really. But if you get right to that top 10, top 20 area, they start ramping up fast. And that's exactly what Class has done today. The reason why I have a lot of confidence for Class going forward is he has an average placing of 8 in 3 games. That is huge. He only has an average of limbs of 2.67, but we've seen that placement comes out on top in this format and in these grand final days, and dropping Shark somewhere far away, who so far looks like he's uncontested, if he can keep that up, if he can keep getting those placements, it's going to be huge.
That is right, and don't worry, guys. We have all the action ready to be covered here today. It is unfolding
I
all
am
across
going
the
to
Fortnite
play a
world
solo
map. Here's a
game.
little highlight from earlier. Coop's nice little sniper shot right there from that steamy stack. And this is how he ended up getting that first elimination that pushed him into the Weeping out of his rotate on out. Now he's in the safe zone, off to a very good start. That's one step closer to catching up to Class, who's only, or at that point, was only 2 points ahead of him.
Yeah, and Jelty was in 12th place too, so Jelty going down there, very, very unfortunate one for him. You've talked about, obviously, the Latin American community, and unfortunately, one of their heroes going down, but Jelty can jump back into it. Someone else who's around that spot, you also have Kaz, who I've said is someone I'm expecting to do well here today. A little bit of an underdog coming into it. Only 1 mini and 1 chug splash going into the bush, needing that refresh. No. Maybe I spoke too soon. He has the build control, though. He's backed this one off quickly, needs to try and get that splash and the mini off, but he needs to close this fight out. There is no disengaging. There is no second chance. He's taken this fight. He has to finish it now. He doesn't have the loot to get away from it. Kaz on the back foot, and no, I've cursed him. Aviv getting the elim, throwing some disrespect down, and Kaz, unfortunately, something went wrong in this game.
And Kaz was tied for 4th place there. So him being out of the competition now is going to be huge for him and his standings and how he's going to be able to shape himself out in the rest of this competition. And he fell to someone who's on their way up. Like, Aviv is doing pretty good right now, 18 points. So that's that. Here's Illisto, on the other hand, a more relevant fight right now as he's on the hunt here. The crash pad on in, the shield crack, and that's going to be the green light to step on in. Look at the swiftness of the edits here. He's not playing around, and no hesitation even trying to crash pad on in now. And this is looking closer and closer. That additional pressure from the outside is probably going to be the only reason that Alts is going to stay alive right now.
Yeah, and I don't think Illis is going to leave that going for long. I think one of these players is going to fall here. Illis doesn't need this fight. He still has some meds, but he wants to take it, but never mind. Altu using that defensive advantage to get the elim, and now he's crash padding in. Illis crash pads out, something we haven't seen too much. He predicted the crash pad in. Instead of trying to hold the angle, knowing he had the health disadvantage, he used one of his own crash pads to break out and get away from that. But I see a third player coming into this one. No, never mind. It's still the same two. The henchmen are looking on, though, but Illis trying to close this one out. Will he come out on top? He's up against the wall. The player edits, and a very risky edit right in Illis' face. And if he wasn't reloading, Altu would have been put in the back pocket there, but now he falls 84th, and Illis gets his first elimination of the game and a good refresh. If you look at what he just gained off that player, luckily Altu was pretty stacked as well, so Illis gets his shield back, gets a lot of the crash pads back, and he's looking pretty good for what was a pretty dicey fight, Monster.
More importantly, he gained the point off of that because he needs it now. That's going to put him one step closer to top 10 there, which right now, the cutoff line for top 10 is 23 points. So 21 now for Illis is pretty massive here, considering we're getting closer and closer to more placement and that mid game right now. Remember, we did jump in with just a few minutes already into the action, so it's a little bit of a deeper setting here now that we're kind of hopping on into. On the other perspective, though, just think about his loadout now. It's all come together here. He's got shields for days. He's got rotates to play off of. All he needs now is to continue to max out this material and make his way to safety here. It's obviously good. He's got a lot of pressure and focus coming in from different players.
Got to go.
He's got one player behind him and a lot of players in front. So if he takes this fight here, they've got to close it out quickly and not bring too many eyes on them, because now they're making a lot of noise. And those players that are just inside the ring will have eyes on them. Now, knowing the players they are tagged. Rip going down. Illis. He didn't have. So Illis' aggression paying off in space. Go for it.
Options as well. Angels on the other hand, though, playing this cone right now. 4 points here. Brink is breaking out. Got it because kicking out there as well. But we don't so bunch of players behind him. This fight here, oh my gosh, it's going to put off. It's not to walk right into the figures. We got some warnings with all the moves. All the way drop down onto the ult. Drop down low to something back down into the ult. So he's trying hopefully.
Is it finally over? Hey Fizzy. Good. Hi Fizzy. I'm first. Ha ha ha. Bot. 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 No. I. Is he aft? Oh god, I think he is and his PS4 is gonna shut down, lol.